Arabia, there is not. In Saudi Arabia, they're royalists there. So your closeness to the royal family determines your power and the power you project below you.
Sure, but just because
The Bin Laden family is incredibly fucking powerful in Saudi Arabia. Billionaire oil magnate family. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. So let me give you an American analogy that works. Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, is funneling money to Russia secretly through Ukraine.
What's up, non-wib?
To fund attacks on the Donbass. You would be making the argument, do you want me to know? Do you want me to believe that the American government knew about that money leaving the country and going to the Donbass?
If who was doing it?
Terror? Hunter Biden.
Okay.
Or Nancy Pelosi's daughter, Alexandra Pelosi, decides she's going to stop making documentaries and start funding terror groups.
Yeah.
Are you going to tell me that the U.S. government has plausible deniability when one of their leading class funnels money to terror?
I wouldn't say that the United States supported this thing. Whether the United States would know about it or not, I'm not sure. It would depend on the specifics of the circumstances.
I think you know. I think you are sure. You know, you read Snowden's book, or at the very least are aware of the surveillance state in this country, right?
All of it, yeah.
Gotcha, buddy. Oh, it's Geegan Veins.
No, wait, Vegan, what do you want?
He wants to argue with me because
How do I turn on my camera?
Wait, can you come back and wait, let me finish this conversation and you can come back, okay? And then you're gonna argue.
Well, I just wanted to tell
Wait, no, because whatever you say is he's gonna want to respond and then it's gonna go back and forth.
No, not at all. I just wanted to tell Paul, even though you're upset at me, I don't know why in particular. You're always free to come into my channel and have a debate.
Okay, thanks, bud. Now, can we move on?
I also wanted to ask why
can we go back to what we're so now you want to fucking please, dude, you want to fucking finish this topic, or you want Geegan Veins to be salty because I fucking
I just wanted to ask one other question. I saw Destiny disagree
hold on before you ask the question, I'm gonna let Destiny know I'm gonna want to respond to this.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, listen, you can ask the question, but then he's gonna respond, and then you don't get a response after that, even if he says the worst thing ever. Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So, I saw Destiny disagreed with you. Why didn't you run away and start screaming?
Because Destiny didn't spend an hour establishing a very clear-cut and defensible ethic about the value of life, and then undercut it with his IP.
Okay. All right. And then you can come back in and argue with them later if you want on that. Okay.
All right. Take care. That's hilarious.
Anyway,
okay.
What a dumb fuck.
Okay. Backing up a lot. Okay. Just backing up a lot. Okay. So, okay, I'm not okay. If Hunter Biden,
dude, can I yeah. I'm sorry to do this. Can I go fucking piss? This is
fucking
my mental.
Go for it. Yeah, knock yourself out. Go ahead.
I want to recenter. I'm gonna go take a leak real fucking quick, boss. Okay, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Just give me a sec.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude.
No, you're good.
I don't even remember what we were fucking talking about. So let me go. Can you, if you will do me a favor while you're gone and fucking give me a 1-paragraph launch back into where we were.
Yeah,
I would love that. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, man.
No, you're fine.
I don't do this shit for a living. So
you're good. No problem.
I usually don't argue for a living. So hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see his debate with me?
I have not. No.
It was pretty hilarious. He basically Did you see his debate with me? He basically screamed and just ran away and left when I pulled up the militant to civilian casualty ratios. And he just freaked out, and then he started a stream calling me a genocide denier.
Nice. Okay. Well,
just be prepared for somebody who can't make arguments and will yell at you.
Okay, I'll do my best. Okay.
Oh, by the way, bench press update. I did a heavy single with 375. It went up really easy. And I did 4 sets of 3 with 365. So 405, assuming I can, stay away from injuries. It's going to come very soon.
Cool. Well, good luck. Be careful.
All right, take care.
Be careful.
All right, take care.
All right, buddy. I'm back.
Hello.
No worries.
Okay.
Take your time.
So, right now, we're trying to ascertain Saudi Arabia's involvement with 9/11. Okay?
Okay.
My point is just because bin Laden's family has a close relationship with the Saudi family, just because Osama bin Laden had a lot of money doesn't mean that the government knew that Osama bin Laden was creating this terrorist network. He'd been expelled from that country in '91 over his anti-American views.
They had no idea where the money that was very close to the Saudi family was being appropriated out of the country. They had no clue that the bin Laden family was still materially supporting Osama bin Laden.
I don't even know if his family was supporting him anymore at that point. I don't know what his source of funds
His family never stopped supporting him.
Okay. His family, he literally has like 50 siblings. So I don't know if the government is keeping track of every single dollar that goes.
His family is over $100 billion in Saudi oil assets.
Sure.
So that'll take care of
I'm just
200 siblings forever.
So flipping it, do you think that Saudi Arabia knows where every single dollar is going out of that country and who they're going for? And
not every single dollar, but I think if $1 million or $2 or $10 million disappears from the fucking rolls and ends up in Afghanistan, I think they know about that. Yeah.
It's not disappears. Let's say
no, it does.
Money is probably flowing out of that country at all points in time to different types of projects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I can guarantee you that country has CPAs and accountants and fucking specialists hip deep watching every dollar.
Okay,
you don't get rich like that.
Okay,
you don't get rich like that with not knowing where the money in your country's going.
Yeah, you do.
Well, a lot of their wealth is generated from oil, right?
From getting it from oil.
Okay. Exactly. Yeah.
So okay. So then your point then is just that you think Saudi Arabia knew about the terrorist attacks.
I'm doing just fine.
The United States didn't.
I'm saying I don't think it's a fucking wild conspiracy theory to say they probably knew that money was being funneled out of their country to Osama bin Laden to the tune of millions of dollars. Yes, I don't think that's wildly conspiratorial statement.
Well, it's relatively conspiratorial, thinking that considering he got expelled from the country in '91. So I mean,
which would give the government every impetus to watch his money even closer.
Okay, I don't know if Saudi Arabia has eyes on every bank account outside of the country
as
well. Okay.
They have eyes on the money that's in their country that's generated from their oil fields, is what I'm saying. And that's the money that he used to blow up buildings on 9/11.
If the family is making money from some other venture and the money is just moved around to some other business.
Oh, now who's being conspiratorial?
Do you think that the bin Ladens made all of their money just through Saudi oil? Or
why does it matter?
Well, because you just said that
is it Saudi money still? Is it still Saudi money?
Is my money American money?
Yeah. Are you an American?
Yeah, but I don't think the things that I fund, I don't think you would call that like American funded for the purposes of like national or international conflict, right?
Are you a royal family member here in America that I'm unaware of, or?
The bin Ladens aren't royal family members.
They're royal adjuncts.
Okay, any aristocratic family is going to be adjunct to the
are you an
family.
aristocrat?
No, but even if like a Kennedy was funded, they're not technically aristocrats either.
Oh, that would be a little different conversation, though, wouldn't it be?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be. No.
Oh, it wouldn't be.
I wouldn't say the United States is supporting something. No, I would say that the Kennedy was. Now, if the government knew about it, then I'd make a stronger statement. If the government was facilitating it, I'd make an even stronger statement. Yes, but just because somebody is a nationality,
backing into the corner of plausible deniability isn't gonna fly on every conversation. Like you and I, in order to prove this, in order to really settle this, would need the both America, Afghanistan, the bin Laden family, and the Saudi royal family to open their books.
Okay. All right. Let me just back up and lay out my thing. Okay. So the United States was a terrorist attack, okay, by Al Qaeda, which had a fuck ton of funding, majority funding, and led by Osama bin Laden. Okay, Osama bin Laden had written fatwas about things that he was really irritated about when it came to the United States. A lot of our presence in the Middle East, our support for Israel, military bases, and being hosted by Saudi Arabia, all of these things. Osama bin Laden had reasons to not like the United States, whether you think they're justifiable or not. He had reasons to try to terrorist attack the United States. He did so multiple times. There was a prior, World Trade Center bombing with a truck in a basement. Okay, Saudi Arabia expelled Osama bin Laden in 9/11. 1991. Saudi Arabia was trying to curry favor with the United States. The idea that any part of that royal family would be signing off on or would be okay with somebody that is adjacent to the royal family trying to commit terrorist attacks against the United States, an ally that they were desperately trying to win favor with for support for the upcoming confrontations with Iran, which is what we're seeing today, right? Just doesn't make any sense. The narrative doesn't make any sense. There's absolutely no proof or evidence that the Saudi royal family had knowledge that money was going to an organization that was eventually going to lead to a terrorist attack in the United States. And to speculate on that is not only done without any kind of material fact, it's also done in contrary to the narratives that exist historically that we would expect countries to be following. It doesn't make sense that Saudi Arabia wanted terrorist attacks in the United States. It doesn't make sense that the United States wouldn't say anything about it or wouldn't punish Saudi Arabia in some way for it. No part of that makes sense, and there's no material fact to assist it. So the idea that I have to prove the negative just doesn't make any sense. Oh, I just want to lay this out because you interrupted me a ton. Okay, I just want to lay this out from start to finish. This is why I'm saying that the fact that we say Saudi nationals or people from Saudi Arabia, yes, there is a lot of terrorism that's funded by Gulf states, especially in other Middle Eastern countries. Some of this money ends up in places that ends up coming back to attack the United States. I'm pretty sure ISIS is a Sunni group, and a lot of their funding might have initially come from places in the Gulf, including Saudi Arabia, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that the Saudi royal family is overseeing or signing off on funds being used by terrorist groups knowing they're going to attack the United States of America. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough. After you lay it out that way, it reveals my position to be more conspiratorial than I assumed it was. Okay? I still believe that it's not wildly out of wing to insinuate that the Saudi government knows where tens of millions of dollars of oil money are going outside of their country, but I cannot prove that. I'm not going to get the Saudi royal family to open its books. And for me, and asking you to prove the negative is incorrect. So you're right.
Okay.
I feel like we got sidetracked
down
this.
Stop vegan, go away.
Damn it.
Sure. Stop vegan, go away.
Direction.
Okay, sorry. That's okay. Okay.
That dude is fucked up, bro.
No, it's okay. Okay.
That guy is fucking weird, bro.
It's okay.
I know you. I know you're friends with him. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Okay.
Go ahead.
So backing up before we went off on this tangent, I think that when we look at media in the United States, and we say that the media was all supporting this, and then from that we draw the conclusion that the government must have been setting the marching orders or something. I think that in the United States, I think a lot of Americans were mad. I think that Americans are very ignorant when it comes to foreign policy or anything that's going on in a country that's not either Canada or Mexico. They're ignorant about those two countries as well. It makes sense to me that if any remote inkling was pointed to in another country, like Al-Qaeda existing in Afghanistan, or maybe some terrorists are being harbored in a country that we'd just been to war with 10 years earlier for the Iraq War, for the first Gulf War, it's not surprising to me that both people in the media and American citizens would cheerlead this. And I don't have any evidence, nothing's ever been said by journalists saying that, oh yeah, the US government told us that they wanted us to publish this. And journalists are some of the most prolific talkers and yappers of all time, especially on social media now.
Did you see that montage that came out back in 2016 or 17 where literally news stations from across the country affiliated with multiple different national news organizations were reading the same script at the same time?
Yep.
What do you think that came from?
I think that came from, they were all owned, so these are all local. You asked me a question. These are local media companies. They were all owned by the same owner. I believe it was Sinclair Media. They probably published scripts that I don't think anybody denied it. And the idea that these came from the government, that link is, I don't know if anybody's even asserted that with any credibility. I'm not saying that nothing ever happens, that people don't ever have plots, or that there aren't ever any, consistent marching orders given from some groups of people. But if we're going to claim the U.S. government is doing it, I think we need at least one piece of evidence if it's such a widespread thing that thousands of people are implicated.
Okay. So what about you, but what about the fucking kind of news stories about how sharp Biden was and stuff? You don't think that was coming from the DNC and the Biden camp, and isn't that the government, right?
That I would say, oh man, okay. I'm going to sound really pedantic here, but I think it's really important to separate these things. The DNC is not the government, okay? There are going to be relationships between... They're not. There are going to be relationships, though, that might be shared...
The DNC is not president, but Joe Biden is, and Joe Biden is the head of the DNC.
I'm not even sure if that's true.
That
in
is
terms
true.
of how structure of the DNC works.
The DNC, the top of the DNC is the president. That is your top DNC official. Here, let's look into it, man. Maybe I'm fucking wrong, bro. I'm a California stoner, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
The DNC is responsible for articulating and promoting the Democratic platform and coordinating party organizational activity. The DNC is the chairperson of the DNC is elected by a vote of members from the Democratic National Committee. The DNC is composed of the chairs and vice chairs of each state Democratic Party Central Committee, 200 members apportioned among the states based on population and generally elected either on the ballot by primary voters or by the state Democratic Party Committee. So I think that the head of the DNC is somebody that gets voted on.
So it's an elected official that actually does the chairperson stuff.
A little, but I would even be careful. Hold on, wait, real quick. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm being really pedantic with terms of everything. When you say elected official, it's not like a government official. The DNC, so the parties in the United States of America, they're private parties, right? Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. That allows them to do things like give Hillary the election when using superdelegacy and shit like that to rat fuck the Bernie campaign.
Sure. So I'm not gonna agree or disagree with your characterization of that. But a party could literally just say we're gonna run this candidate, kick rocks. Right. Yes. They're private parties. They can do whatever they want.
The whole primary system is basically just like a democratic veneer to allow people some input. But if they decided right now Biden's not the candidate, this guy's the candidate, they can do that because they're not bound by the Constitution in the same way a governmental body would be. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, yes. Although I would say that your states are also not bound in the ways that you think they are. They have electors, and a lot of them have laws on the books now that say that their electors are supposed to vote for the people. But a state could also theoretically say we're always just going to vote for the Democrat and kick rocks population, right?
I'm aware. Okay. Yeah. You're right about that. We don't disagree.
Sure.
So,
okay. I'm only pointing this out to say that when we talk about coordinated messaging in media, okay, it's tempting to say that it comes from the government. But the problem with diagnosing the problem like that is if we think it comes from the government, well, the solution is like the government needs to stop like giving marching orders to the media. So that's what we're going to spend all of our time fixating on the in bed like process of like the government telling the media what to do. There's two huge problems with this. One is the most obvious problem is there's no evidence for this. We can find kind of circumstantial evidence maybe in messaging, so that's one big problem. But the second huge problem,
I would say I would put the caveat strong circumstantial evidence.
You can say that, but the reality is if I put 100 people in the same room who are all in the same country and then do things to them, they're probably all going to have pretty similar takes, whether they're getting the same marching orders or not. Like that's super conceivable. The problem, though, is that the actual problem is probably a little bit more intangible. It's probably more difficult to figure out. If I had to guess without having super strong investigations into these things, my guess is going to be a lot of issues come from the fact that journalists, in order to do good reporting on things going on in the government, probably need to maintain good relationships with people in government. And the relationships that they maintain with those people means that they're probably only likely to get certain types of stories, or the individual biases of some journalists might make them favor more stories than others, or the individual misconceptions that people in government have might cause them to give stories to journalists more than they should be. These are the things that I think are the problems. Now, they're not as sexy to talk about because there's not like a big evil bad guy to blame, but I think that these are probably the things that make it really hard sometimes to get accurate assessments of what's going on, either inside the government or with other issues.
I agree. That you agreed at the beginning of this that you were being pedantic.
No, I never agreed with that. I would never say that. The terms and everything that's happening, I think, is very, very, very important. Because if we're misidentifying things,
you said I'm going to be pedantic.
Okay, if I said that, then I shouldn't have said that because pedantry implies that I'm trying to pick terms for the point of just arguing, but I'm not. I think that this is why I gave reasons for why I think it's really important to understand exactly what's happening, because if we don't, then that means that all we're doing is just we're giving big bad guys where there are no big bad guys, and then we're going to spend all of our time fighting big bad guys when the reality is there's a bunch of smaller problems that we need to be more aware of.
Sure. So to correct myself, you said not to sound pedantic. Is what you said.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
So at the risk of sounding pedantic, I believe it. So that's different, and I apologize for that. I wasn't trying to be bad faith in that way. Yeah. Okay. I do think that it is a little pedantic, though. I mean, we are talking about an organization that is not separate from Joe Biden. Joe Biden is their candidate, right? You're talking about messaging coming from Joe Biden through the DNC to support Joe Biden's reelection campaign. I understand this is a non-governmental body, technically, a private fucking, I don't know what you'd call it, organization, corporation.
Well, so here's a
Art and J.K. Rowling defender and gender critical journalist for The Telegraph is outed as a neo-Nazi. Oh, I saw this!
What a surprise.
Nina Power and Daniel Miller declared bankruptcy as a result of legal troubles they faced, I believe, and in the court cases against them outed a ton of information, including chat logs where they discussed being open Nazis. Is that in this thread? Yeah, here we go. Oh, by the way, if I remember correctly, Nina Powers, or maybe the other one, both of them, they were the ones who were running that, or working for that website, that so-called journalistic website that we tore into Slavoj Žižek for being on. Do you remember that? What was the name of it? They were, there was that website where Slavoj Žižek posted the super transphobic article, and we looked at all the contributors and people who were a part of it, and they were like ultra far right. Compact Magazine, that's right. Anyway, now we get to see the wonderful character of these individuals in some Telegram messages of theirs that have been leaked now on account of these court documents. Viking, tell you later. I think at some point we need to read Mein Kampf properly. Lol, seriously, I want to understand it. I keep a copy in my study, of course. Well, I have one too. I think maybe it is necessary. What if we find ourselves agreeing with it? Oh my god, he's right about everything. Right. Pretty straightforward.
Whoa. J.K. Rowling is friends with literal Nazis.
I wonder if the social disapproval for racism is a psyop to stop people realizing that there are alien and fairy races. Also that black and white were alien races and very different.
Ooh, Sherlock, who would win in a street fight between Amelia Earhart or Steven Seagal? If you mean Amelia Earhart today, I would still go with her. Clarence Over. Space Ice. Thoughts on Alien 3? That is one of the only movies I ever fell asleep in. So, take that for what you will. Space Ice, what is Seagal's race? Every race is Seagal's race. Space Ice 2024, that is correct. Adam A. asks, thank you for your work. You're welcome, Adam. You are very welcome. Space Ice, who would win in hand-to-hand combat, you or Dr. Disrespect? I know very little about him, but obviously me, I would destroy him. You'd be embarrassed. Yeah, he wouldn't even show up, though. What was Van Damme's best scene? Kickboxer or break-in? I've never heard of Kickboxer. Probably Kickboxer, though.
It's funny seeing
JCVD kicks are more
him in his real voice.
Jesus, yes, of course. My God, people, these are easy questions. Hey, Space Ice, what is Rob Schneider? Oh, that's a deep question. Is he a carrot? Is he a stapler? Does he just make terrible movies? Yeah, you know, he's a derpty-derp, turdiddly-derp. Please watch all Star Wars and make the videos one by one. That's a lot of videos. I might start doing Star Wars and stretch them out a bit, but there's like 9 movies. But, you know, it gives me something to do. Space Ice, how do you do the enthusiastic, frothing, super excited teenager voice and manner so well? Did you learn acting? I did not learn acting. I taught acting. I taught acting how to be. Dilla Soul, thank you for making this channel, Steven Seagal is stalking my fridge from my front porch. Any advice on dealing with this? Seagal is always pulling things like that. He has some weaknesses. I would say order a treadmill and put it outside and just see what happens. I feel like he will not come back. Get rid of your fridge is what he wants you to do, because then it's his fridge. Mr. Space Ice, have you seen the greatest movie of all time? And then he lists a movie that is not the greatest of all time, Stone Cold with Brian Bosworth. So nice non sequitur setup. But yes, I have seen Time Cop. Space Ice needs to make a movie? I like how you threw a question mark at the end after saying a statement. But yes, he does need to make a movie. I think it would be amazing. Space Ice, when did you first fall in love with movies? I believe it was 1989 when Bloodsport was released on VHS. It stuck with me ever since. Dark Angel is very underrated. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but thank you, Highland Laddie, for your contribution. Hey, Space Ice, can you make a video on Furious 7? Oh, hell yeah, I'll make a video on Furious 7. Oh, yeah. Space Ice, would you rather fight Chong Li or Tong Po?
Here we go.
Chong Li. Definitely Chong Li. Chong Li has fought Van Damme in multiple movies as the main villain, so I think his experience is better. Sherlock, I already answered the Amelia Hart, Steven Seagal question. My God. Thank you, Perfect Enrager. I do have angelic hair. Holly Perrin saw Space Ice compete about 10 years ago in a Taekwondo competition in Long Beach. He spin kicked himself into my heart. I remember that day. I remember that day. Vegan Gains, would you debate me on veganism? Steven Seagal hates vegetables, so you should go vegan. Seriously though, would love to talk veganism with you. I mean, Steven Seagal hating vegetables is a very strong argument. If you wanted someone to go vegan, I would definitely lead with that. BD, love your videos, man. Love from India.
All right,
Keep them
that's too
videos
bad.
coming. I'm a big fan of Neil Breen.
He's not really interested in debating.
Do you think you will ever beat Destiny in a debate? Everyone in the comments always says you get destroyed.
I think I've beaten him in my last 2 debates. Certainly. And I mean, the first debate we had, he just had absurd, ridiculous positions. Like, if you look at the majority of comments from Destiny followers on my first veganism debate with him, they were horrified at his position. So I think I won in every debate I've had against him. Thanks for the donation, though, Ryo.
Said that Bernie Sanders would have been a better candidate to run. Joe Biden has no chance of winning. Those people were all wrong. But if Joe Biden, would have ended up losing that election, they would be saying, oh, well, look, we were right. Whether or not you were right or wrong at the point of the analysis before the events take place doesn't matter afterwards what the result was. What matters is the analysis you were doing at the time, good and fair. It's easy to retrospectively look at things and be like, oh, they should just get it right always. But with the information you have on hand at the time, it's hard to know all the time how things are going to play out. So when you look at the media messaging,
I'm not trying to cherry pick history. I'm just trying to say, should we not learn from this incestuous relationship, which, by the way, has been used to gaslight a lot of median, low information Americans?
Yes, you should not reveal this to most people. That's definitely true. They can't handle it. Nazi esotericism, guys. Most of these people are crackpots. Oh my God, I love Hitler, ooh. It is kind of funny, isn't it? It reminds me a little bit of Red Scare, where you have this weird, incoherent blend of far-right politics and this, like, tweedly millennial, like, pseudo esoteric horoscope kind of, like, bullshit aesthetic, you know? You know what I'm talking about, right? I'm definitely a Nazi now, lol. Nice. Okay, we set up our own. No fatties, no women, no homo, of course. And definitely no trannies unless it's to admit they're just sick motherfuckers. This is from a woman, by the way. They're always pick-me's. Thinking of fleeing to Argentina like Mengele.
Dude, that's
The
nuts.
blockbuster hit movie, written by Neil Breen, directed by Steven Seagal, and starring Rob Schneider. Space Ice's mullet would exploded. Okay, I'll ignore the weird tenses.
Far too long. This driving kid has been sitting by the door waiting to be. Number 2, don't kick your head or your leg. Made it. I give it.
Dude, that thing looks fucking sick.
Look at it. Look.
And when you look at a brand
Are you well rested? Who is he? Frank have new material?
Oh, that guy in the live stream with Space Ice. He's a YouTuber I like. He makes fun of movies and Steven Seagal a lot. There is, in fact, a new Frank Tufano video, which I am sure will be horrific, stupid, and boring. But we'll take a look at that, James. Thanks for the donation. I want to listen to this song first. Speaking of doing shit that's metal as fuck, you check out my Instagram. Just made a post about the session I had today. I did a heavy single of 375. Went up super easy. That was just pure butter. So I think for next week, I'm going to add at least 10 pounds onto that heavy single. So I'll do 385, which will be an all-time PR. I might even go for 390. So if 385 moves like pretty easy like this, I might just jump to doing 405 the next week. Otherwise, I think in, let's see, 385, 395. So that'll be like 3 weeks, probably. I'll attempt 405. Much do I weigh? I'm 270. Yeah, that's dope.
Ham radio license.
What's up? How are you guys today?
Omni Vegan Donny Tellers, bro, the Dumos tea goes so fucking hard. The 30 seconds starting from 35 is so good. Doom Eternal, The Slaughter, unused track. Let's see this. I also really liked Rust and Guts. Rust and Guts was sick. Rust and Guts is dope. I like the I like that part on Phobos. This was really cool. Osvin, what's up, dude?
Oh my god, it's him! They've overrun the lower levels! Corporate says we should let them through! What? Why?
Access granted.
Hey, who are you? You can't be here!
Hell yeah. Those Doom games are so fucking metal, dude.
Frankie Eyeballs, aka Frankie Fish, lifts his back. I don't know. By the end of this year, we might have a laundry list of nicknames. But we're gonna do some Day of Eating reviews. So all I really do is search YouTube for like the most popular what I eat in a day shorts, and then we look at them. Hey, is this why I don't get
How long are you streaming for? I have work at 8 p.m. I'm probably going to be streaming until 12 at least, so quite a while.
Is this why I don't get views? I got to wear some spandex and and start my videos turned around. Is that why? I don't know.
Back to another what I eat in a day. Before my workout, I had some sourdough bread with peanut butter, strawberries, and cinnamon. Then I love to make my Organica electrolytes because I'm always dehydrated when I wake up. This is the wild raspberry flavor, which is one of my faves, and then I'll drink this while I get ready for my workout. After I worked out, I made one of my go-to smoothies, which is an espresso protein smoothie. It's so good. And then for lunch today, I made a quick pesto pasta salad. And then a bit later in the day, when I feel like I need a fun drink to keep me going, I'll make another electrolyte. This is Organica's
way too much electrolytes, unnecessary.
Grams of sugar and is caffeine.
I don't know why people are taking these electrolyte powders. They're not really necessary for most people. If you're doing very long, hard training sessions, so like if you're like doing boxing, MMA, training for like 2-3 hours straight, it makes sense to take some sort of electrolyte supplement, including something like Gatorade. If you're like a very serious weightlifter or bodybuilder or something, your sessions can go quite long. Might also make sense to take an electrolyte supplement like this. People who are on a low carb diet generally benefit from these sort of electrolyte supplements, but if you're just a normal everyday jerk off, I don't know why people are taking this shit.
Free, so I can really drink it anytime during the day. And then for dinner tonight, I made a teriyaki salmon rice bowl, which was so tasty.
Yo, do I need to buy glass straws? I honestly can't remember the last time I drank something from a straw. But just to kind of summarize my current nutritional understanding, there's two things that should be predominantly included in your diet. One is a base of animal nutrition, whether it's like...
Nope, that should not be included in your diet.
Grass-fed beef or steak or collagen. And number...
Yo VG, I know you're not doing any heat training ATM. But what if your main focus was health? Is it good for that? Rhonda Patrick goes on about it, but I've noticed like Huberman she makes mistakes in her reading of statistics.
So there is a clear benefit to hard, vigorous exercise. You do not need HIIT training specifically to get that benefit. So, yeah, you can have hard, vigorous exercise without it being high-intensity interval training. Rhonda Patrick is also super into like whatever dumb fad comes around, like the sauna shit. They're after every little weird they'll look at these like preliminary studies that look like there could maybe be something there, and then they'll blow it out of proportion, acting like, oh, this is the new cutting edge thing. And then sure enough, it's not, and it's stupid, and it's a dumb gimmick, and then they'll just move on to the next thing. It's a tactic that people have been using in the fitness industry for fucking ever. These people want to be the source of unique information no one else is sharing. So, like these gimmicks that not many people have heard of, it's just a marketing strategy. But Rhonda Patrick is full of shit on a lot of things. One of the things she's being most full of shit on is cholesterol. She's pretty strongly denied the link between cholesterol and heart disease. It does seem it seems like she generally recommends plant-based diets, however. But yeah, she is not really a good source of information because she overhypes stupid bullshit. And yeah, you don't need to do HIIT training for health. You can just do normal high-intensity training and be fine. Thanks for the donation, though, the Unkempt.
Number 2 is the caloric nutrition, which is best from grains and starches. So when you're basically not eating meat or bread, it's questionable whether you should include it in your diet because vegetables tend to be high in anti-nutrients.
Vegetables are not high in anti-nutrients.
They offer little actual nutrition, and in most cases...
Yeah, vegetables offer very little nutrition. That's why only vegetables contain fiber, phytonutrients, antioxidants, you know, things that make you actually live longer. But thanks for warning me that they're low in nutrition. I wasn't really interested in living long. I only wanted to make sure that I overeat things.
Cases they just cause toxicity and harm you. Then you have some things here and there like peanut butter or nuts or seeds that can...
Dude, it's so retarded. Frank has claimed that he was eating so much red meat, it was giving him iron toxicity, and then he's claiming vegetables are toxic. Right. You literally admitted you're eating foods that gave you some form of toxicity, red meat, and then you're claiming vegetables are toxic. What a fucking moron.
Can be variable depending on what you're eating. Fruits, which in most cases are okay. And then there's a bunch of random things that we run into from time to time. But overall, the foods she's choosing aren't really that bad. Peanut butter on sourdough for breakfast, at least it's calorically dense. Yeah, peanut butter is high omega-6, it's inflammatory. There's a lot of...
Peanut butter is not inflammatory. Omega-6 is not inflammatory. There is literally no pathway in the body in which omega-6 fats trigger inflammation. There are, however, pathways in which saturated fat triggers inflammation, but Frank will never mention that.
Better nut butters you can choose from. Like, that's why we sell macadamia nut butter on frankiesstrangefoods.com. So you could definitely improve that. I'm not a fan of electrolytes. Guys, I sell electrolytes. I have the best electrolyte product that's ever been made. It's called Lemon Light. That's on Organ Supplements. And I tell people, look, you don't really need electrolytes unless you're profusely sweating. The best way to hydrate is just take a bottle of mineral water in the morning. I mean, I have mine right here at my desk. You guys can't see it because of the green screen, but just drink a large bottle of high quality mineral water in glass every single morning. And that's all the electrolytes 95% of people need.
That is completely and utterly not true. You get electrolytes from the food you eat. You're not getting enough electrolytes just from fucking water.
If you're like outside sweating in the summer heat, you're working manual labor like a miserable construction job, like what I was doing yesterday, not eating breakfast and sweating my guts out for 5 hours in my warehouse. Yeah, I should have probably taken some electrolytes. But like this girl waking up And like what we've seen, she's not doing crazy stuff. You know, she's not doing hard physical labor. You know, she doesn't need electrolytes. It's totally unnecessary. And even if she did, I bet you if we look at the mineral ratios of the electrolyte, they're not even good. So then we have a post-workout smoothie. I think she put espresso in there and probably some protein powder. So not that healthy, like coffee espresso, caffeine stressing the adrenals. If the rest of your diet is picture perfect, maybe it's okay. And protein powders are passable if they're like grass-fed whey or collagen protein, grass-fed collagen protein, but most of them aren't, and they have a lot of fillers and additives, especially like these plant-based pea proteins that people tend to gravitate towards now. They're just not healthy for you. I mean, you guys know I'm a fan of pasta and starches, but you know, we have a very specific type of wheat that I like to have. Hey, at least she isn't shying away from the carbohydrates. You know, she has sourdough for breakfast, she has pasta for lunch, so that's pretty good. It's just what she's accompanying these starches with. It should be a higher quality protein instead of the vegetables, the high omega-6 stuff. I mean, I guess this meal wouldn't be that bad if it was completely organic, honestly, because she did have a protein shake before that. And then she has more electrolytes, which, you know, were unnecessary in the first place. She really doesn't need them. Really doesn't need them. And then dinner. I mean, honestly, I can't say that I dislike this girl's diet because a lot of the time we do see people trying to restrict carbohydrates. But yeah, I mean, if she just had higher quality protein in the diet.
Will you do a live stream with Blaha? I messaged him on Instagram. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. I don't know if he checks his Instagram messages or anything.
Maybe reduce the vegetable content a little bit. I think she would feel a lot better. And yeah, the electrolytes are totally unnecessary. So overall, the diet isn't too bad. One thing we didn't mention was organic versus non-organic. I try not to say it a lot because I don't like to sound like a broken record, but if you're not going organic, if you're not going high quality with everything, you know, there's pollutants, there's agrochemicals, there's a lot of negative things. You can, we did a video on it a year or two ago.
It's funny how he says this. Just because of bioaccumulation, you're going to end up getting more of these agrochemicals from eating meat than you would from a primary source. So if you're so concerned about the shit, then don't eat meat.
There's a very extensive list of what USDA organic encompasses. And once you read that list, you'll never buy non-organic again. And most people don't get organic. So if the person's not going organic.
Organic is a scam. It is a bullshit marketing term to overcharge for food.
Which they're probably not. There's already a glaring issue with the diet, but what we're analyzing here is just the food type. So even if this was perfect, if it's not organic, you could be doing a lot better. And like some other stuff we don't mention often enough is, you know, was the rice made with glass bottle mineral water? You know, is all these electrolytes she's downing? That's probably with tap water. That's another big thing that people aren't mindful of in their diet is the water pollutant element.
This is by far one of his most boring videos I've ever fucking seen.
Saw you in this wankers video.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a response video either tomorrow or the next day. I already left a comment and I emailed him. I haven't gotten an email back. But thanks for the donation, buddy.
This is Zin.
Yeah.
What's up next? From a quick look, it seems a little restrictive on calories and caloric density, but we'll see. So lemon water in the morning is never a bad idea. Again, you know, what source of water are you choosing? In the breakfast, hey, at least she's having some eggs that look pretty good, sourdough. I can't complain that much about this breakfast. I will say that.
Yes, lots of nice artery clogging cholesterol.
Avocado is kind of behind salicylates and irritate a lot of people's guts, but overall, that's a pretty solid breakfast. You have some protein, you have some caloric density. Could maybe be a little heavier on the carbohydrates, or maybe just a little sugar on there. That would be good. I'm not going to analyze this pre-workout supplement, but what I will say is most pre-workouts are very high in oxalates. The nitric oxide, which is used for like pumps in pre-workouts, is very bad for your kidneys. So I would avoid them. under all circumstances.
Yeah, they're not bad for your kidneys.
I was actually going to make a natural pre-workout supplement to sell, but I decided against it. It's against my moral standing. So this looks like I thought it was keto, but it does look like she has some type of bread.
Bro, selling a pre-workout supplement is against his morals, but he's fine with paying for animals to get brutally fucking murdered. He'll murder thousands and thousands of innocent animals, but selling a fucking pre-workout supplement is too far for him. What a fucked individual, dude.
In the top right, and there's some cheese and some deli meat and maybe some hummus. Honestly, this looks really good. It just needs more carbohydrates. You know, it's like the carbohydrate content of the diet is pretty low, and in order to feed your gut bacteria, in order to detox the liver and have a balance of fiber, I think it'd be a little better to reduce like the high colored vegetables. You know, if she had like half the amount of vegetables here and twice the amount of bread, this would be a really solid lunch. So the food choices, it seems like she's making good ones. It's just the ratios are a little off. So then the snack is fruit, protein balls, and shake. All right, we can assume that the protein balls have some type of like processed pea protein, which isn't that good. From a fruit perspective, the white fruits are less inflammatory. I like apples and pears a lot. Pineapple are okay sometimes, but
So Frank has an eating disorder, and he thinks anything that has a color to it is toxic for some reason, even though the presence of color in fruit suggests that the fruit is ripe, and it's also high in antioxidants and phytonutrients.
So overall, not terrible, not horrible. And she had some ice cream, which depending on what ingredients the ice cream is made with, can be excellent for you or horrible for you. Like on Frankie's Strange Meat, we have raw grass-fed ice cream and lemon sorbet made with mineral water. You know, that's the highest quality stuff you could consume. That's what I would eat. But this is probably not good. That looks more like sorbet than ice cream, but she doesn't say what it is. And this dinner might be the worst meal. I can't really tell what that is. I mean, obviously we have a lot of veggies here and there, which, you know, like if you're a rabbit, it might work. There's some sushi up there. Hopefully it's sushi. That's probably some vegan
Yeah, vegetables, so bad for you.
nonsense. It seems like she's pretty plant-based. I think that's a big bowl of noodles or something. But it is colored, so I don't know. I don't know what this stuff is. We're assuming it's plant-based. It's not too high in carbohydrates and starch or caloric nutrition, and we don't see much animal protein. So not that great. And then she's having another snack. And the reason she's having these snacks and eating so much volume of food throughout the day is because of what we've been saying. Like her caloric density isn't high enough. She needs to eat more of the starches and probably a little more animal protein too. Bro, how many people pay for fake comments? I can't stop watching your videos. I'm literally so obsessed with them. Dude, I've been doing YouTube for like 8 years. I don't think I've ever had a comment like that on one of my videos. And my viewers like me a lot. Like,
well, it's probably because you upload boring shit nobody cares about, dude.
All right, what's next? Simplest diet to kill your body fat. Oh, is this the I don't have a job diet? I don't know. This seems really restrictive, especially for the amount of muscle mass this guy has. It seems like he just fasts all day till like 3 or 4 o'clock because he's just having black coffee in the morning. He's having a pre-workout, so plenty of caffeine and oxalates to destroy his adrenals and kidneys. Not too healthy. And he works out. And then the meals he has, at least he has some rice, but it's just high protein, not a crazy amount of carbs and starch and fiber. Konjac jelly, again, 4 calories, so it's some synthetic chemical crap that he's just using to suppress his appetite. And then the ice cream that he has is, again, a low-calorie ice cream. So he's doing some real caloric restriction in the context of his muscle mass. He probably needs like 1,000 to 1,500 more calories, and he'd probably still be able to lose body fat if it was all high-quality food. So I'm not a fan of this in general. It's just pretty unhealthy for your organs. Pretty unhealthy for your organs. And then we have a college student.
This is everything I eat in a day as a college student. In the summer, so for breakfast, I started off by making some tea, and then I had some pancakes from Naked Nutrition. This is their protein pancake mix, and I was really excited because I haven't had pancakes in so long, but I just made the batter according to the instructions, threw in some butter, and started whipping them up. I was really excited when I
was talking pretty fast.
But then after that, I put some fruit, strawberries, and then also drizzled some honey over top, and they were absolutely delectable. They were super good, and I haven't had pancakes in so long, and with my sweet tooth, it's the absolute perfect way to start the morning.
I don't understand why people do what I eat in a days, and then they make stuff that they never eat.
But then for lunch, I had some leftover soup and also some leftover Nutella pizza. And then after that, I had to go to the library. I had this little detox shot that I like drinking to kind of wake me up. And I don't know, just make me feel really energized. But then I also washed up some fruit and packed that to go. And then I headed over to the library and I had a 2,000 word essay that I had to get started writing on that I barely started. So yeah, after that, I decided to go to the grocery store, just look around. And then I went on a little run and then it started storming. So I ran home and for dinner, I just had some rice, vegetables, meat, soup. And then I had some banana cake for dessert. And that's basically it. Bye.
Hey, I think she eats a lot better than most college students do. You know, she's having a few solid meals. Maybe the protein content is a bit low, actually. You know, like starch pancakes for breakfast, like leftover starch and pizza. I guess the big problem with this diet is that she barely ate any protein whatsoever. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, there's no point of really addressing the food she's eating or the quality, which, I mean, she's just eating really a lot of starch, which if anything, I'm actually a fan of. It's just, if she had a nice chunk of protein with each of these meals, the diet would be a lot better. A lot better. Maybe when her cuck boyfriend takes her out to Nobu once a week, she gets to pig out on like $800 worth of sushi, and that's where she gets all of her protein. I wonder why she talks so fast. Is there like a bunch of coffee she's drinking she's not showing us?
I'm 23 and definitely can't eat the way I used to in high school, so I thought I'd just...
That's the funniest stuff. I'm 23, I can't eat like I used to, bro. Please help me. Please, these people are so ridiculous. I mean, I guess if you destroyed your liver with like 3 gallons of alcohol every weekend, that might be a remote possibility, but it's very, very unlikely. Like, dude, like, you're 23. You should be able to do whatever you want and not have any health issues.
Show you things I eat to maintain my weight and stay toned, but also still have everything I want to eat. Every morning I start off with an iced coffee. It's like what I look forward to when I go to bed. And this one I put Chobani creamer in and a little bit of this muscle milk protein shake. Protein's so key. That'll keep me full till lunch. And then lunch I had a big fat pork roll bagel from Wawa. It was fire. Then I snacked on some small red grapes. I got these at Giant and they're like the best grapes I've ever had. For me, I personally can't cut out meals that I love or I will literally go crazy and I'll do the opposite effect.
Bro, this seems like
tacos for dinner.
What a gym bro from New Jersey eats.
Half a muffin for dessert. I feel like portion control is really huge. And then some raspberries and the night.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a diet or what. Why would you say what you eat to maintain your weight, but you kind of just eat what you want? Like a muscle milk, pork roll, which I got nothing against. Some fruit for a snack, and then she had. I mean, this just seems like you might be on a standard American diet. Like there's nothing special about this meal. But hey, it is meat and bread. You know, pork roll. Granted, it's probably low quality, really crappy pork. Tacos, meat and bread. I can say I'm actually a fan of what she's eating, but I'm just like, I mean, too.
What I eat in a day as a very active teenager, so I had blueberry and avocado toast before I went to swim. Then I came back and I had a bowl of cereal and a smoothie, strawberry banana, and then I had quinoa, salmon, and avocado for lunch, and then an English muffin, peanut butter, apple, and turkey for dinner.
Yeah, I think it's just too low in protein and not enough calories, especially if she's a swimmer or something and she's that active. I'd be surprised if this was all she eats every day. You know, 2 meals that aren't like super crazy large or that have a ton of starch and protein in them. So, you know, if the only protein she's having all day is like a slice of salmon, it's not that great. I guess less one. I mean, I guess for only having 2 meals, it could be a lot worse. Like at least a croissant and this stuff is calorically dense.
Oh my God.
Hypothetically high quality saturated fats like butter. So this is actually a really good breakfast if it's all made with high quality ingredients, believe it or not. It's actually a really good breakfast. Chicken with broccoli is usually, chicken's usually a very low quality protein source. At least she's having some protein. The broccoli and greens and stuff would be nicer if she was just having more starch with this. Then it would be an okay meal. And then lentil salad with burrata. I mean, hey, she threw a giant chunk of cheese on there, which is good. You know, you're getting your animal nutrition at least. But you're much better off having a bunch of starch, which is much less inflammatory than all these greens and lentils and stuff, which can irritate your gut. So if it was like white rice and cannellini beans or something like that, you know, ditch the colored stuff and go for the plainer starches. It's a bit healthier. Well, that's the last review. So thank you guys for joining me. If you enjoy this and do want to support me, you can check out frank-tufano.com where we have a bunch of stuff on the meat stuff that's our value. Frank-Tufano.
That was one of his worst fucking videos, and that's saying a lot.
Hey, Navy SEAL.
That is saying a lot,
What's
dude.
up, guys? We're back with another educational video, and this
lemonade in your life. Yes, what a stupid thing to ask. Or chase down an ice cream truck when I was a child. No, of course not, because you are spending hours creating ridiculous videos online. I make videos online for a living, and these ridiculous videos on this channel actually do make money. Okay.
Historically in this country for how different people have been treated, the types of people that are brought in, things like red line. Hold on, wait, let me finish. Okay,
Sorry.
I would agree with that. Okay, I'm just
have fun
saying
at work,
that
Aaron.
As to
Take
my
care.
original point, because this all goes to like what are problems with the media today is where we branched off from this, and I said there were 2 things, and the first one I gave was that things have gotten a lot more complicated. Okay, 70 years ago, when you had signs saying like no N-words allowed, okay, and you look at somebody, you're like, hey, this is probably not good, okay? Or you look at the TV and you see like, you know, little black school children, okay, getting eaten by fucking police dogs, and you're like, hey, this is probably not good, okay? There is racism here. We need to fix this, right? That's a much more visceral, easy to understand answer than somebody saying like, hey, I know that we have a black president right now, and I know that, you know, there are no like racist laws, at least in the books right now, but like the vestiges and the, you know, the reverberations of racism are still felt today. That's a much more difficult thing to argue. And there's a whole bunch of like things that, because even though.
I stand corrected. 25 minutes. I was wrong. Have my respect. You did not quit.
I had no delusions of winning this fight. It's pretty clear after, I don't know, 45 seconds. Sean's the man.
I issued my Navy SEAL challenge. I don't crew. She's like, so like, I'm gonna
blow you, right? You know, Sean has this magic ability to just go viral now. Everything he puts out and stuff, and you know, just knowing him, and I've always respected him a ton.
Ready? Yes, sir. Fine, now I know you're in the Navy, bro, so let's not make this weird. Someone get a bell. Someone get a bell. Someone give me a bell. Someone give me a bell. I don't want to knock you out. I want to make you quick. I don't want to quit from the leg. I'm being nice. You know you're gonna quit. Oh. You know you're gonna quit, Mitch. Come on! Hey, breather.
Body.
I'm gonna go down on the ground. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Doing great.
Yeah, this guy should have never done that. I don't know why he did.
This week, we're talking about xylitol and the possibility of it causing cardiovascular disease. But first, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Oh, the algorithm. I always know when a paper is something I need to cover because of how many times I get sent it. And when this paper came out, I got sent it a lot. People asking my opinion. This is a paper that recently got published in the British Medical Journal, the BMJ. It was looking at a sweetener called xylitol and its potential to cause cardiovascular disease. When people started sending me this, I was reading news headlines. I'm like, I wonder if this could be overreaction theater. And it took me a while to track down the full text. I know all these influencers and news stations who are doing these hot takes are not reading the full text. Well, I did. So I'm here to give you the skinny, the lowdown on xylitol and cardiovascular disease. First off, you guys may remember about a year ago, I did a video on erythritol and its potential to cause cardiovascular disease, and basically talked about how I didn't think that study really was good evidence that erythritol could cause heart disease. So this is a study published by the same lab using very similar techniques and very similar methods with xylitol. So the first thing to point out is that they were not measuring xylitol intake. Now, what's xylitol? Xylitol is a sweetener that basically has a 1-to-1 sweetness, same as glucose. And so it's used as a sweetener in many keto-friendly products and many like low-carb products because it doesn't really impact blood glucose nearly as much as regular sugar. Now, it still has calories, and it still does slightly raise blood glucose, but not to nearly the same extent as regular sugar. So it is a good sweetener to use for people who are looking to keep their postprandial blood glucose down. I question how important that is, as we've talked about before, but that's neither here nor there. The nice thing about xylitol is, unlike things like sucralose, which sucralose is 600 times sweeter than sugar, you don't need very much of it, and so you've got to add bulking agents to it, and it just doesn't have the same consistency as sugar. Xylitol is 1-to-1 the same sweetness as sugar, so you can basically, any recipe that you would use sugar for, you can just put in the same amount of xylitol, and you'll get a similar level of sweetness. So that's one of the benefits of xylitol. Now, in this study, they were looking at the incidence of MACE, which is major cardiovascular events, and its association with xylitol levels in the blood. So they did what's called a metabolomics panel, where they ran a bunch of different metabolites in the blood and looked at whether or not they had any association with the incidence of major cardiovascular disease events. Now, why is that important? It's important because we're not talking about people who are taking in xylitol. They didn't measure their xylitol intake, nothing like that. Xylitol is produced by your body naturally as part of the metabolism of xylose, which again is produced by your body naturally, okay? So they showed these people had higher levels of xylitol. They were not measuring their xylitol intake, and I'll come back to that here in a minute. I also want to point out that the cohort that they used were very, very, very sick people. So we were talking about people average age 64, over 20% had diabetes, over 70% had hypertension, over 75% had a history of cardiovascular disease, over 75% had a history of coronary artery disease. Almost half of them had had a history of a heart attack, a myocardial infarction. Almost 20% had a history of heart failure. Over 70% of them were taking aspirin to help thin the blood for risk of heart attack. And half of them were on ACE inhibitors, which again is used for people who are at risk for heart attack. So we're talking about a very, very, very sick cohort. Now, they did the metabolomics assessment. What did they find in terms of association? Well, they found about an 80% relative risk.
Going Anders, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my God, what a handsome boy.
Yeah. Hey, son. What's up, you little distinguished gentleman? Oh, who you winking at?
That's a very handsome kitty. Wow. Oh my God. That cat wants a croissant. That's a good cat. Friendly reminder that Osama bin Laden had this image saved on his hard drive. No way, really? What? For real? No way. I gotta look that up. That's okay, come on. Osama bin Laden Berserk meme? There's no way, really? Friendly reminder, Osama bin Laden had this image saved on his hard drive as a copy pasta and image macro meme, which funny image is posted alongside the caption. Yeah, okay, this is just bullshit. Contents of Osama bin Laden's hard drive, which purportedly contained memes, video games, animated movies, and anime episodes, and other unexpected files. Okay, maybe there is some truth to it. On May 29th, 2021, user Footsberry posted an image of a Captain America ring sucker under the caption, friendly reminder that Osama bin Laden had this on his hard drive, garnering around 10 likes in 3 years. This is the earliest known iteration of the meme. On the same day, Anonymous Boy posted an image macro to r/196 of Kahlua from Hunter x Hunter, grilling under the same caption, garnering over 20,000 upvotes, same span of time. Format gained viral spread. January 11th, posted a version of the meme that gained over 33,000 likes in a year. User Unscrutable Memeless reposted the Gandalf meme, garnering over 40,000K in 6 months. Okay. So he might have had weird memes on his hard drive, but this isn't necessarily true. Osama probably watched a lot of hentai too. Maybe. Like, I know Muslims, every religious group does this. They'll find weird justifications for what they're doing. Like, oh, it's not porn because it's a cartoon. Because it's a cartoon, it's, it's haram. So, maybe.
Increase in people who had higher levels of xylitol in their blood versus people who had lower levels of xylitol in their blood. So there's different ways you can do statistics when it comes to associations. And when they used xylitol in the blood as a continuous variable, and they adjusted for levels of CRP, which is a marker of inflammation, and most of these people had pretty high CRP, and they adjusted for other traditional cardiovascular disease risk factors, it went down to a 6% relative risk increase per standard deviation of xylitol. That's a lot different than 80%, okay? Now, it still remains to...
Holy shit, Osama bin Laden was a fan of an anime, and my goodness, Caption America, I thought he hated out country.
Let me actually see, what anime did Osama bin Laden watch?
Osama bin Laden was an awful person who did terrible things. Therefore, it should come as no surprise when the CIA examined the hard drives recovered from his compound, they found awful things. When they dug deeper into what was actually on the hard drives, some surprising files were discovered. We now know Osama bin Laden was watching anime, playing video games, and exploring some of the more unsavory aspects of the internet. Get ready, because what you're about to discover on this terrorist's hard...
Dude, I can almost guarantee you with 100% certainty this guy was watching Sailor Moon. Almost guarantee you he was watching Sailor Moon. If he was watching anime, he was watching Sailor Moon.
And appall you. On May 2nd, 2011, a group of Navy SEALs infiltrated Osama bin Laden's compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. That Hamza would take over the organization when his father either passed away. This is a disgusting thought, but bin Laden was a disgusting man. He also had recordings of the 2008 documentary for political purposes. Al-Qaeda also used these videos and images as sporting a thin mustache and looking relatively. Images and videos on the hard drives were likely used to identify and locate Hamza. In 2019, Hamza was killed in a U.S. counterterrorism operation somewhere in Afghanistan or Pakistan. The hard drives also consisted of plans and preparations for the 10th anniversary of September 11th and ways to use the Arab Spring uprisings to al-Qaeda's advantage. The information on Osama bin Laden's hard drives was not meant to be seen by...
Why, Salamoon, let me guess, he is a pedo, that's why.
Yeah, basically. He's probably jerking off to it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Anyone outside of Al-Qaeda, as they included details that would allow the U.S. to interrupt their plans. However, it's the things other than terrorist plots and speeches found on the hard drives that were the most shocking. It probably comes as no surprise that Osama bin Laden was a narcissist. His hard drive tells this story almost perfectly. This awful human loved documentaries about himself. In fact, his hard drives were loaded with shows such as CNN's In the Footsteps of Bin Laden and World's Most Wanted. It's plausible that these shows were downloaded just to keep tabs on what the US media knew about him, but there was also no reason to save the files after they were watched if that was the only thing they were being used for. It's not hard to imagine Osama bin Laden watching documentaries about himself and finding pleasure in them. This is a disgusting thought, but bin Laden was a disgusting man. He also had recordings of the 2008 documentary Where in the World is Osama bin Laden, created by Morgan Spurlock, the man who made Super Size Me. Perhaps the craziest documentary that Osama bin Laden had on his hard drive was Loose Change, which theorized that the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon was a false flag operation. The documentary has been debunked countless times and has no real evidence or validity to it. It's just odd that Osama bin Laden, the man who orchestrated the 9/11 attacks, would have a copy of this particular documentary on his hard drive. Maybe it was just a reminder of how gullible some people can be, or perhaps he kept it as a memento, just like all the other documentaries about him. We know bin Laden was crazy and super paranoid, and rightfully so, as he had the world's most powerful military looking for him constantly. However, a document on his hard drive showed just how nervous he was about being tracked down. In one folder, there were a set of messages from bin Laden to one of his wives. In it, he told the wife they'd put a tracking device in her filling when she went to a dentist in Iran. Osama described it as the size of the chip is about the length of a grain of wheat and the width of a fine piece of vermicelli. It's not entirely clear what bin Laden did about this paranoid delusion, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that he forced his wife to have the tooth removed. There's also no evidence that a tracking device was ever put into her tooth or if this was even possible at the time. As we go deeper into the hard drives of Osama bin Laden, things start to get stranger and stranger. For example, some of the porn he had on it wasn't the most conventional. Osama bin Laden was into some kinky stuff. On his hard drive were bootleg copies of obscure porn titles that came from old arcade games. For example, games like Fantasy 95 or Perestroika Girls rewarded players
Oh. Okay. Yeah, that is kind of weird. It's like an old, early 90s arcade game that has pornographic images.
who progressed through the story with badly drawn pictures of naked or scantily clad anime women. These pictures were either pixelated characters or extremely low-resolution pictures of real nude women. It seems like an odd choice for porn. However, it wouldn't be uncharacteristic for Osama bin Laden to have strange tastes when it came to what interested him. That being said, some journalists believe that the pixelated porn might have been used to send coded messages to other members of Al-Qaeda. Bin Laden was afraid of relaying messages via email, as they might be tracked back to him. This was also probably not the most secure way of sending messages to his terrorist organization, especially if he didn't want the US to find out what his plans were. Therefore, it's hypothesized that he might have hidden secret orders or messages within the pornographic images or games that he had on his drive. But some experts have another hypothesis as to why bin Laden had so much pixelated porn on his hard drive. They say he might have just been into it. Osama bin Laden wasn't only into watching porn, there were also many other surprising videos, shows, and movies that were discovered on his hard drives. Think back to around
Yep, there were adult pornographic video games back then, believe it or not.
Well, I could believe it. There were porn games on the original Atari. Let me see. Yeah, Angry Video Game Nerd literally did a video on it.
Nobody would believe me. Stick style, where Custer is like a cartoon character, and he's way smaller than her, and he's got a hairy ass. Well, let's pop this piece of shit in and give it a go. I don't even need to comment. Look at this. Well, you're both completely naked. Well, maybe not completely naked. You got a cowboy hat, a pair of boots, and a scarf or an ascot. Ascot. So what's happening? There's spears dropping from the sky and you gotta dodge them. Oh look, I got hit. Then lightning strikes and you jump out of your boots. So the goal is to get over there and rape her. It's terrible. I can't believe I'm playing this. Yeah, fuck her, fuck her, fuck her, fuck her. That's how you score in this game. Anybody can make a game for the Atari 2600 and here, beat 'em and eat 'em. A girl licking an ice cream cone. But what the fuck's the title about? It doesn't sound pornographic.
I'm taking Abilify now. I'm on vacation but I'm still so depressed. I tried adopting your mindset but I feel hopeless.
Well, it's hard to actually change your mindset and internalize some of those messages, and it's likely going to take a lot of practice. Also, if you just recently changed a medication, it typically takes a few weeks for you to notice any changes, but good luck, reincarnation with reincarnation of Rabbit. Hope you feel better soon. The only path to only $2, he missile. Oh my god. That is a missile. Holy shit. I like that gif of the eagle with hair. This dude better go vegan. Let me see.
Hurry up, bro.
Please take his time.
Yeah. It's like, hold that for me. It's the boss.
When the corn starts falling, the monkeys run up and take it. Yep.
No, little monkeys are ninjas.
Yeah, really. Yeah, Andrew Tate is a horrible, horrible person. I don't see him going vegan. Oh my god. A hippo sleepover? Oh my goodness, a little baby hippo? Oh my god. I wonder if he's gonna poop in bed. That's really cute. Oh my god, baby hippos are adorable. Oh my god. That's a Hyrax. That's a really good Hyrax. That's also a good Hyrax. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
Do you think having Kamala Harris replace Biden would be a bad idea for Dems?
Yes. There have been some political analysts who've talked about this. It wouldn't be as bad as replacing him with someone else because technically it would sort of be a part of his incumbency. But it probably would still be a bad idea. I think you're likely going to see... Like, look, Kamala Harris is a fucking moron to begin with. And on top of that, she's a moron who's a woman. So imagine Trump running against a woman that not many Democrats like, who's also kind of an idiot, who has said a lot of stupid things, has been embarrassed publicly and called out for being like a fucking disgusting hypocrite. So I don't think that'd be a good choice. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
Sounds violent, like you beat somebody up and eat them. Oh, I get it. Beat them and eat them. Oh dear, what have I gotten myself into? All you do is move these two sluts back and forth to catch this stuff that this guy shoots down. Yummy. Let's take a look at the man.
Yep.
2007, and the meme videos that came out on YouTube, perhaps the most famous of all was Charlie Bit My Finger.
Ew, gross.
Charlie bit me.
It was so popular that even Osama bin Laden saw it. When going through the files on his hard drives, the CIA was surprised to find that bin Laden had downloaded a lot of YouTube videos and even enjoyed watching the meme videos that were coming out of the US. There were numerous cat videos found on the hard drive, which might suggest that bin Laden was a cat person, or at least he found them amusing. One of the most surprising assortments of videos that bin Laden downloaded off the internet had nothing to do with terrorism or memes. Instead, he had a huge collection of crocheting videos. This might seem weird for a mass murderer and a leader of a terrorist organization, but when bin Laden was in hiding, there probably wasn't a whole lot to do. He might have taken up crocheting as a hobby and learned how to do various patterns using YouTube videos. For example, files like How to Crochet a Basket, Stripe Crochet Beanie Cap Hat, and Star Rainbow Crochet Applique were some of the numerous crocheting files found on bin Laden's hard drive. We aren't sure if he was the one doing all the crocheting, but someone in Al-Qaeda had a real interest in knitting. The other part about the videos on Osama bin Laden's hard drive was that there were a number of educational videos for young children. Maybe these are what bin Laden used to learn English. Files like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, the new fast alphabet, ABC phonics chant, and 1, 2, buckle my shoe suggest that bin Laden struggled with his ABCs. In all fairness, the Arabic alphabet is different than the Latin alphabet, but the videos he chose to learn the ABCs from probably didn't have to be children's sing-along songs. Bin Laden also liked other documentaries besides just the ones that were about him. Yet, like everything else on his hard drive, there seemed to be some odd choices. Perhaps Osama bin Laden was looking for dirt on the Christian church, or maybe he just found scandals fascinating. But one of the many documentaries was Sex, Crimes, and the Vatican. Another file was titled How Many Angels Are There?, which could refer to a documentary about how many angels there are in heaven, or perhaps this was just a YouTube video that literally explained how many angels there were in the Quran or other holy writings. Osama bin Laden also enjoyed his cartoons. There were several episodes of Tom and Jerry along with the Pink Panther found on the hard drive, but perhaps the most intriguing video file of all is one that's titled bubbles.wmv. Is this just a video of someone blowing bubbles? Is it about how to make bubbles? Or is it something else entirely? We may never know. There also appears to be a lot of anime fans at Osama bin Laden's compound, because the large amounts of space on the hard drives was dedicated to anime shows. It might be hard to imagine Osama bin Laden and his terrorist friends sitting around watching anime, but the sheer number of videos on the hard drive suggests this is exactly what happened. Osama enjoyed Naruto, Bleach, and Dragon Ball Z. On top of that, there was also The Devil May Cry and...
Weird. He's a DBZ fan.
A number of anime crossovers that only hardcore anime fans even knew existed. It's actually impressive how vast of an anime collection Osama bin Laden had on his drives. This also goes to show just how much pirating of copyrighted materials Al-Qaeda did. Copyright infringement probably isn't the most pressing concern for a terrorist organization, but it does mean someone in Al-Qaeda put a lot of time and effort into illegally procuring all of the anime videos, along with some other digital content. We'll never know if this was at the order of Osama bin Laden, or if someone else in the organization took it upon themselves to load up the hard drives with anime, but the massive amount of files suggests it was likely being watched regularly. For someone who hated the Western world so much, bin Laden had a lot of Hollywood blockbusters on his hard drive. Animated movies like Ants, Cars, Ice Age, and Chicken Little were all found on the hard drives.
Dude, this is so bizarre. Fucking guy who's like 70 years old, who's a fucking jihadist terrorist, is watching Chicken Little. It's just so odd. You know, it's kind of like when you look at, you know, photos and videos of Hitler just being a normal dude, and it kind of like surprises you. You know, behind all this weird shit that we see people do where they're like crazy, insane, and murder people, like at the end of the day, they are just people.
But these weren't the only movies found. It would seem Osama and his crew were also into action flicks. The hard drives had files for Resident Evil, The Three Musketeers, and Batman Gotham Knight. Perhaps these were for research purposes, but it seems much more likely that Osama bin Laden and the terrorists that surrounded him just enjoyed watching the flicks that came from a part of the world they saw as the enemy. To be fair, there wasn't a whole lot to do in the compound while hiding from drones and US operatives that were hunting them down. Therefore, bin Laden needed a large number of entertainment options to keep himself busy. And what better way is there to kill the time than by playing hours upon hours of video games? It would seem Osama had a liking for Nintendo games. There were several emulators stored on the hard drives collected from the compound, and most of the files associated with them were for classic Nintendo DS games, like Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, New Super Mario Bros., Metroid Prime Hunters, and Yoshi's Island DS. However, not all of the video games were based around Nintendo's fun-loving plumber and his friends. There was also a hardcore gamer side to things as well. Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars was another game on Osama's drive. Like with the DS games, there was an emulator installed for bin Laden to play to his heart's content. The Grand Theft Auto franchise seems much more in line with Osama bin Laden's personality, since he could kill innocent civilians and cause mayhem. You can imagine him playing until the wee hours of the night, trying to get away from the cops and wreaking havoc across Chinatown. Luckily, he wasn't able to get rid of his wanted status in the real world, and SEAL Team...
Yeah, I know Destiny is debating Paul right now.
Is a union, a police union, arbitrated standard that favors cops.
That doesn't make any sense. Immunity, when you talk about immunity, we're talking about immunity from crime, so this has to be something related to the judicial system, and it has to do with what they're allowed to judicially review.
Six took him out to ensure he'd never hurt anyone ever again. Just like Grand Theft Auto, another game on Osama's hard drives makes sense when you think about it. Members of Al-Qaeda and their leader had access to Counter-Strike, a first-person shooter where players work together either as terrorists trying to plant a bomb or counter-terrorist forces trying to stop them. We'll give you one guess which team Osama and his friends like to play on. The game normally requires an internet connection to play against other people across the world. However, bin Laden and the crew at the compound may have set up their own LAN network to play against one another. Again, it's probably pretty obvious which side Al-Qaeda members wanted to be on. The LAN network would have been more secure, so they couldn't be traced, which means if you ever played Counter-Strike back in the day, you probably didn't face off against Osama or members of Al-Qaeda, although we don't know that for sure. On top of the video games already mentioned, there seems to be a decent amount of time spent playing Zuma Deluxe to pass the time. You have to remember that around 2007, these types of games were all the rage. It's interesting to note that Osama and his group at the compound seemed pretty up to date with their gaming practices. These men also spent their time killing zombies in Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 2. Many of the video games that Osama and the men in Al-Qaeda were playing had a shooting component to them. Again, this is not surprising considering who was doing the gaming. Even though these were bloodthirsty terrorists, it does seem they enjoyed Nintendo just as much as any of the shooters they had at their disposal. Again, we'll never know which games Osama bin Laden himself preferred or played, but according to the files on his hard drive, he seemed to be an avid gamer. Along with video games, porn, and other media, there was a plethora of documents housed on the hard drives. The important ones were never released to the public for national security reasons. However, we can assume that some of the files on the hard drives led to the capture or deaths of many other Al-Qaeda members. Also, it's likely that not too many photos and videos of torture victims and executions were released to the public. Let's not forget Osama bin Laden and the members of Al-Qaeda were terrible people, capable of unspeakable things. Even though you might have seen some of the videos or played some of the games on Osama's hard drive, it does not mean bin Laden was an average guy. He was a terrorist responsible for the deaths of thousands, making him more a monster than human. There were also drafts of emails found on Osama bin Laden's hard drives that provided glimpses into.
Been dealing with brachialis pain long before I started lifting. It reoccurs a lot and impinges on my lifting. Also, Andre Smore F.
Let me take a look. Jeez. Holy fuck. Like, considering how heavy that is, that's not the worst form. I was expecting him to, like, just jerk that up, but he's actually lifting it, like, with his bicep and forearm. That's insane. Fuck, dude. Smayev official. I want to take a look at some of this guy's arm training. I don't know what's necessarily causing the brachialis pain. How was it presenting, like, before you started lifting? Like, when did it start happening? What were you doing when you were experiencing brachialis pain? How do you even know it's brachialis pain and not some other type of pain somewhere else? Like, is it just a weird pain above your elbow on the inside of your arm? Like, are you feeling it right here? And what bicep exercises are you doing? Because I've noticed personally, when I do barbell curls, it clearly activates my brachialis muscles way more than dumbbell curls. Like, I feel a huge difference where when I do dumbbell curls, like, I kind of feel it more in the middle of my arm. When I do barbell curls, I feel it a lot more right here. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit. Dude, this guy has to be on all the fucking steroids. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, bro. Yeah, even with elbow wraps, that's crazy amounts of weight. Yeah, it's like 530 or 540. Oh, look at that. You can see his little acorn there. He has a lot of bench videos. Is this guy a pro arm wrestler? Feel it when I jerk my arms around like running or punching. I do dumbbell curls, strict curls, reverse grip curls. Running or punching? And you were feeling this before you... It's on the inside of my arm around the brachialis. Okay. And this was before you ever started, like, even weight training. You might want to try increasing your strength on reverse curls. And what's it called? You might also want to try training your forearms specifically, like do a lot of forearm training, like at least 3 times per week. Standing wrist curls, seated wrist curls with I would say do it with a barbell. Barbell wrist curls just I think are way better than dumbbell wrist curls when you're using both arms. Try to get your forearm strength to a point where you can do single arm barbell wrist curls. That might help. Yeah, that might help. The guy's going full potato on Destiny stream.
Have the cops be the first and sometimes only stop in investigating themselves. You're getting all convoluted and snaky with it, going down different. Oh, over here. What if it's this? What if it's your dad? What if it's your mom? What if it's this company? What if that company? I'm saying it's a bad idea to have anybody, whether it's corporate, governmental, public, or private, be the first stop shop and sometimes the only stop shop for a criminal complaint within its body.
I understand that it's not necessarily good to have a thing investigating itself. However, when it comes to criminal investigations, the body that does criminal investigations is the police. This is why there's the big meme saying of who polices the police. We can argue that there should be a second police that doesn't get to talk to the first police, that gets to investigate that police only, and that's fine. But there are times when a state attorney general might make an accusation against a police department and they investigate, or the federal police come in and investigate a police department and no wrongdoing is found, and people say the exact same thing. Oh, wow, the police investigated themselves. Even if it's a totally separate body, that's fine that you say that, but other people would say that you expecting to create a totally secondary division of police officers who are detectives that are generally police officers with experience, but they can't have been a prior police officer anywhere else. So you're talking about a guy that goes to school with the goal of becoming a detective, and the only reason he wants to become a detective is to investigate just the police, because he's not going to be allowed to do any traditional police work, and then these people are not allowed to have any contact with...
By the way, Paul is making a good point here. You see the sort of corruption in across agencies. Police from another agency like the FBI are going to be protective against...
If I'm correct, you started Vegan Gains channel in December 2014, almost 10 years ago. Congrats, man.
Well, thanks for the donation, Sean. Yeah, it's been a while. I've been around for quite some time, and I don't plan on quitting anytime soon. Thanks for the donation, Sean. Yeah, so when the FBI investigates a police agency, there is an expectation that the FBI is going to be protective of the police force. And you see that play out all the fucking time. You can see police pull over like judges, even though these cops don't know who the judge is, never dealt with the judge before. They recognize an authority figure and they're like, "Oh, this is a judge. Okay, well, we'll let you off with a warning." When if it was like some black dude, they'd just arrest him. I don't think having a police agency that investigates the police, I don't think that would really solve that problem. it's more of like a cultural thing where we're recognizing authority and giving them the benefit of the doubt too much. Having like some sort of special agency that investigates the police, I just don't see that fixing the problem, because the root of the problem just seems to be the general attitude, like the cultural attitude towards police and authority figures, and not just the fact that there's a policing agency investigating another policing agency.
Aliens with an overview of the, fourth dimension to come and look at it. The government has to investigate the government, right? That's who else is going to do it? You going to trust a foreign government to investigate it? No, right?
Okay.
Progress. Extra green up in my pocket, look like spinach. I put gold all in my mouth, I had a dentist.
Hell yeah, length and partials.
I said, better late than never, better late than never. You're better late than never, better late than never. Better late than never, better late than never. You're better late than never, better.
160, Саша. Ну, не очень, честно. Вот эти кардиограммы появился вот значок. Он говорит, it's fucking bullshit. Поэтому он говорит, берете локти маленечко назад. Он, кстати, на прямом грифе качал. Локти маленечко назад. Бицепс вырос. Растяжку я, естественно, никакую не делал. Для вас сняли тренировку на бицепс для платформы Boosty. Там мы выложили, какое количество подходов весил, такое тянешь. Вот, допустим, 10 килограмм повесил и 10 килограмм тянешь.
I do a similar variation to this, but I just use cables.
What if I wanted to...
Вот сюда сразу, я говорю, вот выламывает, аккуратно, ребят. Десятку ног только. Знаете, ребят, короче, когда на ферме в стойле, короче, теленка взвешивать ведут, ну, бой, короче. Чисто забивать. Вот, видишь?
Yeah, Death of Rabbit. I'm thinking it's probably not your brachialis, but it's more likely your brachial radialis. Because your brachialis is it's a small muscle right underneath your bicep, right here. Your brachial radialis. It extends around your forearm, and you can start feeling a lot of pain around your elbow from your brachial radialis. And I do know some boxers that do have that brachial radialis pain whenever they throw a punch, and it feels like it's right in their elbow. I would say try strengthening your brachial radialis by doing reverse grip curls. Reverse grip curls are also going to train your brachialis and your bicep anyway, but they focus more on your brachial radialis. And also try getting really strong at wrist curls. That might help alleviate that pain you're feeling. Since you're Canadian, I will vote on your behalf. You want RFK to win, right? No, I want Joe Biden to win. I'd probably prefer to have RFK win over Trump, but I'd rather have Biden win. When are you going to post lifting videos again? Soon. Soon. I was filming a bit of my session this morning. Here's the 365 I did. Here we go. I forgot to turn on audio from my webcam, so oh no, wait, there is audio. What the fuck? How the shit? That's so weird. I wasn't hearing it in Premiere.
I did a 185 overhead press at the gym a couple days ago with a tiny bit of leg drive.
Let me take a look. Alright, not bad. There was a bit of leg drive in there for sure. So, one piece of advice I can give you is have a much wider stance. Think kind of sumo wrestler. Give yourself a wider stance so you have a bit more stability. And you also shouldn't be pressing that quickly after you unrack it. You unracked it, walked back, and then like immediately started the press before you like stabilized the bar and were completely set in. That will help more with your stability and balance if you just take a second to adjust your footing, make sure the bar isn't twisting to one side or moving, and then initiate the press. And yeah, just try to also be mindful of when you're using leg drive. You should also wear a belt. Just wear a belt. There's no reason not to. Otherwise, pretty decent press, dude. Good job. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. Nice and easy. Here's the overhead pressing. So this was 205. And I flubbed the last set. I just lost balance on the last one. It was on the last rep anyway. It wasn't a big deal. Yep.
Высоко. Заряди.
The fuck is that lift? Huh, that's interesting. That guy's arms are fucking gigantic, dude. Yeah, never seen that one before. I'm assuming it's an arm wrestling thing he's doing there.
Андрюх, ну это получается уровень сложности, как знаешь, 1-80 левел, да? Попробуй. Сложная тема.
And this is some more like grip work. Yeah, dude, I need the steroids he's taking.
Андрюха, вот так. Очень чисто делает. 8. Отлично. Грязный. Очень. 72. Весом, а тут
He's got some pretty good calves too.
поинтереснее. Отлично, отлично.
To what he'd been up to during his years in hiding. He couldn't send emails or make phone calls from the compound because they likely would have been intercepted by US intelligence and given away his position. Therefore, bin Laden wrote emails that were uploaded to flash drives and brought by a courier to different internet cafes to be emailed out. The most surprising finding from these emails was that even while in hiding, Osama bin Laden still ran Al-Qaeda. Although he remained its figurehead while in hiding, he did need to give up some of his power to his second-in-command, Ayman al-Zawahiri. The files recovered from Osama bin Laden's hard drives indicated that he was still giving orders, being briefed on reports, and making religious rulings within the terrorist organization, all while in isolation at his compound. SEAL Team 6 recovered a lot of information during their raid on the compound while simultaneously taking Osama bin Laden out. We don't know how many people were actually living there, but it's reported that at least a few of his wives and several children were at the compound at the time of the operation. This brings us to an important point. Even though these hard drives collected from the compound likely had files that Osama used at some point, these devices could also have been used by other members of the family or by the soldiers staying at the compound with him. Therefore, all the movies, shows, video games, and porn might not have belonged specifically to Osama bin Laden. However, no matter which way you look at it, he almost certainly knew what was on the hard drives, and it's probable that most of the entertainment on the hard drives was for his own amusement and to keep himself busy. Not everything was digital at the compound either. Osama also had an interesting collection of books that gave further insight into how the maniac's mind worked. Surprisingly, Osama bin Laden was the owner of several books on the US. He had an interest in United States diplomacy tactics, which was made apparent by the books such as Bob Woodward's Obama's Wars, Noam Chomsky's
Is overtraining a real thing? Overtraining is a medical condition. What most people refer to overtraining is overreaching. So if you're working out really hard and then you notice your performance dip down, that's 99.9% of the time overreaching. You only ever see overtraining syndrome in extremely high level, like Olympic athletes that are doing extremely high volumes of training. And overtraining syndrome is something that will affect you for prolonged periods of time. Sometimes it can affect you for years. So if you're experiencing overtraining syndrome, what you'll see is you cannot do shit for months and months and months and sometimes years. It's some kind of like it's probably something to do with prolonged stress that your body has a very difficult ability to recover from. And it probably also affects you hormonally as well, where you can't produce like enough testosterone. Your body's ability to recover from exercise is impeded from like elevated cortisol levels. It can't produce its own antioxidant content like it used to. And if you're able to say like normally bench, I don't know, 250, you just, no matter how hard you train, your bench is going to be like 150. It really, really adversely affects athletes, and they have to take a very long time off to recover from overtraining. No one ever really experiences that, aside from very high-level professional athletes that are doing absurd amounts of training. So your average person going to the gym who's noticing a dip in performance, feels run down, they're just experiencing overreaching.
statistically significant. And again, when we're talking about relative risk, again, I want to explain what relative risk is, okay? So if we're talking about population, I'm just going to make up numbers, and they have a, say, 10% absolute risk of something particular happening, and they do something that raises that risk by 80%. It doesn't take it from 10 to 90%. 80% of 10% is 8%. It takes 10% to 18% absolute risk. So a 6% risk increase would be the difference between going from 10% to 10.6% absolute risk increase, okay? So it sounds sexy in the news, but it's not nearly as sexy in terms of the absolute numbers. Now, again, you don't want to do things that, drastically raise your risk. Just for reference, something like regular smoking cigarettes raises your risk of cancer, cardiovascular disease by 300 to 900%, depending on like the dosage and the type that you're using.
It's funny how he used that as an example because the absolute risk of lung cancer is well below 1%. So if you raise the relative risk of getting lung cancer by 300%, it basically gives you like around a 1% risk of lung cancer. So it's kind of an odd example. A better example would be heart disease. So if you find that something increases heart disease risk by, say, like 50%, the absolute risk of heart disease is about 20%. So you go from an absolute risk of 20% to 30%, which is a huge increase.
Is an association there between not xylitol intake, but the levels of xylitol in the blood and the risk of major cardiovascular disease events. But once they controlled for confounding variables, it wasn't nearly as sexy as what the news reported. They also looked at giving a xylitol drink, and they gave these subjects a 30-gram dose of xylitol, which is comparable to like some of the like keto ice creams that are out there that use xylitol, that sort of thing. That was kind of like their validation for using this dosage. And they found that postprandially, it increased xylitol by 1,000-fold, okay? Blood levels of xylitol. Now, I know that sounds really scary, especially based on, okay, blood levels of xylitol elevate the risk of these events. But xylitol is cleared out of the bloodstream very quickly. Its half-life is like a couple of hours, okay? And at 24 hours, you basically have no xylitol appearing in the urine. This stuff is processed out of your body really, really quickly.
Yeah, I'm still on OnlyFans. Haven't really been uploading, but I'm still on there. So if you message me, I'll message back.
Most of it is metabolized in a couple of hours. In fact, one study showed that there's no detectable xylitol in the blood after 1 or 2 hours after ingestion. So yes, you get a rapid increase, but it's also rapidly metabolized, and people's levels go back to baseline. Here's the important point. When they did these metabolomics, they're not measuring xylitol intake again. They're measuring the blood levels. People with higher blood levels of xylitol, it's not even necessarily because they're taking in xylitol. Because even if they were, after an overnight fast, it's not going to be elevated anymore. It's going to be back to baseline. And if we look, like for example, the erythritol paper, we know erythritol as part of the pentose phosphate pathway. The pentose phosphate pathway is very dysregulated in people who have what's called like syndrome X, which is high blood pressure, risk of cardiovascular disease. It's much more likely that this is reverse causation, that these people are very, very sick. And because of them being very, very sick, their saccharide metabolism of things like erythritol, things like xylulose, things like xylitol, things that are produced naturally by the body, is dysregulated, causing them to have higher levels of these sugar alcohols in their blood. The more dysregulated it is, the higher levels of these sugar alcohols. And so, of course, there's an association then, but it's probably reverse causality. If we're looking at xylitol intake, no studies that I know of that look at actual xylitol intake show risk factors for cardiovascular disease. And as I said, it's out of your blood in a couple of hours. It's back to baseline. So baseline changes in xylitol are more reflective of endogenous metabolism of xylitol, what's going on inside your body. And if you're a healthy person, you're metabolizing this quickly, you're not going to have high levels of xylitol in your blood. But if you're an unhealthy person, you have high blood pressure, you have metabolic syndrome, you're have risk for major cardiovascular events, you probably will have dysregulated metabolism and elevated levels of xylitol. Okay, so they did one more experiment where they were looking at platelet aggregation and thrombosis. Their takeaway was xylitol significantly accelerated platelet aggregation.
What do you think of Vegan Zombie? He's cool. He was in Toronto like a couple years ago and I hung out with him.
And thrombosis, which if you're looking like a myocardial infarction, platelet aggregation, thrombosis, those are...
Oh, they're talking about Israel now? Oh, fuck.
Together, like I said, there's a guy I know who I could DM now, and he might be able to send me a fucking list of things, but I doubt it.
Sure. Even if he had a list of 20 different things, like we can imagine, there's probably been thousands of different. I'm aware. I read the entire ICJ document that was submitted by South Africa. It's probably a lot of the same complaints that were alleged in there. I'm aware.
I mean, this is all, but it's ongoing. It's like live TV. He tuned into it, and I watched it. You know how you can share screens here in Discord and shit.
Sure, yeah, I understand.
He shared his screen and he was tuned into it.
Yeah,
it's not.
But I'm saying, like, let's say that there's a story and that like we have to defeat like the Palestinians. We can't allow this like to happen again.
No,
would that be like a
genocidal
genocidal statement?
It was. Okay, so you remember after 9/11 when you know, every fucking commercial break would have a bum, 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 with the flag, and then it's average people going like, I support our troops. I support our troops. I support taking the fight to them before they bring it to us. You know, I don't know if you were old enough to remember that. I distinctly remember that, right?
Okay, I don't remember it, but
so
okay.
That media climate is very extant in Israel right now.
Wait, hold on one second.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Things that basically cause these platelets, you know, blood clots, things to accumulate in a blood vessel, the endothelium, and that can cause a heart attack because you get all this aggregation of stuff.
Keep up the work, VG. You deserve a PhD. Dr. Richard Burgess, LMAO. Well, I wouldn't say I deserve a PhD, but I would say I'm a lot smarter than actual PhDs. Thanks though, dude.
Stuff, okay? Basically chokes off the blood vessel. So they took mice, basically they have a carotid injury, okay? They take these mice that are predisposed to have carotid injuries. Because mice don't absorb xylitol well, they did what's called an IP injection. They injected xylitol into the intraperitoneal space of these mice, and they saw it influenced platelet aggregation in a carotid injury model of mice. Okay, what does that mean for humans? What does that mean for regular people? They also did it in humans who had xylitol. So they gave them xylitol. They gave humans xylitol. Then they isolated their PRP. Okay.
Draw, ask yourself.
Oh. All right. I will do my best to draw Ask Yourself for you. Thanks for that donation, Riddick. Ah, damn it. Which do I want to use? Guess I'll do this one. You know what, I'll draw the... I have a tendency to draw things very small. I don't know why, but I'll draw it bigger. Dodo Tillers, have you ever tried any Herman Miller chairs? If so, do you think they're worth it? No, never tried any Herman Miller chairs. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Oh wait, wrong. Goes up this way. Actually, fuck. I think his eyebrow is too long here. I think I should have put the eyebrow a bit higher up too. Whatever. He has a big nose in this photo. I don't remember his nose ever being this huge. Fuck, you know what? This is a bit out of proportion. I'll redo the sides of his, like, mouth here. Axel Fuzz, $20. React if you get a chance, it's good. We've already reacted to this on a previous stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Actually, yeah, I think that's about right. I mean, kind of fairly accurate, I'd say. It's not too bad. Well, there you go. That's my drawing of Ask Yourself. I'd say it's not too bad. Looks fairly similar. Kind of. Proportions might be a little off, but not bad.
And then they added some agonists.
Actually, who the hell donated? Is it not reading it out for some reason?
I'm not as optimistic as I used to be. I worry Trump is likely to win. If that happens, Ukraine, Taiwan, Kurdistan, Europe and every ally except for Israel, will be in trouble. Fascists worldwide will have a friend as president of the US.
Yeah, I mean, it is a huge problem. So, yep, there's going to be a lot of bad things happening with a Trump presidency. What are you going to do, though, dude? Just make sure you go out and vote, and that'll be all you can do. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
ADP and TRAP6, which induce platelet aggregation and thrombosis, and found that people who had taken in xylitol had greater levels of platelet aggregation and thrombosis. So again, this is not they called it in vivo. It's not really in vivo. They took these platelets out, platelet-rich plasma, they took it out of people who had xylitol, and then added these agonists that cause this response, and found that it was a little bit worse in people who had xylitol. Okay, so what is the take-home from this? My take-home from this is that if you have a risk of cardiovascular disease, you have previous cardiovascular disease injury, maybe you want to avoid xylitol, because if it does, in fact, induce platelet aggregation, we don't want that. But I'm not sure it quite frankly does, based on the way they analyzed it. And we are looking at what's likely reverse causation, especially based on what we know about how dysregulated carbohydrate metabolism is in people with Syndrome X. So I'm not saying you should take in xylitol. I'm not saying that xylitol is good for you. However, I will say that it does cause less of a blood glucose response postprandially for people to take that in compared to glucose. Everything is not a black or white decision. These are all trade-offs. On balance, do I think it's better if somebody takes in xylitol versus pure sugar? I'm not sure. I think if you're controlling your overall calories, I think the difference in your health that taking in xylitol is going to make versus taking in glucose or sucrose, I don't think it's going to make that big of a deal. If it helps you control your intake, I guess it can be a useful tool, but I'm also not ready to freak out over this study, because again, they didn't measure xylitol intake. They measured levels in the blood. And so it is just as likely to be reverse causation as it is causation. Not saying you should take in xylitol. I'm just saying I am not ready to freak out over the results of this study. And the people who are reporting on this, going crazy over it.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
If you would
Do you
like
want to look at it?
Sure.
So when I look at that and I see Palestine shrinking, and I
from
see
what?
Israel,
Which year do you want to start?
Let's just start right at the beginning. Let's start at the founding of Israel, right?
Okay, so in 1948, how did Israel establish?
What did the border look like?
There was none.
Right. So there was just it was an established state. It
wasn't an established state. There was no state. In 1948, the British mandate for that territory expired. There were no borders. There was no state in there. Yeah.
So when was the state established then? The state of
Israel declared independence in 1948, and then they fought for their borders and whatever the armistice lines that were established by the end of that conflict after the 7 neighboring Arab states decided to invade. Whatever was fought for was what the borders ultimately ended up being.
Okay. And then the borders have steadily grown to include more and more of what we would call Palestine.
The borders didn't steadily grow. The major border expansion, nope. The major border.
If you took a look at the borders of Israel and the borders of a cancer growing in the body, and
here we go.
Would you say that cancer has steadily grown?
Here comes the retardation.
No. You would say that it didn't grow.
Well, remind me not to come to you for my future lung cancer diagnosis.
Okay. Remind me not to come to you for my historical analysis of Israel-Palestine. Okay.
Fair enough.
So did the Israeli borders grow from 48 to 67?
I don't know.
They didn't. No. So that's why I wouldn't say they steadily grew. So no, they did.
So
they just stayed the same.
Oh, they stayed the same. And then when did they start to grow?
They didn't start to. In 67, in a 6-day war, Israel seized and expanded their territory to the southwest, to the east, and to the northeast. That was so that was in response.
So that's the first time that they seized territory that wasn't theirs and made it Israel.
Well, I mean,
when was the next?
When we say it wasn't theirs, I mean, well, whose was it?
Whoever was on the land before it became Israel, I assume, right?
Okay, well, in the southwest, in the southwest, it was Egypt because Egypt conquered that territory in 48, and in the east. In the east, it would have been Jordan because they conquered territory in 48. And in the north, it would have been Syria because they conquered territory in 48, right?
So all of those countries' claims then?
Yeah, for a territory that they conquered.
Violated.
They won through, well, no, because they should have never had it in the first place. They conquered that territory.
But wasn't Israel non-existent prior to their conquering?
Israel wasn't existent, but there was a mandate for that territory in Palestine.
That's a tough one, isn't it? That's a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, well, no. Well, if you want to go by that argument, then Palestine as a state has never existed, so they're entitled to no land, so Israel should just kick all of them out immediately.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so that's not a good argument.
I would rather them round up the Palestinians and ship them to a different country than bomb them into fucking dust and tell them here's the escape route and then bomb the escape route. Yeah, I'd rather that a million times over.
Okay, so in 67, Israel expanded all of its borders. Okay, during a huge war again with all the surrounding.
First time.
Yep. Okay. Next. So in 79. They gave back the Sinai Peninsula to...
Ooh, how nice of them.
To Egypt. Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to freak out.
Okay, keep going.
And then in 2005, they pulled settlements out of the Gaza Strip.
Okay.
And that's about it.
So all of these settlements that they seized, those don't constitute a border expansion.
I mean, it depends on how you define border expansion. If you want, you can say that settlement expansion has increased in the West Bank, but I mean...
If you wanted to be a weasel fuck and micromanage the conversation, you could say that. If you wanted to just say Israeli borders are steadily expanding, you could also say that too and save everybody a lot of fucking time.
Okay, do you know what the borders are in the West Bank?
I'm looking them up right now for you, buddy, along with a historical perspective of the borders through the years.
Okay, hold on. Do you understand that there is absolutely...
He's going to pull up the meme
Hold on
map.
before you pick
He's
up
gonna
a
pull up
map
the
and
meme
show me
map.
what happened. Hold on.
Just as a quick thing, okay? You
Here comes
understand
the
that literally
meme.
I could argue any point right now and there would be absolutely no way for you to counter a single thing I've said. I've been steeped in this history for months, and you think that you're going to look up a map right now and you're going to be able to out-argue whatever you find on a cursory Google search. That's never going to happen, right?
Here comes.
Unless you think I'm a total idiot, which is possible.
I don't think you're a total idiot, but I don't know how I understand what the conflict is here between the two of us.
The conflict is that you just see the conflict is
Here
that
comes.
you've seen memes of the conflict and you think that that's like a strong argument for like, oh, the Israeli border expansion is happening because of this like 4-picture meme I saw online without understanding how any of it like works or what's going on.
Yeah, it's the meme map. I knew it. It's the meme map.
So this is bad meme. Why?
Oh
is this
my
a bad
god,
meme?
this is great.
Is this incorrect?
Because in 1947, that land right there didn't belong.
It said partition plan. It says it there. It didn't belong. This is the plan in 47. The second meme.
So in
The third one.
Wait, excuse me. Can we let's talk one image at a time. In 1947, all of that territory is owned and administered by the British. None of this belongs to Palestinians. This isn't even the state of this is the mandate for Palestine. Okay.
Okay.
So you've got Jewish settlements, and then you've got places that aren't Jewish settlements. That thing that's in green, that's not inhabited by all the Palestinians. If you knew anything about the region, you would know. Okay, well then filling all of that in with green doesn't really make any sense. There aren't Palestinians that live all across the Negev. There aren't Palestinians that are covering all of this territory. That's just ludicrous.
Okay. So which one of these maps is incorrect? All of them.
So in 47, it would be inaccurate to highlight Jewish settlements
even when it's labeled.
Let me finish, please.
Plan.
Let me finish. In the 47 one, okay, it would be inaccurate to label Jewish settlements versus the rest of the Palestinian land. If you wanted to make it more accurate, you might say Jewish settlements, and then you might have a second category calling it Arab settlements, or if you want Palestinian settlements, and then the third thing can be uninhabited land. But in the first picture, all you're giving is the totality of the area for the Mandate of Palestine that's ran and administered by the British, and then you're showing areas where Jewish settlements currently exist.
Okay. And then the second one, we are showing the plan, not the existent borders.
In the second picture, this is called the partition plan. This one was accepted by Israel, and it was rejected by the Arabs because they didn't believe that Jewish people should have a state here at all, and they wanted to remove them from this region. This is the second picture. Yep.
Okay. The third picture is what?
The third picture is after the independence in 48. So in 47, the Arabs did a civil war to try to expel the Israelis, and it didn't work. And then Israel declared independence in 48. And then during the ongoing civil war, all of the surrounding states decided to declare war to try to push the Israelis out. So you've got Israeli land is the land that Israel fought for and won. That thing on the right side, that West Bank right there, people commonly refer to as the West Bank, that's owned by Jordan, not Palestine. I don't know why it says Palestine. Well, I know why it says it's for propaganda reasons. And that little part to the left, today we refer to this as the Gaza Strip. We did back then as well. That's owned by Egypt. So in this picture, the third picture, you've got three different territorial owners. You've got Israel, you've got Egypt, and you've got Jordan.
But do these people that live in these areas, would they broadly identify as Palestinian people?
Maybe.
No,
that's a
they had no
question.
national identity at that time.
Well, can you help me uncomplicate it? You're very knowledgeable on the subject. So starting from the first picture where it says Palestine, right? You said that this was the British mandate for Palestine, right?
Sure. So
would these people in green here, would they, I just want to make sure the question is very focused, right? Would these people in green here refer to themselves as Palestinian at this time?
In 47, the green is not going to resemble where all the people that live here live. If you get closer to places like Jerusalem or these big population centers, if they're connected, plugged into the media, they probably are starting, or by now they're probably calling themselves Palestinians in response to all of the Jewish immigration that's happened here over the past 60 years, especially over the past like 20, 30 years. They're going to start to call themselves Palestinians. Yes.
Okay. So you're talking about so nobody called themselves a Palestinian or really had any idea of a state by the name of Palestine until what year, by your estimation?
Maybe 1917 when the Mandate for Palestine started, but all of those borders were just drawn by the British.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all borders are drawn by whatever empire drew them, right? Let's be real.
No, a lot of borders are fought for, and they end up being the places
sure,
where they...
but I mean, initially when they're established, and then there's wars and territory changes, and borders are redrawn, and
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. This is a very modern concept of nation states, but in the past, what you really had, where you had cities, and then as you got further and further away from the cities, you might have borders, but the control the government has is getting less and less and less and less and less, right? So you'll have like these strong population centers that might have like kings or queens, or in the Middle East, it might be tribes or clans. And then as you get further away, the borders become more hazy because there aren't strong governments yet. And then like in Europe...
And the historical records become hazy too because they're being kept oftentimes by biased sources and shit like that, right?
It depends on what you're talking about.
I mean, we're talking about like, well, getting back further. The further back you go, the less veracity you can give to historical accounts because there were a lot of
some people keep good records. Some people have enjoyed keeping good records. Some people didn't give a fuck about keeping records.
Right. And some people knew the power of records and altered records. Like, for example, the common view of Caligula is largely thought to have been written by political opponents who wanted to make him look extra bad. Right. Not saying Caligula.
Yeah,
was
but I wouldn't
good.
call like a political statement from an opponent like a part of the historical record. I think if people were interested in keeping archives, the archives are.
These are Roman historians that people will quote about Caligula. This is not.
If people were interested in keeping historical records, I think generally, broadly speaking, the historical records tend to be decent. You're not going to usually find outright lies in like historical archives, although it can happen. It's not that it's impossible.
Yeah, I think that's not true, but okay. I'll let, in the interest of furthering the conversation, I'll let you go ahead.
Sure. So in 47. Right. This was in the second picture, the partition plan of 47, this was the deal on the table that the UN had. Okay. For, well, how are we going to divide this land up so that everybody can kind of like live and chill? And in this deal, the Arab states rejected it because they didn't want Israelis to have a state here at all, or Jewish people to have a state at all.
Would you take this, like, let's say, would you take this land deal if the mandate was this before and this after? Would this be a land deal that you'd be like, yeah, dude, that seems fair?
No, I'd probably fight.
Yeah, you probably would, right? So they did, right? They fought, tried to stop this, but they lost.
Yep.
And in 1949, these are the borders, right? Israel and
after Israel survives the war with all of the surrounding Arab states, yes.
And then the present.
And then in 67, all the Arab states were also gearing up for war again with Israel because nobody likes Israel.
Which you admitted you would do. Right, if this was your land deal, right, and they took this from you and they won one, you'd probably plan another one and you'd try and come back a few times to get your land back, right?
Probably, yeah. But they lost. Yeah. Do you agree that if you were Jewish, you'd probably also kind of want to live here too?
Sure. I don't think the Jews shouldn't be able to live here.
Okay, well, the Arabs thought that. That's why they went to war with them to eliminate them.
Right. And do you think that had anything to do with the fact that this was Palestine in 1947 and this was it after the partition?
There was no nation.
No, I think it had to do with the fact that they wanted to form a giant pan-Arab state that would have resembled the older caliphates.
You don't think that the way that people in this region feel about Jews has anything to do with this land deal that you said you would fight?
I think that's a factor into it, but I think the biggest.
Oh, how big a factor?
10%, 5%.
That's a pretty small factor.
Yep. Because I think that it literally could have been any group of people that were transplants in that region. And I think that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if these were like Rastafarians, they would fucking hate Rastafari and they'd want it fucking eliminated.
Well, there is a basis in the religion for hating Jews, irrespective of who actually moved in.
True.
But regardless.
A rather bad anti-vegan argument.
Let me see. Neil deGrasse Tyson's a fucking moron. I'm actually convinced he's a narcissist.
Want to kill animals. I don't have a problem with that. They probably have a humane mousetrap in their basement. They don't want to snap the neck of the mouse. So they capture the mouse and they set it loose into the wild, where they have guaranteed it will be swallowed whole by an owl or picked apart by all manner of woodland predators. The average life expectancy of a mouse in the wild is 9 to 18 months. So the best.
Yeah, I've seen this clip before. He basically says if you're vegan, you should have your house infested by rats. He's a fucking moron. He's one of the most dishonest fucking dipshits on that topic. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist.
And you said...
Wait, they didn't have any control over that region. What do you mean?
Well, okay, that had broad recognition as a people.
No, they didn't. In 47, I said that I said in 47, I said that this was the mandate for Palestine. It was being run by the British. This is the mandate system that was created after World War I.
When did people in this region start calling themselves Palestinian?
When they saw that it was important to do that to fight against the incoming Jewish people.
Okay. And would you do the same?
Probably, yes. But if I was Jewish, I would also probably want to immigrate there. Yes, that's the issue. There's two strong competing claims here.
All right. So if you're a property owner, I assume?
Property rights in that didn't exist in the same way that we conceive of them today. It's a different...
yeah, I get it. But does that make it fair?
Well, it depends.
Does that make it equitable for the people in this area?
When we say equitable or fair for who?
For any of the people that you see disappearing on the map in front of you that said was made for propaganda.
When you say, I don't know what you mean when you say, is it fair? The Jewish people secured a concession from
You
the
don't know what
Brits.
fairness
Let me
is?
finish. The Jewish people got a concession from the Brits.
Israelis are building space rockets and science labs while Palestinians are building Qassam rockets and mad razors. The distinction is clear.
Yep. Israel should own all that fucking territory. It's just retarded. I don't know why anybody fucking cares about, oh, they have a right to live there. They're idiots. Like, who cares? Thanks for the donation, Daddy.
Purchased it. Some of the land had Arabs on it, and they got moved off. They got kicked off after Jewish people bought it.
Them getting kicked off their land, right, becomes unfair when you're talking about the disappearing act that this proto-state is doing in front of our eyes, right?
Well, hold on.
That's where the fairness comes in, right?
I don't know what the disappearing act means. I don't know what that means.
Okay, so in 1947, the British mandate for Palestine is pictured on the left.
Correct.
The dots of Jewish settlements are the settlements you were just describing. These are people that purchased this land, right, back during the Ottoman Empire and worked it.
Yeah.
At the expense of people in this area who had worked that land for generations. But
I don't know if I would say that, but go ahead.
What would you say?
I mean, there was a lot of movement throughout a lot of the Ottoman Empire. Not everybody stayed in the same place all the time.
So when these Jewish settlements were sold, you had no problem telling me they were kicked off their land a few minutes ago. But now that we're having this conversation, now you seem to be uncomfortable with that language. Do you want to amend it?
The language that I was uncomfortable with you saying for people that had worked that land for generations. I don't know if every single settlement was purchased were people that had been there for generations or centuries or whatever. I'm sure some might have been, but the vast majority of them, I don't know if that's the case.
Okay, fair enough. Does it matter in your mind if you've worked land for generations or you purchased the land and worked it for a generation?
I imagine to the people there, yeah, it probably does matter. Yeah, if your great-great-great-grandfather lived
to you if you were the owner of the land?
Me, no, but I'm like the ultimate fucking liberal. I don't give a fuck about any of this. But my opinion isn't relevant.
Sure. Okay. So what you're telling me is that if you are a Palestinian now working land in Palestine, and then due to some British mandate from halfway across the globe, all of a sudden Jewish people are showing up at your door and going like, hey, this is mine now, get the fuck out. It has some element of fairness to it.
Well, prior to this, the country that you were a part of collapsed. So technically now the territory is like a free-for-all, but I think because of the prior centuries of...
So if somebody just decided that they owned the bedroom that you sleep in now because they have a claim on it from, the past, you'd be cool with it just being a free-for-all in your house?
It probably depends on the understanding that I have of where my house exists and who owns the property.
Gotcha. So if somebody just came, if they, let's say that they had a provable charter from some fucking foreign government that said that they get to live in your bedroom.
Let's say the United States went to war with Cuba, and for some reason the United States lost horribly, and Cuba seized the southern part of Florida. Would I expect that my property rights under the Cuban government would be the same as the property rights under the U.S. government? Probably not. Do you think they would be? Do you think I should expect it to be the exact same?
Why do you stream so early now? Streaming early is for gay people.
Well, maybe I'm just a little gay. I've just been in a better mood, and I've just been a little more productive, and I've just been streaming longer. People have been asking me to start my streams earlier too because of time zone differences, so that's why I've been streaming earlier. Thanks for the donation, Wigger.
It probably would change, right?
That shotgun mounted behind you would be used for other purposes, methinks.
Sure, but
yeah,
they would probably be different, right?
I mean, I think they'd be pretty fucking similar.
No. I'm saying that the administration of my land under Cuban rule would probably be different than under American rule, right?
I would say probably pretty starkly different, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's it. So then
I think you'd be pretty pissed off about that too.
I probably would be, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that if this was your country and it went from 1947 to present, you'd probably be real fucking pissed off. Because you got deep dicked, didn't you?
I mean, it depends on how you view deep dick, but yeah, I'm sure you would be mad. But
I mean, I know you well enough to know what good deep dicking is. What you got deep dick, right?
Hold on. Do you understand, or do you think that Jewish people had a fair expectation to be able to come here, and that Jewish people had a fair expectation to be able to live here in peace without being constantly attacked by their neighbors?
A fair expectation to be able to come there.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking about the fairness of a capitalistic transaction that uproots somebody from their land and gives it to a Jewish person?
Yeah. Earlier you said that if they bought the land, you said it was okay, but now you don't think it's okay?
Well, I think it's okay that they acted within capitalism, but do I think that the capitalistic structure that allowed a Jewish family to purchase land in faraway Palestine and uproot a family there I don't think that's correct. I don't think that the individual
what if your opponents,
Jewish families
what if the country that you were fighting
against?
What if the country you were fighting against, what if they were going to do the same to you if they won the war?
Explain.
If the country that you're fighting against, if they would have conquered, if they would have won the last war against you, they would have come and they'd taken any of your territory and then either forcibly converted you to their religion or genocided you or kicked you out. And then, but your country ends up losing the war. If the other side is like, okay, well, we're going to actually use some of your territory for different things. Do you think that's probably a reasonable expectation if conflict is going that way?
Do you think the average person that's being kicked off their land has that level of historical perspective when their family's being fucking forced off the land?
Maybe not, but do you think that the average person that lives on that land benefited from the imperialistic conquests of the people that currently own that land that allowed them to live there?
No.
You don't think that the people that lived in the Ottoman Empire benefited from the existence of the Ottoman Empire?
I mean, right, but this is a complex conversation, right? Because you yourself said that, hold on, you yourself said that empires were kind of governed by distance, right? The farther away from the center of the empire you got, the less government support you could expect.
Sure, but by the 1900s...
Hold on. This was governed by that empire as a border region.
The Levant? Excuse me, no. It was not considered a faraway border region of the Ottoman Empire. No.
Was it near? How far from the center? How far from Byzantium?
Well, if it goes Israel and then like right up to the northwest. It doesn't share a border, but is Turkey, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay.
If you're talking about like Constantinople or whatever, or if you're talking about
Istanbul.
Yeah. So it's not. I don't think it's that far away. But also, if you go by land, you've got to walk through Lebanon first.
But
I'm saying, but it's right across the Mediterranean. I mean, it's like right. You just
going by how long? Like we're talking about the Ottoman Empire. You couldn't just hop a jet.
You have
so
boats.
They're being ruled by people that live conservatively.
Do you think out of all the random donations you receive, does it come from a select few people who use different names, or is it many different people making one-time donations?
I think usually when I get donos, it's from like regulars, and then maybe like 10-20% are people who might donate infrequently, or new people coming in. Thanks for the donation though, Gilf.
The creation of Palestine is a result of Muslim supremacists and Arab supremacists murdering Jews for existing. Fuck Palestine and Muslims too.
Yep. I don't know why you'd have any interest in having a Palestinian state when they're just going to create some shithole fucking armpit of the world that's run by Muslim extremists. Thanks for the donation, vegan linguist.
You know, I was just flipping through Ottoman borders and shit, right?
Okay. So this is 1683.
North Africa, right?
Okay, so wait, so where is Palestine here that we think it's really far away or on the outer edges of the kingdom?
So
he can't even find Palestine on the map.
Constantinople is there at the fucking gap into the Black Sea, right? And Palestine is in Jerusalem here, right? That would be our judge, right? So this is the south. It's a southeastern border region of the Ottoman Empire.
Southeastern border region?
Right. So you're talking about the Ottoman Empire of Constantinople or Istanbul, as it used to be called, is the center of the empire, right?
I think
the heart of the empire.
Well,
the heart of the empire is Constantinople.
The red part is the whole of the Ottoman Empire in 1683. The borders of the Ottoman Empire changed quite a bit.
The brown is the Ottoman Empire at its greatest extent in 1683, and the pink is Turkey today.
Turkey is not the Ottoman Empire.
But what the Ottoman
Empire in 1914 was not Turkey.
The Ottoman Empire, right? The Ottoman Empire became Turkey. That's why they're putting Turkey today and showing the Ottoman Empire collapsed into Turkey, right? The remains of the Ottoman Empire.
No, not at all. Not even close. I'm sorry.
Okay,
It's just not even
fair
close.
enough.
I'm sorry, but it's
okay.
okay.
So give me so educate.
It's not
me.
relevant. No, none of this is relevant.
It's not relevant. If it's
all
not
I'm saying is that
relevant,
all I'm saying is that I think that Jewish people, they worked as much as they could in order to secure a place to live, and they got concessions from the British government that essentially controlled that territory. And the British government said, okay, fine, like we control this territory, like you guys can start moving here if you want in some area. And the people that lived there didn't like the idea of Jewish people moving in, and this started to create a lot of conflict. And eventually the Brits were like, okay, well, it's not working. We're gonna have to you guys need to live in separate areas now because apparently you guys can't get along. And that's this finalized in the form of a UN General Assembly partition plan in 47, where it's like, okay, well, here, all the Arab people can live here, all the Jewish people can live here, so you guys can stop fucking fighting with each other. And the Jews were like, okay, fine, we accept. And the Arabs were like, nope,
of course
fuck this.
they did. Look at that. Look at that. Would you accept that deal if you were a Jewish person? Of course they accepted. What do you mean? Do you want this giant chunk of fucking land?
So to be clear, hold on. The land offered to the Jews is fucking trash. Would I have accepted this? Only for the dream and the hope that I can take more land in the future. Very little is being offered here. One,
I mean, they've got access to the ocean. They've got access.
That's great, and I understand
north
that just
and
as a
south.
person looking at a two-dimensional flat thing, okay, the vast majority of good land here is going to be in the West Bank. It's that green part, and then arguably the northwestern parts, where you've got, it's going to be where Tel Aviv and Haifa and everything are, right, is nice because it's been cultivated, but that whole big chunk to the south, that's just desert. Nobody fucking lives there, okay? It's the Negev. It's trash. It's trash land. Nobody cares. But also, the land that that would have gone to Israel was supposed to be 55% Jews, 45% Arabs. So it would have been a huge population of Arabs that also live on that Jewish land. In the Arab land, it was 99% Arabs and 1% Jews. So this was rejected. But at this point, well, now what do you do? What do you do if you're Jewish? What do you do if you're British? What do you do if you're Arab? What do you think is fair for everybody at this point?
You take the fucking sweet ass deal and you move in and you fight every fucking Arabic looking person.
Sup VG. You know that VPL ended up taking down the stream of the debate that you, Apoto and I destroyed him on. I had to convince him to send me video to upload in my end. He said the video was bad for the vegan movement. I saw that as shameful AFTBH.
No one even watches his fucking channel. Like, bro, what's his fucking name again? Like, he doesn't even have a big channel. No one's going to watch that fucking debate. And then he's like, it makes the vegan movement look bad. This is like being afraid of taking a shit because, oh, well, if anybody finds out I take shits and big brown turds come out of my ass, people are going to think I'm like a fucking retard or something. No one's filming you taking a shit. No one can see you taking a shit in your own private bathroom. Like, what is he worried about? Like, that is the most stupid fucking excuse I've ever fucking heard. He just got rolled and he just doesn't like, the response the fucking debate is getting where it's like he couldn't make a fucking argument and he said ridiculous shit like Hitler deserved to live. That's the only reason he took the fucking debate down. Thanks for the donation, Harry.
Okay. So I'm working with what reality has given me. And I'm saying if we're going to continue to fund to the tune of billions of dollars this country.
Well, back then they weren't funding it. That's why they were like...
But hold on. In an effort to solve this problem.
Yeah.
That we need to draw a line in the sand and enforce it or stop.
Sure, but back then there was no funding going on to this region.
Okay, but now there is, and look at the present.
Sure, so even in the present, this isn't entirely an accurate map, but I mean, we can...
What's inaccurate about it? Let's find me an accurate map. Please, correct me.
Well, the accurate map would kind of be
Show me the accurate map. Please show me. I can't find it. This is what I keep finding. I keep finding maps that look like that.
I mean, if
so
you want,
find me the accurate current map of the borders between Israel and Palestine, please.
If you're talking about Palestine isn't a state, okay? When you're talking about like the borders, like what we call a border and what it even means, like this is why all of this is like, I don't want to say it's complicated because it's not really, but it's just, it doesn't work the same as.
It kind of is, isn't it?
It's no, it's not. It's just that people.
We're talking about the Ottoman Empire 10 minutes ago. That's complicated in my fucking world.
It's only complicated because people
literally
are,
Byzantine.
Sorry, it's complicated because people are ideologically roped into evaluating what they believe to be factually true or not.
Well, I've told you my ideology at the beginning of this.
Labor unions have nothing to do with who owns what territory. I'm just saying that
I'm anti-expansionist. I don't think a single fucking working person should die in a rich person's war, ever.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with any of this, but
well, I'm just letting you know what my moral fucking compass is on war.
Here we go.
Because maybe it gives you a window into something that you don't seem to be understanding. Even though I've had you admit that if you're Palestine in this first map and you're Palestine now in the present, you're pretty fucking salty about that land deal.
Sure, and if you're Jewish, you probably wish they would have just accepted the partition in 47.
Yeah, I wish they would have just bent over and given half their country to us in 47. Yeah.
So do you think for Jews, do you think they instead should have just sat around the rest of the world and Europe getting holocausted? Would that have been the more moral thing for them to do?
Okay, yeah, because the U.S. did such a good job of protecting those Jews, didn't they? Why couldn't the U.S. just accept refugees?
We're not talking about the U.S. We're talking about Jews. What should Jews have done?
You said the Jews are stateless. I said the
they were
US
stateless.
denied
Yes.
asylum. I said the U.S. denied asylum as the fucking Holocaust was going on. Why'd they do that?
It doesn't matter what the U.S. is doing.
Why
I'm asking.
Jewish,
what should the Jews have done? What should the Jews have done?
Okay. Why do the Jewish people, a religious minority on the planet, deserve a homeland?
Oh my God.
Didn't know if they would or wouldn't. They argued for it. They were able to secure it from the British government. They politically organized. They petitioned the government.
Right,
they raised
an imperialist British government that seized land from Arabic peoples.
No.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead and correct me then, please.
So
not an imperialist British government. Not imperialist?
At that point, not really as much, no.
Why were they monkeying around in the fucking Levant? Wouldn't that be imperialistic? Aren't they on an island way north of the equator? What are they doing in the Levant if they weren't weren't they still in India at that time too? Wasn't there still an Indian empire?
Because the Ottoman Empire collapsed.
Not imperialist. Oh, the Ottoman Empire collapsed. That means an island north of the fucking Atlantic clearly has to go govern it.
What is the island that we're talking about?
England?
Oh.
The British Isles?
Okay. Sorry. Okay. The Ottoman Empire collapsed, okay? So
yes,
the future of the region needs to be figured out. What's going to happen, right?
So clearly the British stepped in to take that over from traditionally Arabic peoples.
So traditionally what would have happened is everybody would have just fought each other and killed each other until the most genocidal, most ruthless regime is the one that came up and ruled the people.
How is that not what's happening?
Oh my God. What?
Oops, how is that not what we're looking at here when we are fucking dissecting this quote-unquote propaganda?
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, it's because you just have no concept of what that looks like. You don't just don't know.
Oh my God. Appeal to authority, the appeal to knowledge.
It's not an appeal to authority.
Dude,
Well, it
his
can be an
chat
appeal to
is
knowledge.
blowing up.
How many people do you think died in the Syrian civil war?
I have no fucking clue.
How many people do you think have died in the entire history
I have no
of
fucking
Arab?
clue.
Okay, so if you have no clue about anything, wait. So if you have no clue about anything, why are you laughing at the concept that the resolution with the British mandating and dividing territories like this would have been better than another caliphate rising up and conquering? Like, why are you laughing if you have no concept of the amount of people that die in any of these regions are? You don't even know.
What is the difference between people killing themselves and the most genocidal winning in this map?
Because there wasn't a massive genocide that happened. First of all, this map has nothing to do with genocide. And secondly, because there wasn't a massive genocide from the British or the Jews to the Arabs.
You wouldn't say this was genocide if weren't talking about a Jewish state, right?
What a retard.
You would definitely call this totally normal if this wasn't a Jewish state that we're talking about.
Nobody's talking about normal. Borders and conquering territory is not genocide.
Okay, but killing people and exterminating them from a place that they traditionally called home is.
If the goal was extermination and it wasn't in response to a civil war that they started, then yeah, you could make that argument.
If the goal was extermination, Destiny, you want to know what I would do?
What?
I would slowly but surely seize territory and force the people that I wanted to get rid of into smaller
Why would you do that?
more impoverished enclaves, and then I would use a casus belli like October 6th to secure that victory. Yeah, that's what I would do, bro.
How many Arabs? Okay, so earlier I said that Israel had the population of 9 million people. How many people living in Israel do you think are Arabs?
I have no fucking clue, bro. Why don't you tell me?
Okay, well, let's say that I say it's like there's 20,000 of them. Why wouldn't they have killed those 20,000 people?
Aren't they doing that right now?
Inside Israel proper?
Oh, now it is a state.
Inside the current borders of Israel, there's 20,000.
Where are they doing this operation if not in another state?
Well, they're doing it in the territory of the Gaza Strip right now.
Okay, and why is that territory called the Gaza Strip and not Israel?
Because it's contested right now.
Oh, and they're trying to do what? Uncontest it.
No.
Right?
No, that's not what they're trying to do.
Oh, man.
Here we
Destiny,
go.
this is a tough one for you, isn't it, bro?
He's getting more and more
They're
unhinged.
not trying
He's
to
going to
get
start
it
screaming.
uncontested. They're not trying to move into the Gaza Strip. Israel doesn't want to resettle people in the Gaza Strip.
Can we back up and...
We sure can, bud.
Okay. Where do you get the confidence to pursue the conversation with this level of conviction when you are so desperately and utterly lost at every
Because
single part?
I don't find myself, when I have looked into conflicts, and by the way, I did tell you, I'm a partially educated man and I've read a lot of books, okay?
Right.
And when I've spent time trying to unpack the minutia of
Wait,
empire,
did you say you've read a lot of books? Is that what you said?
I have.
Okay.
Do you want me to, are you going to fucking say, dude, I'm 40.
I read books before, so I think I know a bit more about Israel than you do. 2 PayPal buck, donate $2. Let me see.
Whole thing, all of this, it's all about me.
Yep. That's white college chicks for you.
Dear God, please remove all her side dudes from her life.
Oops. Oh, I've seen this. That car got fucked.
Okay, we're stopping.
Dude, I love how he tried to fucking make the biker crash and he just got fucked. That's great. Thanks for the donation.
No, can you tell me? Let's go back to ancient philosophy. Can you tell me what the difference is between a particular object and a?
Salvage a win out of this fucking.
I'm not trying to salvage it. You told me you were well read in all of these things. I'm going to tell you, I've read like 2 philosophy books back to back. So you should dwarf me in knowledge. I'm just asking questions for if you know anything about. You just said you read all these philosophical treatises, right?
I said I've read a lot of philosophical works.
If you've read these cover to cover, you've read infinitely more than I have. What does metaphysics mean? It's one of the largest branches of philosophy. What does that mean?
Metaphysics is like physics outside of the observable truth of mathematics.
Yep. Okay. I'm pretty sure that what you just gave me was like the layman's definition of metaphysics. Metaphysics is your understanding of like matter and material in the world. It doesn't have to be outside of anything. You're saying meta because you think of like metaphysical, like in a supernatural sense. Okay, so I don't believe you've read books on philosophy. I don't believe that because you'd be able to tell me about the categorical imperative. Okay, and you haven't read Kant because Kant is written in German. I doubt you've read translated versions of it. If you don't remember anything about transcendental ethics, it's probably not true. Okay, you said you've read books about. Do you know what? Okay, so you talk about economies on it. Do you know like what the labor theory of value is? Could you explain what that even is about?
I'm sure I could fucking comprehend it.
Okay. When you said that you studied history, why would you say the Ottoman Empire collapsed into Turkey? Turkey literally had to have a revolution after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in order to establish itself as a country.
Is that not on the same fucking continuum?
No, it's absolutely not. The Ottoman Empire was majority Arabs that was ruled by Turkish people. To say that it collapsed into the Turkish Empire doesn't make sense whatsoever.
What?
When you say, why doesn't Israel, what are they trying to do today with Gaza? Is it contested? The reason why it's stupid of you to laugh and assume they're trying to take it over is because one of the events that I gave you for Israel's territory shrinking was in... What?
You said it was contested, not me.
Do you think it's contested because Israel is trying to capture it, but they can't?
Peak humanity equals vegan Christians. And tell the mods to unlock me in the chat.
No. Peak Humanity are vegan nihilists. Thanks for the donation, Daddy and a Caddy.
Jewish majority democratic state. It wouldn't survive. So it's not contested because Israel wants it. Israel desperately doesn't want that territory. That's why in 2005, they pulled all the settlements out of it. Israel doesn't give a fuck about the Gaza Strip. If anything, what they want is territory in the West Bank. But even that they can't annex properly because they can't deal with the demographic differences between assuming that many Arab people into their country and maintaining a Jewish majority. So if you were to laugh and say like, oh, well, what are they trying to do now? It's sure as fuck isn't formally annexing the territory. That doesn't make any sense with any reading of any history in this region in any way, size, shape, or form. The only way you can say that is if you have no concept of what's going on with the conflict between these two people.
Killing them would be a good way to solve that demographic difference and seize some territory.
Then why is that population doubled over and over and over again? How did the Gaza Strip go from
departing from this map so far down your Immanuel Kant fucking flex?
Because you don't know anything about what you're reading on this map. You don't know how any of the borders in this place work.
To me, why you said this is a shit deal, why you would fight to the last fucking breath in your body to oppose whoever it was took your land from you in this manner, and why you don't think that Israel wants land when it is clearly seizing land. Look at the fractured nature.
In 47, Israel was happy with the partition plan.
I want you to start talking about now.
Israel was happy with it in 47. The Arabs wanted to kick Israel off, and they wanted more. In 67, they also wanted another war where they'd eliminate Israel. They lost that war too.
You called into question this final map, and I asked you to please educate me.
Because on this final map, all those white parts have not been formally annexed into the country of Israel.
Show me the parts that have. Give me a full map of
the only parts that have would be if you look at that third map in the little middle part there of the West Bank, that some of that territory known as East Jerusalem and a little bit out from there has been formally annexed. What?
The part that looks like a healthy blob and now looks like a rash on somebody's ass. Yeah.
No, not that entirety of that. This is all still part of this is all still like the West Bank territory. The entirety of this and all the little dotted parts in the middle have not been annexed formally into Israel.
These are not populated by Jewish people and policed by Israeli IDF forces?
Policed parts of that white blob art inhabited by Israelis? No.
No, so no Israelis live up in here.
I can't see your mouse.
Okay, sorry. Up in the northern part of this rash here.
There are some settlements, I think like Ariel is a settlement that goes in, but the vast majority of Israeli settlers, when you're talking about settlers, are living on the western part. They call them settlement blocks of that green territory. Okay. But again, even that hasn't been.
Are those expanding and being formalized by the Israeli government in a pattern?
Formalized? It depends on what you mean by formalized. There are settlements out there, and they build buildings.
I'll tell you what I mean by formalized.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean made legitimate by a government body.
It's not. It hasn't been annexed into Israel proper.
Are there illegitimate seizures of land?
Whether or not they're illegitimate is a highly contentious international issue because who even owns any of this territory?
Where do you stand on it?
I don't think international law has much to say about these things. I think that the people need to come to an agreement between themselves, and they need to formally make some sort of deal to declare who owns what, and to negotiate that going forward.
We agree.
What?
That there needs to be we agree that we need to make a hard border and enforce that border and stop funding these countries.
Everybody agrees that there needs to be a hard border. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess all that contention for nothing then.
Well, no.
I don't know, dude. You called into question, you called this propaganda that I have up on the screen here, and I've asked you like 20 fucking times to show me a map of this that isn't propaganda.
I can't. My brain doesn't work in meme maps, right? In 47, if you wanted a real map, I would Google British mandate for Palestine. I would click images.
Share that, and let's see if it's any different than what mine shows. The one I said that you called propaganda. Put it up. We'll switch back and forth.
I can't. It's hard for me to do that.
Oh, you can't. You can't do it. Okay. Well, do you want me to type that in?
Hold on. I'll just send you.
You can send it to me in a DM or whatever.
On Twitter. I will DM you. Hold on.
Give me a sec. I'll pull it up over here and we'll take a look together. All right.
Hold Okay. Message failed. I'll try again. Did you get a link?
No. Oh, yeah. Britannica. Okay. That's the link, right?
Okay, yes. If you want ownership of the land, then this is who owns the land, okay? This is the two different mandates. I think it was originally one and it was split, okay? These are the mandates that Britain has to basically figure out what to do with this territory after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, okay?
Okay.
So in the West, which is what we today traditionally call kind of Palestine, okay? That's the British mandate for Palestine. And then in the East, you have, it was Transjordan because it included Palestine, and then it became Cisjordan and then just Jordan. In the East, that's Jordan, okay? They put the Hashemite monarch there, they run Jordan, and then British had a mandate for, there were also mandates for all of these surrounding territories as well.
I get it. I'm passingly familiar with the Transjordan Emirate.
Okay. If you wanted to look at like population, so you would have this one up for like government mandate if you want. Here's a picture if you wanted to see like, well, where do people live? Like who's who? You could look at this map if you wanted to.
Okay. Are you throwing up another one here?
Yep, I sent you another link.
Okay. Let me get that.
This would be if you're trying.
Giant fucking map. Hold on.
Just click the thing. There you go. Okay.
Yeah. Are you good there?
Yeah. Right. If you're trying to say like, well, where are people living? Okay. This map shows you a few things. It'll show you Jewish-owned land is in blue. I think that the light blue stuff, it says state land conceded to or used by Jews. So I'm guessing this is probably land that the Jewish agencies bought, and then Jews are currently working it or living there. And then you've got dark green is Arab-owned land. The light green is state land conceded to or used by Arabs. So I'm guessing the Brits have allocated that land specifically to Arab families or whatever. And then the pink land or peach-colored land is unsettled state land, potentially used for grazing, because a lot of people here had herds of sheep or goats or whatever the fuck else, and they ate shit. And then all the white land is just unregistered, undeveloped. Nobody is doing anything with it. Probably nobody lives there.
Pre-mandate.
No. My guess is this is
Palestine land ownership in 1945.
Yes.
So that's pre-enforcement of the British mandate, or no?
No.
This is post-enforcement of the British mandate.
I'm only being mean to you because you'd read a ton of books at me, okay? But after the Ottoman Empire collapsed, the mandates were used from then to 48. The mandate was the mandate. If you studied European history, you absolutely would understand way more about this. Why they did mandates, why these mandates were made, how they were. This is a huge part of that informs a lot of the history that leads up to World War II and the composition of the Middle East today. Okay, but regardless, regardless,
quit treating me like I'm an uneducatable child and just shoot straight with me. What am I missing here?
Sure. Okay. The mandate, I believe the British mandate for Palestine started in 1917, and I believe that it ended in May of 1948.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. So this would have been during the British mandate.
Okay. So this is the British mandates. And then now this is not a border map. This is a demographic map, right?
Yes, because it was all just one territory.
Right. So now it is not.
You asked me which maps I would use. This is the map that I would use for the leftmost map.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. This is the map you would use for the current borders of Israel?
No. You asked me
Oh my
which
God,
maps
he
would I
can't
use
follow the
instead
conversation.
for your meme picture. And I said for your meme picture, this is the first map I would use if you wanted to talk about where people live.
Okay. Hold on. Let me go back to the meme picture then.
Yes.
All right, we're looking at tax burden. I'm trying to find where I put this fucking shit. Boop. There it is. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the meme picture, right?
Yes. Do you see the difference between that one on the left versus the map that I'm showing you? It tells a much different story, right?
Sure. Right. Yeah. But it's also a demographic map, and this is a border map, right?
When you say border map, that doesn't mean anything. All of it is the same. All of it is British mandated territory. All of it is. And up to 48. All of it is. It's just one border. It's one country. All of it is. There are no borders. There are no formal borders inside.
So there's no Palestine in 48?
No.
when is Palestine invented?
2026, 2030, 2040. I don't know. Whenever there is no such thing as the state of Palestine.
Okay, but when does the idea of a Palestinian people take root?
Different scholars will argue different times. I would argue.
What do you find?
Probably in like the 20s is when like the Mufti al-Husseini in Jerusalem starts to become more popular, and they try to stir up Arab sentiment in the region to see themselves as one group of people who are deserving of a nation, so that they can fight against the incoming European Jews that they see coming in that are threatening their ability to have a country. Like the surrounding states who have mandated territories look like they're going to get a country. I would say around the 1920s. Some people argue earlier, other people argue later, but that's what I would say.
Who argue like what's like the range that we're talking, like when the people that argue earlier, what are we looking at? What's the disparity range?
Earlier, people will argue however much they want because they're arguing in their feelings, and they think that they just have it's just moral arguments.
Moving those people aside,
I don't think there are good arguments. Otherwise, I would probably believe them. Prior to 1920, you could argue like slightly earlier. You could argue that there are different families that live in an area, and while they might not consider themselves Palestinians, they might have some like microcultures that are somewhat distinct from Syrians and Lebanese and Jordanian people or whatever. Maybe they could argue that, but there's not going to be a consistent, coherent identity of Palestinians running through this territory until I would say until like around the 20s, early 20s.
I think that I can see where the contention is coming from here. And I wish you didn't have to frame it as you haven't read books about this and I have. Because I think that having a simple conversation about this, right, that doesn't include knowing the fucking history of the Nakba, southern region of the desert, and the tribal peoples that fucking lived there. And like,
he's basically saying, I don't need to know any of the history. I'm just
broadly, right.
I can make these arguments broadly. My issue is that you were fighting me on every argument like a smug asshole without knowing any of it. If you just ask me a question, I'm like, oh yeah, sure, here's how I understand this and this. But you're not. You're asking me a question, and you're laughing at me like you're trapping me or tricking me in something without even understanding what you're saying. That's why I'm being more.
I want to know why you can't translate your admission that this Palestinian, that if you were represented here, that you would feel pretty salty, right, as a Palestinian about how things have turned out, that you would fight, right?
Do you understand that I've said that like 5 different times in this conversation?
I do, but I don't. But that's my problem, Destiny, is I feel like that's where the disconnect is.
But no. Hold on. Let me be very clear. One, so I've said this even prior to us talking, but one, the disconnect is that I'm willing to admit that for the Arabs, but you won't admit that for the Jews.
I do admit it for the Jews.
Oh, so then you admit that the Jews felt like they had every much as right to be there in 47 as the Arabs did?
Okay, can you walk me through? Walk me through the establishment, and I don't want you to give me a whole history lesson, obviously, but try and keep it simple for me.
Sure.
The establishment of the Jewish state and the Jewish people's movement, right, from Europe.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, sure thing.
Right.
So my history is I don't know anything about world history or European history, so my history is sketchier. But it seemed like ever since the destruction of the Kingdom of Israel, as Jewish people scattered across the planet, a couple things happened. Jews
the destruction of the king. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
The destruction of the. I didn't mean to interrupt. The destruction of the Kingdom of Israel. We're talking about the biblical Kingdom of Israel, right? We're talking about like King Solomon.
No,
I don't know. I think it was. I don't know in terms of how much was historical versus biblical, but I'm talking. Hold on. I'm talking about like in the year like 30, 40 AD, not like the 3000 BC stuff. I'm talking about when Rome destroyed, and then okay. So when the Jewish people eventually get scattered throughout for a variety of reasons across the planet, there's a couple of broad things that happen for Jewish people. They like their culture, and other people don't have them integrate into their societies. So Jewish people are either not given the same rights, or they're blamed for shit, or they're not allowed to have certain like upper class like professions. So they all end up either being poor workers, in which case people don't like it, are losers, or they make money through non-traditional means, like through lending, usury, and stuff like that, and people think they're leeches and horrible.
Right.
So up through all of this, I think through like the 1700s, I think 1800s, I think it's late 1800s where European countries start to give rights to Jewish people. And around this point, there's still a lot of like anti-Semitic sentiment all across Europe, all across like Eastern Russia. Yeah, all of this. Right. America is not that great, right? So all of this is happening. And some people There's a guy called Theodore Herzl who is like the big dude that started this concept, this modern
The State of Israel, right? I have read that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so he has a book called, it's either The Jewish State or A Jewish Nation or something.
Oh, I thought it was just I've read a speech that Theodore Herzl gives that's really famous, and I learned about it in a conversation with a Zionist that I had many years ago.
Okay.
And I found it to be really eloquently presented, and I've always liked the language in it.
Sure. So he makes this, he starts to write and opine on this concept of, hey, as Jewish people, it would be awesome if we could all find a different place to go to. And it would be really cool because because all the people in Europe would support us because they hate us and they want us to leave. Every time Jewish people leave a place, Christians could come and take our office and they could, do whatever. So they'd be happy to see us go. And then we could go and find some place to live where not that many people are and it'll be chill. Everybody will be happy, okay? Because we're obviously never going to integrate and this shit is fucked. And eventually, this leads to the formation of, I think, a Jewish agency and a Jewish council or something. There's like two different bodies that are made. There's this guy called Weitzman and another person. I should remember the names. It's Weitzman and another guy. But they start making these plays around. First, they look for places around the world to live. Eventually, they settle in Palestine for a few reasons. I think the other place was like it was like Uganda and some other place. They're like, these probably don't work. Eventually, the Jewish lobbyists, through talking to people, through guilt tripping people, through like supporting them through wars and stuff, financially, they get a concession from Madagascar, Argentina, maybe I don't know. They get a concession from the British government that says, hey, listen, okay, you just had a huge World War I. Okay, you just had, the Great War. It wasn't World War I then because they didn't know it was the second one. We just had a huge war. The Ottoman Empire has collapsed, and Britain and France, I think at this point in history, they're like, running colonies is bullshit. It's not working out for us. It's more trouble than it's worth. We probably have to start giving this up. This is dumb. So after the Ottoman Empire collapsed, like, okay, well, what do we do with this territory? Because we don't want to just conquer it all because we suck as like colonizers and shit now. It's fucked, okay? Because there was a whole bunch of colonies that were lost. France was in the process of fighting this horrible Algerian shit that was fucking, it's just all bad. So like, okay, we're just going to create these mandates where we're going to say, listen, okay, your country fell apart. We're going to carve out this place. And if you guys can like make a government here, there's going to be some people that are chill, rule. In like 20 years, we're just going to give this to whoever is like the big government in the area. That's what we're going to do, okay? And as Britain was doing that, the Jews were able to get this concession from the British government saying like, hey, listen, because we know that you guys secretly hate us, okay, and you guys want all of our positions and everything, and that'd be cool. Let us like go and make a place here in Palestine. Like, please like promise that we can like just move our people down to Palestine and then we'll be chill down there. You don't have to worry about us. We don't have to worry about you. And they got that concession from the British government. It's called the Balfour Declaration. Which I believe was in 1917, maybe 1949.
Right. I'm following so far.
Yes.
What I was kind of hoping for, because I'm somewhat familiar with the history of the oppression of Jews going way, way back. Obviously, the pogroms, the political instability, the loss of the Jewish kingdom, etc. Like, what I was asking is right around this time, right, when Jews are being told, "Here's your new state."
Wait, which time?
So
in 1917 for the Balfour Declaration, or?
Well, no. I think we're talking. Well, I'll let you just continue because it's not bad. It's So go ahead. Okay. I'll let you continue up till that point.
Prior to the Balfour Declaration, and mainly prior to the Balfour Declaration, the Jewish Agency started to collect money from Jews all over the world, trying to like have enough money to buy shit in the lands of Palestine so that they can start moving people down to like basically work the land, okay? They had this concept called labor Zionism, and it was this idea of like work will set you free, okay? We've got a historic tie to these lands and we want our own place, and we just go down there and we disregard all of our shit and we get our hoes and shovels and we just like fucking work the land and bring in water. It'll be awesome and we'll make our own fucking, dream Jewish world.
Well, it was also a political tool, right? Because the argument was going to be a man is entitled to the labor of the land that he works, right? So it was kind of like solidify their position on that land and avoid any further like kicking off, right?
No, it wasn't about kicking off. It was this concept that like when like a Jewish person can find salvation through working the land, because they had to sell this concept as well to early Jews, because like if you were a Jew living in Europe,
Theodore Herzl blended religious Judaism and political Judaism and is one of the fathers of like modern Zionism, right? Like
I would say Herzl is probably is considered the modern founder of all modern Zionism, but I would say in the beginning it was not religious at all. It was all secular. There was no religious bend to it. It was just the idea that a Jewish man should go down, he should work the land. We're gonna have like these, he called it, I think like the 7-hour like cycle, or the 14 hours, like 3-hour chunks. It was all this bullshit. But they go down, they work the land, and that's how they were gonna get like their country. They tried 2 big population moves. I think it was in 1880 and then in 1900, the first and second Aliyah. They failed miserably. People went there, it fucking sucked ass, and they left. But they're still like buying land. They're doing their best. And then in 1917, after the Balfour Declaration, I think there's a whole bunch of excited Jews and like, oh shit, like we got a promise from the government, so now we know we're not going to get conquered and fucking destroyed by people. And then more and more Jewish people start to move down, and they start to work the land, and they start to expand it. And as this is starting to happen, okay, through, I think we go like up through 1920, a lot of Arabs that live in the region, okay, they look around and they're like, okay, well, there were mandates up in like Syria and Iraq and in Jordan, and Turkey, you know, fought a war, and Egypt's down there. All these people are getting governments. All these Arabs are getting governments. And now we've got a bunch of white people from Europe that are Jewish people that are coming here. This doesn't feel that great. So Arabs start to kind of attack some of the Jewish people that are starting to immigrate here. The Jewish people appeal to the British government. Go ahead.
Do you at this point, like in your perspective, have empathy for those Arab people who start to see what they would consider to be white Europeans showing up in greater numbers and like...
Yes, if you can take any one thing away from anything I ever say, which I don't expect you to do, I don't give a fuck. But like, when you look through historical, when you look through historical things, okay, it's very hard for modern Western minds to square this away. But believe it or not, in older conflicts, there could be multiple sides with very strong moral arguments for why they should be there. There are many times we've got conflicting sides where very strong arguments could be made for both sides, and it's hard to just say like, well, this group of people should have fucked off and this group of people were objectively correct. Unfortunately, it's not always that clean or that easy. For Jewish people, you could make the argument that like, well, you guys shouldn't have moved down there at all. Like, it was unfair for you to take that land from Arabs. And Jews would say, hold on, we didn't take that land. We literally purchased that land. The vast majority of land that we moved to, we purchased under the Ottoman Empire.
That's a good distinction.
That's fine, but then Arabs would counter and they say, okay, that's great. You bought the land from wealthy landowners that we didn't even confer with. You bought the land from people, they don't even fucking live here. So when you bought it from this dude who's never lived here before, and then you kicked us off of the land, how the fuck is that fair for us? Is what they would say.
Also a good point, right?
Sure, but then Jews would say, okay, well, that's fine, but the only reason you lived there under the Ottoman Empire and we weren't there at all is because the Ottoman Empire literally had restrictive immigration where Jews couldn't even buy land. Jews couldn't even move down there. Jews weren't allowed to go down here at all. So even if we wanted to buy private land or move there, and even if you guys weren't on that land whatsoever, you guys literally racially discriminated against us. Like, if we want to buy the land fair and square now, and there are Arabs willing to sell it to us, some of you did live there, how is it unfair for us to buy that land? Like, are you entitled to it forever?
Sure. This is why I'm a one-state solution supporter in the long term.
Okay,
because
sure.
I don't feel like we're going to untangle
this
kind of political enmity between these two people without there being a complete relocation of one of the two of them, or forcing them to live cheek by jowl and respect each other's fucking space within a UN monitored and policed country until they are ready to take the reins of their own government.
Maybe it's possible.
That is so idiotic. I don't know what the UN would do.
The deal probably has to be worked out between the people there. Generally speaking, and all of US is traumatized from Iraq, when a third party comes in and tries to administer a territory to other people, it's usually fucked. Usually doesn't work that way. Didn't work in Iraq, didn't work in Afghanistan, didn't work in...
I think that a US piece, I think that a US backed, if the money that supported that region that the U.S. is sending now was less about military advantage and more about policing a brand new state of people that have a coalition government and a constitution that respects everyone's religious rights and freedoms and provides shared access to places like the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which Jews call the first temple, the Temple of Solomon.
Sure, but the issues you run into is that like Arabs don't want to share that. Muslims don't want Jews to even be able to go to the Western Wall.
That's why there are UN peacekeepers there to
enforce. But why would Arabs, why would the Palestinians there agree to a deal that doesn't give them exclusive access to that?
They're not going to get the chance to agree, and neither are Israelis.
So you're going to come in as a third-party body and try to enforce on two people that don't want you to do a particular deal?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, here, let's go through real quick. I'll speed run through 20 years and we'll see maybe why that's not as good. So as Jewish people start coming in, Okay, Arabs start to commit attacks on some of the Jews because they're getting super ass mad. The Jews fight back sometimes, but for the most part, it's Arab on Jewish violence at this point. The Jews appeal to Britain and they go, hey, this is bullshit. You guys have cops here and stuff. Why the fuck are we getting like attacked by Arab populations? Like, can you please protect us? And this culminates after a few massacres, a couple back and forths. This culminates in around 36. So there have been a few things called white papers where some old British fuck comes down and he looks at the land. He's like, oh, well, maybe you guys should try this or that or that. In 36, there is a Peel Commission, okay, sent from the Peel administration, I think, in Great Britain. And they come and they do a huge look and they're like, okay, we've gone through everything and we see what's going on here. And I think it's in 37, they make the opinion public. They say, you guys need to be totally separated. You can't play nice anymore. You can't work together anymore. Okay. So in 36, 37, the Peel Commission is made public. When this happens, the Arabs collectively lose their mind. They're like, this is absolute fucking bullshit. Everybody around us is getting states. So now we're killing all the Jewish people here because fuck you. And then when the Arabs start to revolt over that Peel Commission, the British police put them down pretty decisively. They crush all of the Arab resistance over the next few years. That fighting goes on up until around 39 is when it ends. I think most of the middle class there gets crushed. A lot of the more influential figures end up fleeing and it's kind of like fucked. However, after 39, the Brits are like, okay, listen, we know that we kind of fucked you guys up a little bit, but we're going to not let so many Jews come here, okay? Because obviously shit is getting fucked. So the Brits turned to the Jews and they said, we're going to cap your guys' immigration to like 10,000. We're not allowing many of you to come here anymore, okay? You guys have fucked it up too much and fuck this. It's not working. Well, now the Jews, okay, so in 40, the Jews are looking at the British and like, okay, well, hold on. Why are we getting punished because the Arabs were fucking with us? And we're getting reports that some of our people are being walked into these crazy fucking camps and fucking gassed and killed. So what the fuck, Britain? So there are ships that are like coming down that are being turned back because the Brits are like, sorry, no more immigration. And it's like, okay, well, back to Auschwitz with you. So now the Jews start to commit terrorist attacks against the British. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. You're like, our people are literally getting holocausted. You're not allowing them to come here, okay? Al-Husseini is dancing in Jerusalem on our fucking graves, okay, celebrating the fact that we're getting holocausted and we are no longer allowed to immigrate to this territory that you promised us. You said in 1917 that you would secure land for us. So they commit terrorist attacks till around 44. And then basically the Brits are like, this is fucked. From 44 to 47, like.
Some advice indeed donated $2, or sorry, some advice needed donated $2. 3 years ago, my grandpa died and I was living with him. I've had time to get my money set before his house needed to be sold, and now the time is here. And I have nothing. I wasted all this time traveling and doing personal training. Should have worked 80 hours a week. Well, dude, there is no point in thinking about things you should have done and how much better things would have been if you did it this way. You're in the current situation you're in, and the current situation you're in is the reality. So you're wiser now. You've learned from your mistakes, and now you can just make better decisions. It's as simple as that. So there's no point stressing out and feeling miserable about how good things could have been. Things are the way they are, and the best moment you could be living in is the moment you're in right now. There's no other moment that you could be in but the one you're in. So just think positively, do what you need to do, and make the right decisions for yourself. Thanks for the donation. Some advice needed.
And if I came off that fucking way, I apologize. I really am a blue collar guy. I tried my hand at college. I didn't get all the way through it. I read a lot of psychological treatises and manuals and stuff. I'm a big fan of psychology, and I almost got like recruited into stupid fucking like advertising and stuff because of the interplay between those two things.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, long story short, if I presented myself in a bad way, I don't really care about your chat, but I would like them to not think I'm a total fucking retard. And I would like you to think I'm not a total fucking retard at the very least.
Okay.
Especially just like admitting that I don't have this broad overview type of perspective on this.
Too late.
Does what you said to me change my mind on my prescription? I don't think so. And maybe you can walk me through why, if you'd like, right? So I still think that given that history, the fractious nature of that history, I think we need like some sort of intervening body to step in and enforce some sort of a peace and a coalition government, that still seems like the right thing to do to me.
Sure. So I understand what you're saying. The issue is that if they come in and they enforce a peace, either one side is going to be unhappy, which means it would probably be unworkable, or both sides are going to be unhappy, in which case it would be mega unworkable. Or maybe there's a world where both sides are happy, in which case you don't really need the third party because they would basically negotiate it themselves. That's, I think, the issue, yeah.
Okay. I see that. You know what, dude? There's more wiggle room in that argument with me if you wanted to, like, pull that string than there is in, like, the argument I had with Vegan Gains. Not to put that on you.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that one was very different than this one. And you've given me shit to think about
Like-
with it, right? I don't, like I said, I don't know that I'm walking away with a totally different perspective, but I understand.
He didn't even allow there to be a chance to have an argument. He just freaked out and ran like a baby.
The type of shit that echoes into the community that I'm more adjacent to.
Sure.
Right.
I will say, please, just come back in 20 minutes. Okay. Never mind. I'm just trying to, okay.
Yeah, dude, we don't even have to go 20 minutes.
No,
bro.
no, yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, no, you're good. I'm sorry. I didn't know somebody about to come and say a bunch of
understand
retarded shit.
It's all good.
Yeah. All I was gonna say is that if there is a way to tell him.
Dude, it's so bizarre how he's so obsessed with UN peacekeepers. They do nothing, and oftentimes they exacerbate conflicts. Look what happened in fucking Serbia. They did absolutely nothing.
We were getting genocide in Europe. We know where else to go, et cetera, et cetera. You tell that history and make it completely sympathetic to Jews. There's another side of history that you could tell to make it completely sympathetic to Arabs. We were part of the Ottoman Empire. Our kingdom collapsed. Britain came in, and through military force, they basically enforced upon us a whole like native or foreign population onto us. It didn't happen to any of the surrounding mandates around us. We lost our right to self-determination of our country, something the UN decided to enshrine in their charter. And then we were conquered by a group of people that came with military training and funding from other people all over the world. We were betrayed by the other Arab states around us, and now we're completely fucked and relegated to some land that, you know, where we can look across, you know, the road and see places where our grandfathers lived. Well, we sold the keys to our houses, and now Jews, because they were able to win wars against us, are able to stay here indefinitely. So there's like a way to tell history on either side where you make the other side look like a total fucking villain, which drives me crazy because, like I said, and it's not, we don't think about this much in the West because all of the ways that we conceptualize wars are good guys and bad guys. But especially when you go back to conflicts, almost any conflict, truly, there's always like competing moral claims on both sides where there's a lot of validity to both claims. That's all I'm saying for this particular conflict. And settling those claims is hard because both sides have things that are valid that they don't want to make concessions on. But unfortunately, both sides have overlapping areas that are going to require some concessions. So for Israel, it's things about military security, and for Arabs, it's about, you know, restoring honor and dignity to the lands that they lost and not living as a subjugated people, especially to Jews. Sorry.
Okay, sure. So let me like recap the gulf between our positions as I see it on this, and you tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to ascribe things to you, right? I'm just going to try and make it simple, just for my head, right? Okay.
Sure.
I support the one-state solution because I think that this side-by-side thing has been tried and has been devastating for both Jewish people and Palestinian people. And so I think that there needs to be a one-state solution with a constitution that protects the religious identity of both of these people and enforces a, you know, no racism policy and allows people to own.
You mean like the Israeli constitution?
Gentrify is the wrong word. You get my idea though. It is harder to hate your neighbor if you live cheek by jowl, right?
Oh, that's bullshit. That's
okay,
bullshit.
And then your solution is you think that there need to be, and I think I'm quoting you correctly, clearly defined borders between Palestine and Israel.
Right? I mean, I think personally, if they can make a one-state solution works, that easily solves literally every single fucking problem. Obviously, it makes things so much simpler.
So you have trepidation about the one-state solution because you just don't think Jews and Arabs will accept it.
I mean, there is a huge, so the issue that Jews have here, this is the issue that Jews have. Okay. Jews feel like they can live side by side with Arabs, but they feel like the only way they can do that is if they're in charge of things. Because if Arabs are in charge of things and Jews live in a minority in an Arab-run country, in every single historical example, that has been horrible for Jewish people. So, for instance, if I had to guess right now, my guess would be there might be 15 to 20,000 Jews that live in every single other Arab country combined. There might be only that many left. In the country of Israel, there are 2 million Arab Palestinians that live in Israel proper. There are 2 million that live there. They comprise over 20% of the population, and it works well right now when Jews run the government. But a Jew would say, well, fuck, if we take all of these other Arabs into one state and now they outnumber us, well, what if they start doing pogroms or they start controlling the government to oppress us, and then more like Holocausting, genociding shit happens, and now we're fucked. This is our last refuge on earth. There's like 50 fucking Arab countries. Why can't we have one Jewish country? That's what they would say.
Hamas has shown an intent and been very vocal about their intent to scour Palestine, what they see as Palestine and traditionally Arabic land of Jewish people. So they would have every reason to fear that. I think that Palestinians would have every reason to fear it as well. Here's a state that has invaded us multiple times and killed everybody in the fucking neighborhood, whether they were Hamas or not. It's happened a bunch. They turn off the water. They turn off the power. They do this. They do that, right? I mean, they've given a lot of reasons.
So there's some talking points for the West, but this isn't the primary concern. The two primary concerns, the Israeli concern is that if we make one state and they get a demographic majority, they're going to vote and do things like supporting Hamas that would lead to really bad outcomes for us. The concern for the Palestinians, if they make one state, is I think there are two major concerns. One has to do with the administration of holy sites, because Jews want access at least to the Western Wall to pray, if not to be able to walk into the Al-Aqsa, where the compound is on the Temple Mount. And I think Arabs might not want them to even be able to go to the Western Wall. I've heard different things from Arabs there about that. But so
I've heard mostly that they don't want them even near the Western Wall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So administration over holy sites is a big one that people feel strongly about.
Well, this is why I call for that UN coalition government, right? That is not having that enforces no sectarian bias and does not hand over the keys to the people that live there until a constitution has been ratified and established.
Yeah, but the issue that you run into here when it comes to administrating these holy sites is it's not a constitutional question. For some people, it's a religious question.
Well, I believe that in this case, because you understand like the confluence of religions.
This guy doesn't understand how Muslim radicals think.
Well, I know some of it is like
fundamentally doesn't understand.
There's debate over whether Al-Aqsa is really like the historical biblical accounted Solomon's temple, right? And a lot of people say it definitely isn't. Christian people will say this is the manger that Jesus was born in, when it provably like he wasn't born there at all, right? Sure. That whole sort of thing. Or this is where Mary went up to heaven, right?
I would say, yeah, in my opinion, the vast majority of fighting is over the old city. It's over the Temple Mount. I think everything else can kind of be figured out.
That's been the flashpoint of intifadas, right? 2 or is it 3 now? Intifadas about the Al-Aqsa mosque.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But so the holy thing is one thing, but the second issue that the Palestinians have is something called the right of return, and it has to do with Palestinian refugees. And this is another huge stickling point, which is after the 47-48 war, a whole bunch of Palestinians were expelled from the territories that the Jewish people ended up conquering. The number is in north of 700,000 people. All of those refugees and their children and their children's children and anybody they've married that are in refugee camps, all of them to this point today are still considered refugees. There's about 5 or 6 or 7 million of them. And a lot of Palestinians argue that all of them should be allowed to return back to Israel proper. So if one state was made, they want to fight over who gets to administer the holy sites and how many people are allowed to come back in the form of refugees. And these are two huge stickling points for Palestinians. Yeah.
You're making a good point. I mean, it's a complex issue, and the complexities are, like I told you earlier, my fan base and stuff call me a dreamer a lot because I make these kind of broad prescriptions, but I'm not really good at drilling down into the detail. And I feel like maybe you're more detail oriented than I am. And that's a good perspective for me to get. Because it gives me access to a different line of thinking, right? So I appreciate you doing it, even if it doesn't ultimately change my mind. It is it's a can of worms, right? If I was a genie and snapped my fingers and made this prescription happen, it's a total fucking can of worms, right?
There's a lot going on, yeah.
But I think it's a can of worms that could be navigated generationally. I don't think we'd be turning over the government to those people for like 15 years, maybe even longer, right? They'd be living under a coalition international government that enforced peace on the streets and enforced equal access to everything and all of that, right?
I think so. I don't disagree so this is where we get into big. Well, I don't really disagree, but this is where my big disagreement comes from for how the West covers it. I don't disagree that that's possible. I think that the issue is that when the international community comments on this, the words that they use and the way that they attack the state of Israel, if I was a Palestinian, would make me never want to agree to a one-state solution. So, like, let's say that we believe that it's an apartheid state, that the Jews are genociding us in Gaza, and that everybody in Gaza has been forced to live in a concentration camp. Why the fuck would I want to negotiate one state with them? I want them out, or at the very least, I need a state where I'm in charge. There are no protections for them or anything. And I think the international community drives the expectations up sometimes on the Palestinian side of saying that, like, listen, there are no negotiations that happen. We need to figure out shit. That's fine. Just wait for the ICC to arrest Netanyahu. Wait for the ICJ to say Israel's committing a genocide. Wait for the West to come and displace Israel. Wait for the U.S. to stop funding this country. And I think that that's what a lot of the Palestinians are waiting for, as long as the international conversations stay the way that they are. I think that's the issue. There's no dry, why would we negotiate anything with people that are genociding us?
I won't pretend to have anything to add to that perspective because I wouldn't even know where to begin to talk about instituting this. I don't think it's wrong of me to bring it up because I think you might agree, if we were able to get it instituted and get a constitution adopted that includes like an amendment that says that the UN has broad latitude to come in again if there's any sectarian movement in this government, right?
I understand what you're saying there, and I think in a dream world it can work. But then here's the question. Okay, let's say that I go to Israel and I make that argument. Listen, the UN will protect you. Okay, we'll have this one state. The UN promises we're going to make strong commitments to you about what to do for your country if you get invaded. Okay, Israel is going to look to the north. Okay, and they're going to say, like, the commitments that you made to helping the people in Syria that were getting gas attacked by Assad. And then they'll look further north and they'll say, like in the Budapest memorandums, when you guys took away Ukraine's nuclear arsenal in '94, and you said that you would give them security assurances, and now Russia's invading them, and you guys aren't doing anything to help them.
Serbia,
or they would look back to their own history, or they look back in their own
well.
history and they go, like, you didn't help us in '47 when all the states came to war with us, like you didn't help us in '73 when they surprise attacked us, like you're not helping us in 2006 with Hezbollah, like you're not doing anything about Iran fighting in Saudi Arabia, like you're not doing anything about the Houthis or like that's the issue.
Iran, Speaking of Iran, was it supportive when you overthrew Mossadegh and replaced him with the Shah and instituted a brutal fucking religious rule in that country? Like, was that productive? I mean, that's
so I'm saying this
part of the conversation, right?
Yeah, so I think the issue with the Israelis is they're going to be, that's their mindset is going to be like, why would we ever believe that you guys are ever going to step in and help us for fucking anything? If we start getting genocide, we're
never
fucked,
helps.
and we know that.
We're talking about establishing a new people here, though, Destiny, and this is a wild fucking conversation that we're having because we're talking about, like, at the end of this, there's not Israelis anymore, there's not Palestinians anymore, there's whatever we name it. I'm bad at naming things, so don't ask me.
Well, but what do you mean by that? I mean, the people still are going to see themselves as like they're like along their...
Yeah, but are the next generation of people going to see themselves that way when they see the fruits of that peace and cooperation? When they fall in love with one another and have babies with one another? Are you going to start to see that sectarian influence fray as these generations clash? And
I mean, how many generations of people have lived in Lebanon or Syria or Iraq?
I get it, but none of those people have lived in a country that was overseen by the UN with an eye towards ending sectarian hatred in that country and providing equal access to religious sites.
This is just so
theoretically,
stupid.
all of these areas were kind of overseen by, like, with the Sykes-Picot Agreement and like all the mandates, like all of these countries were mandated by foreign powers, and then they tried to put like stable regimes there, like the Hashemite.
From what you explained earlier, not to the extent that I'm advocating, though.
I mean, you can, and I understand what you're saying, like, oh, well, we need to advocate for more intervention, right? But I just think the problem is
harder and more clear intervention.
You just have the UN fucking
like the US
killing
Hamas in
Hamas.
Iraq and Afghanistan. You can't go and impose on people like a foreign administration if the people there don't want it. Like they're just gonna...
the US fucked up in multiple ways in Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's be fucking real here. And there were things that I know you hate hindsight as 2020 behavior, but there are things that I don't think were wild fucking concepts that could have been employed in both of those places to help those people.
Well, like what? Like what do we think?
So the Iraqi people, by and large, did hate Saddam Hussein. He was brutal. He was an absolutely brutal person to live under. They were afraid of him, which is why you got these very unorchestrated videos from the early roll-in to Iraq in the second Gulf War.
Sure.
Where dudes were like helping the tanks tear down fucking Saddam's statue, beating his head with their shoes as they dragged him away behind a tank and shit, right?
Okay.
That's why you were seeing that. But the problem was that they didn't deliver the promise that they made of being liberators. They started going house to house and arresting Sunnis.
Who?
American military personnel started military operations.
I would have to
in that area.
We would have to dig into the history here. My broad understanding for the problem that happened with Iraq is
this is one of those this is one of those areas where I do have because I was look, dude, I was in my fucking 20s when it happened. I was super well informed on the news.
Well, so my understanding is I understand. So my understanding is that the issue that you had was across multiple countries, still today in Syria you have the Ba'ath Party. In Iraq you have the Ba'ath Party which is ostensibly supposed to be like a secular government, but in practice it was basically ran exclusively by Sunnis. And I think the majority population in Iraq is a Shia population, right? I don't have that backwards, do I?
I believe you're correct on that.
But I think that the issue that you ran into is that once the Ba'ath Party was disassembled after the Iraqi invasion and after the government was taken apart, the United States told all those people, none of you that were in the government before, none of you are allowed to be in government again. Fuck all of you people. And then the people that they end up bringing afterwards in to staff the government all end up being of the other religious sect. I think they all end up being Shia. And now they're looking at this country like, you motherfuckers fucked us over for decades. Well, guess what? Now you motherfuckers are going to get it. And then you start ending up in situations where Sunnis are being like taken off into secret detention camps. I think Maliki, was the first prime minister, where he's like, he wants to go to fucking war with Iran, where this guy is like, yeah, it's fucking revenge time. But what do you do there now when you've got like your sectarian majority supporting a new government that wants to get revenge on the old people? And you're like,
right. Well, that was the mistake that I was building to when I said that America made a number of mistakes in that attempt at nation building that could have been very easily corrected by using the prescription that I have for the Israeli Palestinian.
Well,
state,
but how would you fix the Iraqi situation? Like, what would you have done instead?
So instead of empowering the oppressed minority and the oppressed majority and allowing, them to take their revenge on everything Sunni, I would have established a coalition government and had it completely and utterly top-down administered by people that are appointed by the UN.
Here we go. Yeah.
By a broad coalition of countries that are overseeing the situation so that no country gets to railroad.
Okay, this is so stupid. He literally believes that people will just agree with you. Every one of his fucking solutions to this problem is just send in some organization and then everyone will agree with them. What a fucking idiot.
Like conquering that and taking over, like robbing a country of all sovereignty and taking it over at that point.
Yes. Well, here's the thing is like, I don't like my tax dollars as an American going to arm Israel to continuously bomb people who've never done me harm. And the only way I see that stopping in the near midterm future is for us to start being as dudes on the left pretty firmly, right? To start making advocacy for these kind of dreamer positions of like, why would it be impossible for an international body like the UN to enforce peace in this state for a generation until their children go to school together for long enough to not hate each other?
Well, because one, it's hard to say, like, would they even go for that? Like, would they even support that? Because you'd be fighting.
It's like the first generation, no. The first generation of people would violently oppose that. The second, though, they're children that grow up in the UN-administered schools together, where they're taught about each other's religions and not vilifying.
Yeah, but their parents are going to be those same first-generation people. Like, they don't even live in the same cities. These people.
It might take even longer.
I feel like
this is why I don't advocate for nation building.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't
teach Jewish children about the religion of Islam. Oh, you know that the Prophet Muhammad wanted to kill all Jews. Oh, you know the Prophet Muhammad would massacre Jewish tribes and kill every man, woman, and child except for a few sex slaves. Oh, you know how the Prophet Muhammad just wants to create a worldwide caliphate and force everybody to be Muslim, and if they don't agree, they'll kill them. Isn't it a wonderful religion? Why can't we all just get along, kids?
you'd have to have like military tribunals for UN soldiers arresting civilians committing crimes. Like this would be such a highly contentious occupation.
It would be.
Yeah.
But I think it would get less contentious with time, though. I think if it established a general modicum of peace in a region that's been on fire for fucking 30, 40, 50, 60 years now, right? I think that after, you know, a couple of years of that, people would start to see the wisdom in it, so long as it maintained its veneer of fucking international cooperation.
It might be,
and the goal.
Maybe the people just don't. But maybe the people don't want to be organized that way. Maybe they don't want like some democratic, secular government with a constitution and all that.
What the people want is clear, Destiny. For me on both sides, for you on one, they want to wipe each other out.
I mean, I don't think it's as simple as that, or as reductive as that.
Jews don't want Arabs calling the Temple Mount Al-Aqsa anymore.
Well, but to be clear, under Jewish rule, they do. The only time that Arabs and Jews have been able to worship at this place is when Jews have had control over the territory. Right now, Jordan administers to the Temple Mount. It's called a Waqf, I think.
Yeah.
So Jordan is allowed
it's a mess.
Well,
I understand.
I mean, it works right now. Like Arabs are able to go into Al-Aqsa Mosque, and Jews go to the Western Wall and pray.
Are Jews allowed to go into the mosque and pray on the temple grounds?
Into the mosque, no.
So not into the mosque through the golden doors, but on the, because you understand the Temple Mount, at the top of it is Al-Aqsa, and it's a garden with a golden, the Dome of the Rock, right?
Sure, the Dome of the Rock is in the middle, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is in the corner, and you've got the entire temple mount. Yeah.
There's a garden that's walled off. Many Jews want to go and pray on what they believe is the bones of the first Temple of Solomon.
Sure.
Krabby Donatillers, yo, Peepus Comedy Gains, lol bro, I would love to see you debate this wacko and demolish him. Oh yeah, this guy is a fucking terrorist. He literally just wants to murder people.
There is no God. Okay. So where do you think we came from?
I think I came space dust.
Gotcha. And where did you get that from?
Oh, from science. From Big Bang Theory.
So Big Bang Theory is something you can prove like in a clinical trial?
No.
Cannot, right?
Is God something you can prove in a clinical trial?
Let's say your camera right here, right?
My camera.
Let's say I told you, you know what, Canon didn't make that camera. Over billions of years, space particles came together and made this camera. With that lens, with all the functions, with battery charging, would you believe me?
Yeah, no.
Well, he already knows how a camera's made.
You would not, right? No. Why not? Because it's complex, right? Yeah. It takes design. Now, what's more complex, you or that camera?
Me, obviously.
Right? Are your eyes better?
Yeah, so this is a false comparison. You would expect to see biological organisms kind of get created. You wouldn't expect something like a camera to get created.
Better than cameras? They are, right? Yeah. You recharge, you don't even need to be plugged into the wall, you go to sleep, you recharge. So if you believe this couldn't come without intelligent design, then how could this come without intelligent?
Well, that was highly retarded.
And then you know there is only one Allah.
Which Allah?
Allah is one.
Which Allah?
There is only one Allah.
Is that the one which came to the earth and raped Mary and made Isa? Is that the one?
We do not believe that Allah came to the earth and raped Mary. No. Maybe you're confused with Christians. No, if you can show me an ayah in the Quran, I'll hand it to you. Okay. Here you go. Show it to me. Quran does it say that?
Yeah, whatever. See this one.
I'll tell you something funny. I was on a plane and I travel a lot for work, and I was sitting next to this guy who was an atheist. He started arguing with me, Oh, you Muslim? Because I was dressed like this, And he was like, oh, Muslims this, and there's no God, and this. So I started talking, like, okay, where do we come from? And then the plane started, like, really shaking, right? Of course. And he's like, oh, God. And I was like, okay, who are you calling on? He goes, not now. So there was no atheist when the plane started shaking, right?
I've nearly died from suffocation, and I did not call out to any god. I just sat there and accepted my fate. And I'm still here. So, yeah, are you telling me God saved me even though I didn't call out for him?
Sharon was not back in the 40s. Ariel Sharon was alive when I was a kid.
Sure.
He's just dead now. He was the Israeli general and politician who served as the 5th prime minister.
No way.
And
No
I was
way
talking
was
about.
I had asthma when I was a kid, and I had an asthma attack that almost killed me.
He was the prime minister then.
Yeah, April
and I think
2006,
Sharon, he might have been a big military guy in the Yom Kippur War, but I don't believe he was.
That's the one I was thinking of, man. I couldn't think of the Jewish holiday it was named after. They also call it like a very because it was a short war, right? It was like a decisive.
Yom Kippur was short. Right. If you talk to super Zionist Jews, they'll tell you that it was like a super short, amazing war for Israel. But the 6-day war was the real amazing one. The Yom Kippur war was kind of a scary one for them.
Okay,
they did win,
Got
but
it.
yeah. Sharon was.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to track us off onto that. I was just thinking out loud. Go ahead.
No, yeah. I mean, listen, there's a lot of shit going on, but
so I just want to say thank you for having me on and giving me all this fucking time on a big ass fucking platform and stuff. It's really cool that you do that with people and make yourself available to these types of talks, and that you didn't just like hang up on me when your chat was calling me a retard and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, dude, is there enough for everybody or not?
Yeah, if you come on over, yeah.
But anyway, no, I actually enjoyed talking to you. I hope it wasn't too painful for you. I do have to go, though. I've got shit to do this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I think there's probably more we could talk about. So should I just reach out to you in the same way? If I'm feeling like popping in one day, you'll let me know when.
Yeah, whenever. Or just, and if you got any friends that disagree with anything I've said, you can always drag them in too. Yeah.
You might end up agreeing with him a little more than you think you do, but.
Maybe. But okay.
Yeah, I know
really
he's
great, Paul. You didn't run away like a little girl and start screaming. Good job.
Thanks, Geegan Veins. Destiny didn't he do good too? He didn't make a convincing moral argument for a genocide going on with cows and then deny one across the planet. You remember? Didn't he do good?
Well, I actually made an argument against the genocide, and you wouldn't listen, and you screamed and yelled and threw a tantrum, and then you left.
Because normal people, when moral frameworks don't match, they get kind of pissed off, and they kind of want that person to account for why your moral framework doesn't match.
Okay, well, normal adults can actually argue these things, but you can't. You just scream and run
Normal
off.
adults also aren't 44 years old and tired of wasting their time with sophists.
Okay, so I make an argument, you scream and leave, and I'm the sophist?
You made an argument for a moral framework about cows and chickens in a chicken coop in somebody's backyard that you would not extend to Palestinian people, my dude.
Okay, I don't think Jews are raising Palestinians to lay eggs.
I didn't make that contradiction happen, Geegan Veins. You did, and I didn't feel like, dude. Look, I'm not a saint like Destiny.
Do Palestinians lay eggs?
I don't know, dude. Is there a genocide of chickens going on?
There is, but
Okay,
I would argue
cool.
there isn't a genocide of Palestinians.
And I'll let that stand on its own, man. I'll let that stand where it stands. I really do. I don't think I can untangle what's wrong, buddy.
Okay, well, very, very brave of you for actually not screaming and leaving as soon as somebody disagrees with you.
Cool.
You've
Maybe you
grown
take
a lot
little
in the last
note.
few weeks.
Maybe you take a few notes from Stephen Bonnell too about how he handles disagreement.
I was being respectful and cordial with you the entire time, never screamed. I presented my argument and you just screamed.
You were being very bland, and you were reading from some sort of list of fucking bullet points, and you were detached, and every time I'd say something you'd go,
so
anyway,
well,
blah, 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 they're making Kassan rockets.
So I was being respectful and calm, and that's a problem for you? Should I have yelled like you were?
You got a lot more gas when you're in front of a big audience like Destiny's than you did when you were in front of the 40 people that watch you now.
Okay, so I should scream and yell like you do, and that makes it easier to have a conversation?
Help. Yeah, you might get a viewer or two.
Okay. Thanks for the advice.
No problem. You seem to need it. Not doing too well, homie.
I'm doing just fine.
Got it. Cool. Well, good luck.
Wow,
you got anything else for me?
Did you guys make up? Are you good now?
Oh, yeah. We were about to kiss, but you fucking made it awkward.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking Destiny always busting in right when the fucking gay kiss is about to happen. Making out. You want to? Do you want to just join in, Destiny? We'll have a big 3-way fucking gay kiss in here or not?
No, I'm good.
I could upload it to my OnlyFans.
You pass? Is it because of me you're passing or because of Geegan Veins?
I'm I just
No,
want
I want to hear you say it.
stuff. Okay, that's all.
I want to hear you fucking say it.
Both. Okay.
I want to hear you say it, Steven. I want to hear you say it.
I love you. Okay.
All right, dude. I'm gonna fucking take off. Thank you for having me, Gigan Veins. Stay salty, my friend. We'll talk again, Destiny. Have a good one, okay, buddy? Bye.
All right, Destiny, could you please do me a little favor?
Okay.
Go to my channel, watch the debate I had the last 5 minutes. It's just the last 5 minutes. It's the most hilarious, beautiful thing you will ever see.
Was it that guy?
Yeah, it's Paul Zigo.
Debating the poltergeist.
Yeah, Paul Zigo. Just go to the last 5 minutes, react to it on stream.
All right, I'll watch some of it. Okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to add, there was a lot of stupid things he said. I'll just bring up 2 points. He keeps mentioning the UN. He has this like weird fetish for the UN when they have a track record of not really doing anything. And it's strange. He thinks sending in UN peacekeepers would somehow help keep peace in the region. All you're doing is offloading the burden of fighting Hamas onto the UN, who is likely less equipped to actually deal with Hamas and the humanitarian issues than Israel is. And he also mentioned like how Saudi Arabia keeps like close track of their money. They're horrible at like managing their economy. Just look at the Layne project. I mean, they clearly do not really keep good track of their spending. So there's a lot of stupid shit. Like I don't really need to go through it because it was obvious to everybody, but I would really appreciate if you just watched the last 5 minutes of my debate with Paul. That would be just amazing if you could do that on stream.
Okay, I'll speed through it, okay?
All right, thanks. Take care.
I love you, bye. Okay, I'll speed through it, okay?
All right, thanks. Take care.
Man, this all went for a lot longer than I thought it would. Can you clarify your take on us leaving Afghanistan? You made it seem as if the mighty Tally had us running scared and forced us out. No, I'm just saying that our project there was, we just spent so much money and we have nothing to show for it. We spent $2 trillion. I understand once you get past like million, it looks like nothing, but like, actually, I'm about to make a huge, hold on.
The Hamas, do they have a choice? Fuck.
So, again, if you look at,
I was gonna guess. Do I think we spent more money in Afghanistan than we did for World War II, adjusted for?
Okay,
I'm gonna guess. Yeah, what?
My bad. Slight correction. Could you go to 1 minute 46? Sorry, 1 hour 46 minutes and 40 seconds in the debate. That's where you should start watching from. And you don't have to watch to the end. You can just watch to where I pull up the stats and figures.
Gotcha.
All right, thanks.
Okay, bye.
Stats and figures.
Gotcha.
All right, thanks.
Okay, bye. Damn. Okay. So, look, okay, so people in chat are saying, not even close. World War II was way more. Somebody said in caps, World War II was on an unimaginable scale. So, our adjusted for inflation spending in World War II was $4 trillion. And I'm pretty sure in Afghanistan, it was over 20 years, but in Afghanistan, I think we spent over $2 trillion, I think. Total spending, USA and Afghanistan, $2.3 trillion. One of the big issues that we had in Afghanistan is so much money went missing, just pumped into blocks that were getting paid so much. It was just an insane amount of cash that was pumped into this country, and it was just so horribly mismanaged. But, yeah. What are blocks? Oh, just like neighborhood blocks. I don't know if I read that in the Afghanistan papers or cables or something, but like the idea that there was just like the square footage Like the money that would be allocated to different cities and blocks and projects was just an ungodly amount of money. I see all the fucking retards in chat that are spamming so happily over and over again. World War II was only 4 years. World War II was only 4 years. World War II. Yeah, World War II was a conflict that spanned like 5 different continents. Afghanistan was literally like 1 or 2 countries. I think most of the money went into Afghanistan and Pakistan. Yes, I'm aware of the time period. Thank you, retards. Jesus Christ.
When's he gonna fucking react to my Paul debate? God damn it. Stay focused.
I saved this comment from YouTube chat. Did I permaban this guy? I hope you did. I hope I did. The depth to which Destiny's willing to go into the weeds to preserve his correctness turns me off. Sometimes shit is just wrong, and we know this from using nothing more than common sense. Based. Was it also just spent inefficiently? Why was it so much? It was just a ton of money going into projects with no accountability, I think. I think that was the huge thing. There was just like where the money was going and for what reason was just not... It was just really foolishly spent, is my understanding. You got to figure out the cost of doing the nuclear program too, since that was technically in the World War II budget. Would that have been super ultra expensive? Let's see if I can guess. How much money would the Manhattan Project have cost for building a nuclear bomb?
I think it was 500 billion in today's money.
Was the U.S. enriching the uranium ourselves? We must have been, right? It's not like we could offshore that to another country. It was a fucking world war. But the amount of uranium enriched was a very, very small amount, right? Because these were early bombs that didn't have much in them. I'm going to guess the Manhattan Project cost in adjusted dollars. I'm going to guess... I want to say $100 billion. That's my guess. Could it have been way more? I'm going to say $100 billion. Fuck
oh,
it,
just $2 billion.
Manhattan Project cost. Fuck, I way overshot. Okay. Fuck you guys for saying this was a huge part of the... This was a huge part of the...
Yeah, that's peanuts.
Budget.
Thought it was way more.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on. I'm so sorry. 30 billion by 20. Okay, never mind. Okay. It was way closer. Okay, my bad. Whew, okay. Not as bad. Okay. We were within an order of magnitude. The biggest, my guess would be the biggest expenditure, my guess would have been on the construction of the plants to enrich the uranium, like the centrifuges. That would be my guess. Breakdown.
I want him to react to the fucking Paul video. What is he doing?
Works. 390 million. Special operating materials. Los Alamos project. Blah 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 blah. Oak Ridge. The gaseous diffusion plant. $500 million. And the electromagnetic plant. $500 million. The Clinton Laboratories? Wait, what? Right now, no Googling. What's the U.S. GDP and what's the U.S. budget for 2023? I don't even have any fucking idea. The U.S. GDP, it's high, isn't it? Like,
oh my god, I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Inside of its hockey puck clamshell are over a dozen pearls of nicotine goodness that are now the only thing I care about in life. That's right, I am full-blown addicted to Ronald Reagan's, and apparently a lot of other people in corporate America are too. But I've got questions about me and my friends' exciting new habit. Questions like, is it bad that we're doing so much Zyn that we are literally running out? Am I gonna be okay? I mean, why do I love it so much? Seriously, why? Most popular brand of nicotine pouch. Layne. Inside of its fibrous sac are a few grams of powdered nicotine that come in fun flavors like wintergreen, spearmint, and citrus if you're a total pansy. Now, these little suckers are produced by the Scandinavian tobacco company Swedish Match, who were acquired a few years ago by Philip Morris, a tobacco giant whose brands include Marlboro and Parliament. Now, I've been a Marlboro man for decades myself, but the missus just cannot stay off the Parliaments. It's a fun little household rivalry we have. That bitch. Zyn has been on sale in the US since 2014, but its popularity has surged recently. US shipment volumes reached a record level of 560 million units this year, bolstered by a flood of jabrones who appear to have created their own language.
Uppy Dicker, little Zimbabwe before the wedding.
It's a Zenachino.
Nothing like a chino midair, buddy.
You're Jennifer Aniston's, alright, guy?
A little uppy decky, sweet taste of Zendaya.
Hey, honey. Did you say you had to go to Barnes & Noble later?
Second Zin, third Zin, fourth. Holy shit, bro, I'm gonna be getting
Vids. Let me take a look, Mark Sisson.
This film was brought to life thanks to the support of the Nobodies Collective.
Tracks and formulaic compositions has left many longing for the innovative spark that once fueled the industry. Enter the hero of our story. Experience and interact with music through their comments.
I might watch that. Doesn't sound particularly interesting.
Andrew Huberman and I have something in common.
Huberman Protocol. Okay, I'll watch that.
Do you also think that the AI can or will at some point have the same idea of something being superior to itself? You know, like we just talked about, that we have this idea that something is more intelligent than us. Will it have the same?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay.
I mean, it seems, unless you think you're like the smartest entity in the whole world, then for everybody else, it's true that there is something that is smarter. And so that seems like a good guess.
So you think the AI will think that too? You know,
Yeah.
think it will have a god, or it will have a super intelligence that it will talk, not talk to, but relate to the same way that we relate to this idea of AI being super intelligent. So it's
Well,
super
exactly whether it's exactly the same way, and the way that different people relate to this in different ways, I think. So it's a complex and important question. But yeah, it would be a very salient hypothesis to an AI that there might be other more advanced AIs around, either in the form of a simulation or elsewhere in the universe, or that even here on Earth, if it's running in a training environment. And so I think once you reach a certain level of ability to reflect on your situation of different minds, then this
check.
This guy is just boring as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Mark Sisson.
An income of, 50K.
And I bet you guys do as well, and that is that we like women, and he's getting a lot of heat for it right now because this hit piece that was published about his having multiple affairs with multiple women and lying about it and having 5 girlfriends overlapping at the same time, especially when he's in his 40s, has a lot of people wondering, how does he do it? How does he maintain that sexual vigor, that libido, that performance? Well,
TRT?
Take to massively improve his performance beyond what it is. Let's go over first what he's actually taking. We have a podcast that he did with Dr. Kyle Gillett where they discussed the natural supplements that he's taking, and I'm going to go through them very quickly. Creatine. Now, at first you might think creatine is just to increase your strength and performance in the gym. It doesn't have anything to do with your sexuality. However, one of the criticisms of creatine is it could cause hair loss because it increases DHT. Now,
it does not increase DHT.
Doesn't necessarily increase DHT to a huge significant amount. Not everybody's going to get hair loss, but there are studies that show that DHT has increased.
There's literally only one study that found the group taking creatine had an increase in DHT, and those results have never been replicated.
By creatine to some extent, and DHT also helps sex drive and performance. Next is betaine. Betaine, not super significant, worth talking about. L-carnitine, also not super significant. It's good for fat loss. It's good for androgen receptor resensitization, health. And then vitamin D, of course, you need vitamin D for your optimal testosterone levels. And boron, Tongkat Ali, Shilajit, zinc. And he actually gave dosages of these, not of vitamin D, because your vitamin D levels or your need for vitamin D depends on your genetics largely and how much sun exposure.
Thoughts on Mr. Beast saying he wants to run for president? He's never going to be a viable presidential candidate, and he's a fucking idiot. Thoughts on influencers running for office? Yeah, they're never going to do it. Also, have you ever watched the show Smiling Friends? Yes. I think that's one of the funniest cartoons ever made. Smiling Friends is pretty fantastic.
You have and a bunch of other factors. So the main thing is you want to get your lab work to where your vitamin D levels are at the highest side of normal or even higher for maximum testosterone boosting benefit. And then boron, also very helpful for boosting testosterone. It lowers SHBG, sex hormone binding globulin, which frees up more testosterone to actually be used by the body. Tongkat Ali at a dosage of 400 milligrams per day increases free testosterone, lowers SHBG, increases luteinizing hormone, which is the hormone that signals to your testicles to make more testosterone. Shilajit at 250 milligrams twice per day, increased testosterone, and FSH, follicle stimulating hormone, which increases fertility and bolsters the natural testosterone boosting process, and zinc at high dosages. Wow, packed into 2 products. And for fat, I think everything and more than Andrew Huberman takes for boosting his testosterone. So that's taken care of. Now onto the enhanced things like the peptides and research chemicals. So here's the ones that he takes. Tesamorelin for fat loss and for increasing growth hormone and all the benefits and anti-aging benefits of growth hormone. Ipamorelin for the same reason. Ipamorelin and tesamorelin both increase growth hormone. These are injectable peptides. Next, BPC 157, body protection compound 157.
Okay. The thing that annoys me the most about these conversations is, like, if I haven't done like extensive reading on every single topic, then he could get me on any of these, and then I look like the idiot because he's willing to be so forward with it all. But it's like, damn, like, Jesus, yeah. Anyway, whatever. Okay. What did he call him? A vegan? Is that what he called him? Wants us to watch this.
2? Are babies indoctrinated into Hamas? Do they have a choice? Fuck.
So, again, if you look at... So, like I was saying, if you're going to claim they're indiscriminately bombing, we can actually look at...
Show you why. I'm about to back that claim because you're going to see rubble.
Okay, can you let me talk, please?
Go for it, buddy.
So, if you're going to claim they're indiscriminately bombing, we can cross-reference this with other data of indiscriminate bombings. And we can look at civilian to fighter casualty ratios.
No, let's do the math, bro. Let's do the math. Let's take a look.
You can look at civilian to fighter casualty ratios. So Dresden bombing, for instance, Hiroshima, you see civilian to fighter casualty ratios that are around 1 or below 1 in terms of risk ratio. So basically, for every like 99 civilians, like 1 fighter's killed. That's what you tend to see with indiscriminate bombing. When you look at the civilian to fighter casualty ratio,
would you say? Oh, I agree. Okay. Would you tend to say that you also see with indiscriminate bombing undue and complete destruction of infrastructure?
What does that mean?
Over a wide area. Would you say that's also an attribute that you would say applies to indiscriminate?
What is your takeaway from people being able to delude themselves into believing that they have a strong grasp on an issue? Well, it's funny because we ran to so many different places in that conversation, but one of the first things that we were going to go over was, I believe that the 2 big problems for the media, one is that issues have legitimately becoming more complicated, But two is that people are legitimately becoming less, it feels like less educated or less knowledgeable on things because of how we find information on the internet. Something that I would really like to know, because we can look at history through rose-tinted glasses. I'm curious. Okay, here's what I'm really curious about, okay?
Oh, just finish the fucking video, dude.
Now were these videos consumed by ordinary working class Americans, or were these meant for like the upper class intellectual elite? Because like I've seen like old videos like this in 1937. It's explaining a differential, which is a fascinating piece of engineering in terms of how like gears plug into each other that allow what would seem like a simple operation that is actually really complicated, but then is actually solved very elegantly. Like there are these old black and white videos that explain things like these, and they explain these concepts really well. They don't treat you like a fucking retard. They do a really good job at like very simply breaking down the process, and they go step by step to construct like our modern understanding of like how how a differential works. I'm curious if like ordinary people consumed stuff like this and had like some kind of understanding, or maybe maybe I'm deluding myself and these things were just like consumed by super educated people or something. I don't know. I think another thing that an emailer brought up once, and I've talked to people about this, is I like this concept he brought up. He called it the magic box. And I think I agree with that as well. That have I ever read this email on stream, or have I only spoken about it? Basically, the idea is that back in the day, so like for instance, if you drive a manual car, you probably have a slightly better understanding of how a car works than if you drive an automatic car. Not like a hugely different understanding, but like if I were to try to explain like, oh, like what's the difference between a like your transmission, or like if I were to bring up like here's a powertrain and here's a drivetrain, and can you explain like how a transmission gets power from the powertrain to the drivetrain? If you drive a manual car, you can probably like put it together in your brain. Like, okay, well, when I'm driving my car and I spin the fucking engine and I see the RPMs go up and I have first gear, second gear, the gears get smaller to bigger. Yeah, okay. You basically are using gears to take the spin from the powertrain and then somehow that's plugging into the wheels. I don't know how it sounds right. And you're like, oh, okay, sure. But if I were to ask somebody who drives an automatic car
this, just finish
right,
the fucking
can you
video,
explain
dude.
like drivetrain, powertrain, and like transmission? How's the transmission connected to an automatic driver? I don't fucking know. I push the gas and the car goes. I don't fucking know, right? That as your technology becomes more and more and more abstracted and stuff becomes more complicated, rather than being a person who is operating things where you like kind of have, you got like some understanding of like what's going on in the device you operate, you're truly operating magic boxes. You have no fucking idea, right? Like I imagine that early automobile drivers, like it's weird. Early automobile drivers, my guess would be probably intuitively understood more principles of engineering and automobile operation than modern drivers, right? Just because a modern driver, I was gonna say you get in, you turn the key, you don't even turn the key, you get in the car, you push the button, and you push the gas and it just goes, it just works. Whereas for old cars, I'm sure, I even mentioned even mentioning manual, I don't even know if there were clutches on old cars. I think you just had to fucking shift like at the right RPM, and it was just like a whole ass.
No, they had a
whole
clutch.
ordeal, you know. I think there was just so much going on in older automobiles in terms of like how to operate them, but. Let me check. Actually, I'm not sure.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Have clutches?
Why can't he just react to my fucking debate with Paul?
The first clutch was introduced in the 1920s, revolutionizing the way cars operated. Prior to clutches, cars used a direct drive system, which made it difficult to start and stop the vehicle smoothly. The introduction of clutches allowed for smoother gear changes and improved driving experience. I don't remember how they did it, but it was like just even changing gears in a car was just unbelievably complicatedly fucking annoying. But even I think even these first clutches might have been annoying as well. Yeah, I don't know. You could argue that people who specialize in different areas now, as I think young people are much more tech literate.
Oh, bro.
7, it increases healing, and especially for like the gut, joints, tendons, ligaments, for, you know, better vitality as we age. TB 500, same thing, increases recovery, promotes healing, tendons, ligaments, muscles, skin, heart, eyes, anti-aging. CJC 1295. Again, this is the list of peptides that Andrew Huberman himself takes, and that increases growth hormone, and then also specifically he mentions that it increases IGF, which of course anything that increases growth hormone is usually increasing IGF. And Cmax, which is a nasal spray peptide that increases mental performance. There's Cmax and Selenk. He used both. Cmax gives you more energy and mental performance, like outward energy. And Selenk is more of an anti-anxiety to make you more focused and relaxed and calm. Both increase mental performance, different types of mental performance. And then GHK copper, another peptide used by injection. And Andrew Huberman also uses testosterone replacement therapy. Now, a lot of the supplements that we talked about are for boosting testosterone naturally. And you might ask, why would someone take natural testosterone boosters and testosterone replacement therapy? If you're already injecting testosterone, why would you then take supplements to increase your natural testosterone? Well, I am also on testosterone replacement therapy, and I also take natural testosterone boosters so that I maintain some level of my own natural testosterone production.
Tony Huge is a fucking idiot, dude. Taking natural test boosters, for one thing, doesn't do shit. And if you're already taking testosterone exogenously, like that makes it even stupider.
Production and fertility, because when your body is producing its own natural testosterone, that's also increasing fertility at the same time. If you take testosterone replacement therapy and you don't take anything to increase your own natural testosterone production, then you might notice fertility significantly decreases.
The fuck is he doing?
Okay. Xena, did you want to come in?
And bomb you.
So I don't know why we care.
Okay, what's up? What do you want?
Do you want to just do dinner and actually like give me real advice and talk like as friends, or do you want to do it for content?
You know, I'm a content-driven guy. No, we can do dinner if you want. Yeah, the only problem is I wouldn't be able to do it until like next month because my kid's here until the 28th.
Oh my god.
What? Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, you can just type messages to me and I can type back. But it's probably gonna be the same shit I've said in the past. It's probably gonna be the exact same shit. But
No, it's not. It's not about that. It's more about like my perspective of whether or not like I'm not healthily thinking about things, or like I guess like I'm kind of feeling like the way that I'm thinking about things is like I'm accepting a narrative that in one sense like he's telling me I'm lying to myself because I want to believe that he didn't care about me and gave up too easily and stuff like that, and like I'm just trying to figure out like if I'm not like am I actually not thinking healthily about things for my process to like let go? Like is that an unhealthy way to try to let go?
do you have somebody that you
It's
trust
like-
to give you feedback on your thought process?
I've been talking to my therapist. That part I have, but even then, like, I mean, that's still relatively new.
Okay. I mean, that's basically what you need. Is you need a friend or a therapist that you can trust to give you feedback on your thought process, who will give you honest information and not just simp for you. But this requires you to also be soliciting honest information and to be receptive to honest information. I don't know. I don't think we've had very many critical conversations, so I can't say. But I don't. If
this
you
chick
are,
is a Holocaust denier, by the way.
Cutting out people that are telling you things you don't want to hear, and you're hunting for certain opinions, then you're never going to get good feedback on your thought process, and you're just going to constantly be upset unless you're getting what you want from whoever that you're arguing with. I'm not saying that you do that. I'm just saying that that's a thing that a lot of people run into.
Right. Yeah. Because, like, I wanted to rant and vent, but then I was like, that's why I told you, like, we could chat privately. I'd rather just message you and not do the whole whatever. Because I have stuff that I actually am going to, like, want to tell you and get your honest feedback, like, of my actions alone, just, like, and how I'm, like, perceiving things or whatever. So, like, yeah, if you're down when you're not busy, like, I'll type it out. I'll make it make sense and then get your feedback that way instead of just, like, crying on your stream.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I will say that, like, when you write stuff down, like, this is the process, okay, that I would go through, all right, if I were you, okay? If you have a particular thing that you want to talk to somebody about, okay, so first you think, like, okay, I want to solicit feedback from this person. I need them to talk about a particular thing, okay? So write down your thoughts that you want feedback on, okay, from the person. Oh, I'm writing this down here, okay? Write down your thoughts, you know, whatever it is that you want to talk about or get feedback on, okay? Once you've written that down, all right, stop and look at it and read it and ask yourself 2 questions. Or it's 1 question, okay? What are you looking to get from asking for that feedback? Because another trap that people will fall into is, like, here's 2 ways that a conversation could go, okay? Hey, I want to talk to you. I'm trying to get some feedback. And then person's like, okay, yeah, what's up? Okay, well, it's about my friend. Okay, yeah, talk to me. Okay, so every single time my friend comes over, he throws shit all over my fucking apartment, and he takes shits in the fucking toilet, and he doesn't flush, and he throws stuff at my cat, and he hurts my cat, and I'm upset by this. Do you think I'm right to be upset? Those types of conversations are completely unproductive and totally not helpful, because all you're doing is basically ranting out a whole list of issues with the other person, and you're looking for validation in your feelings.
Validation, right.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with validation, but you have to understand that validation is just there to make you feel better. It can help you cope with things. It can help you, shore up, like, if you're, like, mentally distraught for a moment, or if you're having trouble accepting that you're even feeling a particular thing. Like, it's okay to sit there and validate your feelings for a bit.
Yeah, she dated
But
Snake.
don't seek critical
Imagine.
feedback from people and confuse validation with critical feedback. If you're ranting about somebody and all you're doing is giving all the bad things they've done, and you're just asking if your feelings are justified, all you're looking for is validation. That's not feedback. Yeah. If you are writing problems, ideally, once you've written it out, what you're looking for is, like, hey, what are the mistakes that you think I made here, and how can I avoid these in the future? That's what you should be looking for. Yeah. But usually 99% of the time, I don't know if you're going to do this, but usually what people are doing is they're looking to list problems, and they're looking for you to give them, like, hey, like, what can I do to make this thing still work? Or, like, I understand that these are happening, but, like, this is, like, his problem, right? But I can change this so that we can still, like, work and we can still do this or whatever. Usually people are just, like, looking for a way back to whatever they left, and that's the only reason they're doing it.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that you just said right before that last part is close to, like, where my mindset keeps going too. Is, like, constantly looking for a way to figure out how can I fix this situation, even though it's, like, obvious there shouldn't be a situation anymore. I shouldn't hold on to, like, that thought. I shouldn't want that anymore. And then I feel like, am I seeking, like, that validation, or, like, that I want the majority of people to agree with me that, oh no, I wasn't loved, therefore it makes sense for me to be like, I don't want it anymore, and to move on. Versus if I accept, like, oh, I was loved, then I think that hurts me more, because it's like I feel like I failed at something, or I did something wrong and I lost somebody that I cared about.
Make rapid fire changes so that you can, like, move on to or so that you can, sorry, fuck, what do you want, Vegan Games?
Oh, I just thought I could add to the conversation to help Xena.
Sure. Okay, let me just finish up real quick and some random stuff. Okay, here, when it comes to leaving past relationships, Xena, these are 3 broad pieces of information that I think are true for all people. Some people might disagree with me. I think those people are young or misinformed. I feel very strongly about all 3 things I'm about to say, okay? So take it or leave it, but you'll never change my mind on these, okay? So Number one, okay, if you find yourself in a situation where you feel like you're the only one pouring a lot into a relationship, then it's probably not a good situation. It can't be on one person to make a relationship survive. Even if the relationship ends up working out at periods of time, nobody wants to be in a relationship where they're the only one trying. And when the relationship ever flips in terms of like you getting upset over something, you're going to constantly be in like a pursuer-evader dynamic where as soon as you have a problem, the other person wants to split, meaning that you're going to be held hostage basically to their emotional whims at all points in the relationship. You're going to be on their time frame. You're going to be on their emotional schedule. You're not going to be able to ever have a problem or express a concern of your own because that person's always going to ditch because they only want to be with you when you're trying like at 1,000,000% to make the relationship work. Okay. Number one, you understand that?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah. Okay. Don't be stuck in those situations. Okay. Number one. Okay. Number two is if you find that you are pouring a ton of work into a relationship constantly over stressing and fighting and resolving disputes and blah, blah, blah. But like afterwards, like things are okay. Don't do that. Like you don't want to throw so much effort into a relationship just to build it up to normal, okay? All that energy could be going towards making a healthy relationship so much more fun. You don't want to be dumping all of that energy just to make a relationship not want to make you kill yourself. It's such a waste of energy. There are so many more productive relationships to pour your time and energy into, okay?
Yes.
Number two, and then number three, you may or may not believe this right now. I don't know. If you don't believe me now, then you can waste 10 years of your life and you'll come to learn it eventually. Okay. Personally, all right, there are no near misses ever. Near misses do not happen in relationships. If two people really want to be together and there's like a strong desire to make that happen, it will happen. Barring some exceptional circumstance, like somebody dies of cancer or people have to leave maybe for college or they get like abducted by a kidnapper. If two people really want to make a relationship work, both sides will find ways to contribute to make it work. If you're leaving this, because it usually happens when they're falling apart, especially when one person feels like they're pouring so much effort into it, usually what happens is the biggest reason you're mind fucking yourself is because you're like, fuck, like when it works, it's so good and that's fine. And like, we're so close to making it work and blah, 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 blah. No, that's not true. If that was the case, you should be able to leave or pull back and the other person should chase a lot as well. Not just in exceptional times where I'm loading this a lot, but sometimes people feel
listening.
Sure. Sometimes people feel like when they're being emotional or vulnerable to a partner and they're getting a better response out of their partner, they might think that, well, when I'm showing more or when I'm making this clear, like my partner is like, he does love me and he's willing to put this, blah, blah, blah. In reality, you're probably just putting them into like appeasement mode where they're panicking and they see you having like an emotional response, like, fuck, like, okay, yeah, I love you. It's okay. We'll do this, blah, 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 whatever, blah, blah, blah. Right. So you get into this like super negative death spiral of anytime you're not like super emotional, they're not giving you exactly what you want. Anytime you express a problem, they want to pull back, causing you to show more like vulnerability or big emotions, which is basically like manipulating them into coming back and appeasing you and then getting things back to neutral. This is like a death spiral that you don't want to be stuck in. So if like two people like have a bunch in common or enough to like make a relationship really work, these relationships are never going to not happen just because one side just didn't push quite hard enough. They're probably not happening because there's a whole bunch of reasons why they shouldn't happen. And the only way they would ever work is if one side forces it super fucking hard, which is miserable for a whole bunch of other reasons, I would say. Those are three pieces of advice that I think applies to every single like ending relationship. Basically, there are no near misses in relationships. Don't think of it that way. It just wouldn't. That's not the case. There's not a near miss. Otherwise, the other side would be putting way more effort in. Don't be putting all the effort into the relationship. You're just one person. Don't ever be in an unbalanced circumstance like that. It's bad for your mental health and it leads to a bunch of other external negative things happening. And don't be dumping a bunch of energy into a relationship that you're putting all this energy just to make it so you guys don't hate each other and you're bringing it like back to neutral. Don't do that either. You'd rather dump the energy into something more healthy. Those are the three things I say are generally true.
That kind of sounds exactly like what I'm feeling or going through, honestly. So I hear you.
Yeah, well, talk to somebody and you should write down like strict like borders. I think it's good to like attach like time constraints. Like don't say I'm not going to talk to this person anymore. And then
I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing and that's what he's doing and I think he's going to stick to that, which is good and that's healthy. Like I was talking to my mom about it and she was saying too, like sometimes when you care about someone you do have to walk away, especially for your own mental health. So he is making a right decision when it comes to that, so that we're not trapped in this. But like for me, obviously it's hard for me to even like get to the point where I can actually like block him, and then I get stuck in this like spiral where it's like he'll write me a big paragraph, like apologetic thing, and then be like, I'm blocking you so you don't have to respond. And it's like he writes all this stuff and then blocks me. And so then I'm stuck with this feeling like I have to somehow reach out because I want to reply, and I have to get rid of like not doing that. Like I have to stop feeling that way as well. Like I have to figure out a way that's going to make me able to let go. And I don't want to I don't want to let go because I hate this person, so I don't. But I also do want to like think of it as honest or as real as I can, like about like you said, like if one person's putting the majority of their energy into a relationship and the other person's not, then it's just that they don't want to be together type thing.
I have some advice for you. So, I think you should adopt the philosophy of nihilism. I was actually able to cure my depression due to nihilism. It's the recognition that nothing matters. All suffering, and I'm not talking about pain, I'm talking about suffering, which is a distinct thing. Nihilism can't remove any pain. If you stub your toe, it's going to hurt, obviously. But suffering is a different thing. I think the best way I can explain it is pain is the feeling of stubbing your toe. Suffering is the mental state you get into where you are sad about stubbing your toe. You're miserating about stubbing your toe. You're asking, why the hell did this have to happen to me? If you recognize that nothing matters, love doesn't matter, peace doesn't matter, happiness doesn't matter, suffering doesn't matter, your family doesn't matter, nothing matters, that allows you to make an actual conscious decision to choose your feelings. The only reason I can...
But if nothing matters, then my feelings wouldn't matter either.
That's right.
Choose my feelings.
Well, that's right. Your feelings don't matter. But your feelings do have a clear benefit towards you. It is true that there is no value, there is no meaning, but we can say descriptively that certain feelings do have a benefit to a conscious being. Feeling happy has a benefit to a conscious being. That's a descriptive claim. If you recognize that nothing matters, no people in your life matter, life is just, it's really just a stupid game. What is the point of miserating about anything? What is the point about saying, why me? Why did this have to happen to me? Why are they treating me this way? It's an acceptance of the state of reality, and it's also a recognition that you can choose to feel a certain way. Like, let me give you an example. I'm sure you've seen, like, channels on Reddit, like r/public freakout. You'll see arguments people are having where they're ridiculous arguments, you know, road rage, and you laugh at it. It's funny. Why is it funny? It's because you're not a part of the problem, and when you take a look back and you can see this whole circumstance, there's no reason why they're fighting. They could have just gone about their day and nothing happened and everybody would have been happy, but they choose to have the stupid, pointless argument, and here you are laughing about it. But for some reason, when something like that happens to you, where somebody cuts you off, you pull over, you'll start screaming, you'll start getting angry. There's no difference between these two situations, but you've actually made a conscious decision to make it matter. It matters that you're in the right. It matters that that person cut you off. You did nothing wrong. It matters what that person feels. You have to convince them that they're in the wrong. And that's creating the suffering. If you would, like, you can look at all these interactions kind of like rain hitting the water. Rain will hit the water and it will cause ripples. These ripples will interact with other ripples and you'll see this massive amount of turbulence in the water. What is stopping you from just being a rock in the water where ripples just bounce off of? If you could have an outlook on life where you could just look at these, like every circumstance that's happening to you, you had an outlook on life the same way as when you look at these like Reddit posts on r/freakout. If you had that same mentality, none of this matters. This argument is pointless. It's all stupid. You can just choose to laugh at it.
Why does eating meat matter?
Well, I'm not saying it does matter. I have a certain set of preferences that I would prefer to see in the world, but I'm not making a claim that it matters. I'm just saying that I have a certain set of preferences that I'd like to see. And nihilism doesn't mean that you don't have certain preferences. You're going to have a preference to sleep in a warm bed versus a cold floor.
Well, I feel like it would be more of a feeling, because you're pretty passionate. Not even
wait, before we go to
well, we shouldn't get into this argument, because this isn't important. We shouldn't get into.
As a quick thing, because I don't have much time left. Okay, because this is a quick thing. Okay, and then you guys can hash as much as you want to talk about nihilism. Okay.
Yeah.
Tina, the way that you phrase things and the way that you talk, this is an impossible thing to communicate because it's an emotional hurdle that you have to jump over. Is when you're talking about working on yourself or responding to things, okay, you cannot orient yourself emotionally through space and time like you're doing things with the goal or purpose of getting back together with the old relationship. That can't be the case because you're setting yourself up for destruction, and you are not setting yourself up for success in any future interaction. So for instance, if you're like, after a relationship like this fails, the thought should be, what kind of energy am I putting out, and why am I entering relationships that aren't working for me? Like, what do I need to change? And then you make those changes. It shouldn't be, if I make these changes, I can make that old relationship work again. Because when you say things like, well, if he sends me a message and blocks me, I have like a compulsion to go and message him on other platforms. Like, that doesn't sound like, oh, I'm over this and I'm good. That sounds like if I just can argue this one point successfully, if I can just get this one thing like correct, like he'll see that I'm right, and then he'll put in effort and make this work and blah 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 blah. And that's
my problem.
Well, look, I'm explaining the root of the problem. The solution to this is nihilism. She's looking at things with this lens that all these things matter. Her relationship with this specific person matters. Things have to work out in a certain way. If you recognize that none of this matters, you can make a conscious choice and make decisions that just benefit you.
That might be the case, but I think this is like a whole change philosophically in mindset.
Yeah, and it's probably too much for me to like really.
Well, it's something that you have to work on
or understand at this point.
Well, it's something that you have to work on
over time. My issue is more so what
Destiny
said. It is very much that issue. Exactly what he said is spot on. Everything Destiny said is spot on. I do get to that point where I'm like, if I could argue this or make this point, then I could fix everything and restore what I've wanted.
Well, right.
And that's the point that I'm trying to get rid of. I'm trying to get past that point. Yeah. I'm at this stage where, for example, the loss of this relationship affects me and hurts me, and I feel pain for it. And then it hurts me when I feel like the person that I'm losing does not feel that pain and is not suffering in the way that I am suffering. And so then I get in this loop where it's like, can I fix this? Can I make this person still care about me?
And it doesn't matter. And if you would internalize...
It does matter. It does emotionally.
No, it doesn't.
It has an impact. It does to the person emotionally, right? They can't choose to just not have that emotion.
Well, no, you can.
I've been diagnosed with bipolar type 1 and I'm unmedicated.
Right, and I'm telling you, if you use these mindfulness techniques and you internalize nihilism, you can eliminate all of the suffering from your life. Like, look, somebody can tell you that, okay, this is exactly what you should do. You should stop messaging this person. You should just never make sure that they never message you or you never look at their messages. It doesn't solve the problem of your mindset that is creating the issue, and it's never going to be solved unless you fundamentally change that mindset. So, like, it doesn't matter. And I don't think you could make an argument for why it matters. It's impossible. The only truth is nihilism,
emotional
and it doesn't matter.
Emotional attachment, chemical brain makeup, like, that's why it technically matters. I understand like what you're saying philosophically, like in the end none of this matters. We're all going to die and this is all just going to be a distant memory nobody's ever going to remember. I get that. But in this moment, I am here, I am conscious, I'm a human being, I have a lot of emotions, and I have a chemical imbalance in my brain. I have bipolar type 1 and ADHD. So for me, it matters, and it matters a lot.
So two things to point out here. You're not a slave to the chemistry in your brain. You can find associations between certain brain states and certain emotions, but they're not perfect associations. There are people with very low serotonin activity in their brain, which should correlate to depression, but they're massively happy. There's something about consciousness that is not necessarily a slave to some sort of chemical state in the brain. There are clearly different mindsets and attitudes that you can adopt that prevent those feelings. Secondly, I don't think you can even characterize bipolar disorder as a chemical imbalance in the brain. That could be caused by a number of things. That could be caused by poor upbringing, where you're never taught how to emotionally regulate. There could be a number of causes. And again, you're only exacerbating the problem by convincing yourself there's no way I can think any differently. There absolutely is a way for you to think differently, and it's something that you have to work on. Like, how are you benefiting yourself by, like if Destiny were to tell you, okay, well, there's no way you're ever going to get over this person. There's no way you're never going to be able to block this person. It's just your brain chemistry that's imbalanced. There's no way you can ever think differently. So you should just continue to pursue this person, keep trying to make the relationship work, because there's some sort of brain chemistry that will forever link you to this person and you'll never be able to get over them. Like, is that going to help you? Or do you recognize...
I think what Destiny was saying was valid in the sense of he wasn't saying it was necessarily the person, but more so my own inner issues that I'm dealing with. It's my own denial of my own self-worth. That's the struggle. It's not necessarily the lack of the other person or what they did or didn't do. It's more so what I felt I needed for me. So it's inner. It's all about, like, it is about what my inner issues is and what I'm struggling with for my own self-value and what I feel I lacked. And that's where the issues are coming from.
Well,
okay.
right.
So it's not about...
Wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Also, listen, if you want to talk to her afterwards about all this, you can do that. I don't have much time left, and I got to run through my shit real quick. Okay?
Yeah, sure. If you could finish reacting to the video.
I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah. All right, take care.
Okay. Yep.
I think I blocked Xena because I didn't want to talk to her anymore.
What's your opinion on free will? Do we have free will? If no, why?
I'm agnostic on free will. I'm leaning towards thinking free will likely exists, but there are rarely any opportunities where we actually express free will. Thanks for the donation, Snowflake.
Can be exposed to. There's perceptions that you can have, okay, that will induce huge emotions in your brain, okay? Anything having to do with the person you're trying to get over. So that might be them messaging you. It might be seeing their stream go live and you get a notification. It might be seeing somebody else bring their name up. These are things that will induce a massive emotional response in you. It always does when you're like in the process of separating from somebody, okay? Number one, that's important to keep in mind, okay? Do not ever bullshit yourself into thinking that you are in direct control of how you emotionally respond to things. You are not. That is a delusion. And if you think that, you will never, ever, 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 ever get better at ever emotionally regulating yourself ever. Humans cannot do that, okay? What you can do is you can change the way that you respond to those feelings, and you can change the way that you, or you can change your exposure to those feelings, okay? So what you should do is if you're trying to separate from somebody, okay, what you should do is one, is you should legitimately block everything and don't have a compulsion. Don't have a compulsion. Stop responding to messages. Stop trying to justify or argue anything. Stop sending emails. Stop stalking on social media, whatever. So try to cut off as much content as you can. Okay, number one. Okay, but understand that number two, you're going to have a compulsion to do it. You're going to want to do it. Okay. Right now, when you sound like you are of a sober state of mind, you sound like you're reasonable, you sound like you do it, okay? Have a friend that you write to, have somebody that can hold you accountable, message that person and say, fuck me.
Dude, Destiny's chat is fucking stupid.
I feel like he just went live. I think I want to go and watch.
I was saying some extremely useful shit, and nobody wanted to fucking listen. Why is Vegan Gains nihilist and concerned with promoting and practicing a lifestyle that respects animal rights? Can you please explain to me how that is in conflict with nihilism? That's just a stupid question.
The case that somebody tells you, man, when I broke up with my partner and everything, and oh God, it was so horrible and painful after 2 weeks, and then after 3 weeks it got real bad. No, it's always the worst right at the start when you realize that it's happened and it's over or whatever, and from there it only gets better. But every single time you re-engage, you're resetting your emotional counter every single time. So if it's really bad for a week, and then 2 weeks, and then in the third week it's kind of better, and in the fourth week it's a little better, and then after like 6 weeks, you're like, oh, I'm gonna chat with him again or whatever. When you chat with him again, you're going back to day 0 every single time. That is unavoidable. That only changes after you're completely over it. Not in 6 weeks, not in 2 months, not when you think you've changed to a level. Well, now he'll accept, But when you're like, I don't even know. The true marker, I'll tell you this, but you have to be able to not bullshit yourself when you think about this. The true marker is you should be able to say in your mind, if this person would have messaged me again and say, hey, I think I want to try again, would I immediately jump to them or would I say, I don't know, let me think about it? Until you can honestly answer in the latter, you're not ready to re-engage with this person, okay? So that's the first thing, okay? So understand, that you are going to have stupid, crazy emotional responses to things. You can't control it. Don't bullshit yourself into thinking it. Find a friend to hold you accountable, okay? Message that friend when you have those things and don't act on those compulsions. Every single time you act on the compulsion, you're resetting yourself to day 0 and you're going to loop this over and over and over and over and over again, okay? And what you have to do also, okay, is you right now, okay, you have to write this down right now to do it, okay? Because when you are in a certain emotional state of mind, you can bullshit yourself into literally fucking anything, okay? No matter what, if you don't have a plan prior to a certain emotional state, you will tell yourself lies to convince you that it's okay. I can just watch this one stream. It's not going to be a big deal. I'm not even paying attention right now. I've got something else going on in the background. I can message this person. Like, we've got mutual friends anyway. It's fine. Like, you will always find reasons to bullshit yourself to do the thing that you want to do for other reasons. Yes. Okay. So, and then the final thing I would recommend, okay, is if you fuck up, okay, every time you fuck up, write down how you feel after you fuck up. And anytime you successfully avert giving into one of those compulsions, write down how you feel after a compulsion. Because if you don't have a friend that you can message, or if you don't have somebody to hold you accountable, sometimes it's nice to open like a notepad on your computer and you're like, fuck, I really want to look. Okay, well, the last 10 times I messaged this guy or did this, I can see that every single fucking time afterwards for the next like 3 days, I'm a fucking mess. And here I've got on this notepad, every single time I went out for drinks, I hung out with a friend, I played a video game, I watched a movie, on all of these, on every single one, I felt better afterwards. Because I'm telling you, you will every single time. It might not emotionally feel that way, but that is what will happen. Every single time, there is never, ever, ever in the history of all of fucked relationships has somebody said, yeah, when I started to get over that person, there was one time where like their thing popped up and I wanted to check their post and I didn't end up checking their post and I watched a movie instead. And afterwards, I realized like, fuck, I should have been obsessing over my ex instead. I fucked up so hard. That will never, ever, ever happen to you, okay? Those are the things that I would, that's what I would say. You either implement these or you don't. If you don't, you will loop and lap this, and you will be 45 years old, and you will have the exact same problem, and you'll cry because you haven't fixed it, and this will continue to happen forever. That's at the end of the day, you're the only one that can make the decision, but you have to like implement the tools. You have to do the tools, okay? Because your brain is fucking retarded.
I'm debating the guy that claimed
life,
nihilism
the
is in
smartest people
conflict
on the
with
planet.
veganism.
Okay,
my
the
bad.
only reason why they're smarter than other people is because they are aware of how horrible their mind is. Okay, and all they've done is they spent all this time in the world putting themselves in the right environments, giving themselves the right people.
Dude, it's so stupid, dude. I'm basically giving the same advice. Destiny, it's just that it doesn't change the fundamental belief and behavior. Destiny's telling her, oh, don't look at the like message this guy sends you. Just delete it and go watch a movie. How is that any different than, practicing the belief of nihilism that nothing matters and you just choose to not look at the message because you know it doesn't benefit you? Like these people don't fucking get it. Like the fundamental issue is people delude themselves into thinking there's meaning. If you reject... Okay, wait. And Hamas also uses buildings, so did the Nazis.
I forgot, that's where they're forging aluminum. You're right.
So
you fucking weird.
So
you're a weirdo.
So
Dude, you care more about the chicken and my chicken coop.
Can you let me finish, please?
I think you have finished, but you can go.
No.
Yeah, I think I'm out finished, but you
so
can go.
So if we look at the civilian to fighter casualty ratios with the Israel invasion of Gaza, you're seeing risk ratios between 26 to about 47. That is well without. That is well outside.
Why are we?
Do you know the difference,
I think
do you know the difference between normal
explode.
and normalized?
What do you mean by that?
Well, these numbers, you're going to tell me that the civilian death counts, by the way, that Israel is giving you, by the way, without digging up the people that are under 17 tons of rubble that won't be found for months, right? But we're trusting those Israeli numbers, right? So that's what I'm asking you.
So
what is the difference? Hold on, let me finish. What is the difference between normal numbers of civilian casualties in a conflict like this and normalized numbers? Can you tell me the distinction?
I don't know what you mean by normalized.
Oh, by the way, a big prediction. A lot of people are saying, like, I think I've even said this, actually. I thought about this more. After the war ends, the casualty and the death rates are probably going to rise quite a bit because you're going to be digging people out of the rubble. My guess is actually after the conflict ends, the casualty numbers are either going to stay the same or probably fall, because right now the Gazan Health Ministry partially relies on media and missing persons reports to fill out, like, the
well, and
number
they're
of dead.
deliberately lying.
So if somebody's missing and they have big families over there, people are probably going to report it, and those are going to be, like, showing up in the casualty numbers. But if those people start showing up at the end or whatever, like, the casualty numbers will stay the same because they won't change them or they'll fall. That'd be my guess. But I don't believe that there are all these thousands of people buried under the rubble that aren't being reported because the families should be reporting them missing. Would be my guess here. But do your dailies. I'm working on it. Okay. Validating these feelings are the only way to progress there. You did well. Big D. More of that. I'm gonna big D. Yo, mama. The quick thing, I think that was the Gaza Media Office, not the Health Ministry. The Gaza Media Office was relying on, like, sketchy media reports. But I think
the part that pissed me off about this debate is that I have a forge for carbon steel made out of a grill and a hairdryer.
Like, that's a horrible way to do it. And in times of war, especially when a lot of your hospital infrastructure shut down, that's a totally acceptable way of trying to think of, like, okay, well, these people are missing, they could be dead. Like, you don't have, like, a body and everything. That's not the worst thing ever. But what was I saying? Validating emotions. It's okay to feel a response to something, even if you made mistakes and you fucked up and you're doing the bad actions. It's okay to take a moment sometimes and, like, accept the fact that it's okay to feel a particular way, right? Let's say that how to say this? Let's say that you stole from, like, a store. You stole $1,000. You got caught. You got arrested, and you go to prison. And there's, like, some emotional issue here where you're like, "Fuck, I'm so fucking stupid. Like, I can't even be mad. Like, I fucked my life. Blah blah blah." Sometimes, depending on the blocks you have, it's okay to sit down for a moment and be like, "You know what? I did fuck up. I am imprisoned. I've got a criminal record. Whatever the fuck." But, like, it's okay to feel horrible about that. It's okay to feel like you fucked up. It's okay to sit with the feeling for a little bit. Just don't get mind fucked, because so many, especially women with psychology terms, I'm not even referring to Zini here, just in general. Women have taken psychology terms, and now it's like validating feelings becomes synonymous with justifying your actions. And those two things are worlds apart. Validating an emotion just means that it's okay as a human being, if you have an emotional response to something, you don't have to judge yourself for the emotion. You judge yourself for your actions, okay? If your wife wakes you up in the middle of the fucking night.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, when we are talking to one of Destiny's followers about nihilism and how you have been acting like with nothing matters reminds me of you as Rich from Rick and Morty lol.
I can look at that clip real quick. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I guess I'll turn in.
Cool.
Dad? I feel like I've spent my life pretending you're a great guy and trying to be like you. And the ugly truth has always been
that I'm not that great a guy and you're exactly like me.
Am I evil?
Worse, you're smart. When you know nothing matters, the universe is yours. And I've never met a universe that was into it. The universe is basically an animal. It grazes on the ordinary. Creates infinite idiots just to eat them. Not unlike your friend Timmy.
Tommy.
Yeah, hardly matters now, sweetie. You know, smart people get a chance to climb on top, take reality for a ride, but it'll never stop trying to throw you. And eventually it will. There's no other way off.
Dad, I'm out of excuses to not be who I am. So, who am I? What do I do?
My advice? Take off. Put a saddle on your universe. Let it kick itself out.
Yeah.
It's normalized to rape cows. You'd have been like, yep, you know what normalized meant then. But for some reason, we're talking IP and vegan gains.
Oh, normalized. Oh, like a behavior is made normal. Normalized is such a general word that I feel like that could mean anything. It could have had like a particular statistical interpretation, but okay.
Doesn't know what normalized means. You want to look it up yourself so we can move on, or you want to keep dithering about a word that you've used a million times?
Like what's the proposition?
The proposition is, what is the difference between you giving me a number and going, look, 17,000 cows with these per square foot or whatever is normal for this type of fucking thing. It doesn't indicate, according to this, this, and this, indiscriminate bombing. I asked you to distinguish between normal and normalized because I don't think there's anything normal about baby parts being blown all over the fucking city and the rubble and the destruction.
That probably is an incredibly normal thing in like military conflict. I'm sure children, babies, civilians, women, dogs, like people probably get blown up all the time. That's actually probably an incredibly normal part of military conflict, but unfortunately.
And the fucking bombing of people and nuking of people and fucking all the shit that goes on in war, bro. All of it.
Okay, well, the proposition you made was that Israel is indiscriminately bombing.
I'm going to talk to you as a vegan. You called what was going on with cows a Holocaust earlier.
Yes.
Is there a Palestinian Holocaust happening right now?
No, there's not.
Bye.
There's a Hamas Holocaust.
Bye, fucking
so
weirdo.
I thought you wanted to have a discussion on this. Okay, I guess we're done.
Jesus.
Okay, I figured. All right, well, the point I was going to make that he didn't allow me to make was that if he's going to claim Israel is indiscriminately bombing, then we can cross-reference that.
Well, you got him.
Yep.
We didn't read Gorsuch's opinion today of Chevron. Oh.
All right.
And Andrew Huberman, according to the article, was trying, and this is according to Sarah, his ex-girlfriend, was trying to increase or trying to have a child with her. So obviously increasing fertility was a priority. But I'm going to get into that in a future video because I have a lot to say about that. But I also take a lot more than that. And Huberman probably takes more than he says. For example, I have a harem of 5 girlfriends living with me, plus 2 or 3 girlfriends that live separately. And so I need to perform 3 times per day minimum to keep everybody happy, but short duration, high performance, short duration, like high intensity interval training. So another thing I use is pramipexole. This keeps my dopamine level up, especially after an orgasm. Dopamine drops, prolactin increases. You lose the motivation to have more romantic time. You lose interest in the girl. And that's good. Because otherwise, if you didn't have this increase in prolactin and decrease in dopamine, you would just want to be romantic all the time. And that's not good for your survival because there's other parts of surviving besides just reproduction and bonding. So the pramipexole bypasses that so that I can stay excited and motivated and able to perform many times per day. And increases the pleasure of it too, so I find it more pleasurable. Careful though, because sex can become very addicting when you start taking these supplements, and the pleasure of sex may increase by 300%. Your ability to have sex frequently may increase by 300%. And, you know, if you're not careful, you could turn into quite the addict, because sex in combination with this chemistry, it's like a drug. And it becomes very addicting. And enclomiphene, enclomiphene. Viagra and Cialis are PDE5 inhibitors that increase blood flow to the penis, and I can't imagine life without them personally. Now, you can have great performance as you get older, as long as you maintain high testosterone levels, and as long as you have great blood flow to that area and you have good cardiovascular health. But for me, I don't do cardio. I don't have the best cardiovascular health, and I hold myself to a very high standard of performance. And sometimes I have to perform even if I don't want to, because I have a responsibility to 5, 6, 7 girlfriends, and I have to please them as well. So that means I have to do it even if I don't want to do it.
That sounds like a little too much effort for me. You have to take like 7 different fucking drugs and supplements. Why bother?
And actually, that's a very important, very, very important element of satisfying multiple women is you have to perform even if you don't want to perform. Otherwise, you will lose them. So I have to use Viagra and Cialis. By the way, the generic name, because I never use
That'd be so
the
stupid.
brand names. The generic name of Viagra is sildenafil, and the generic name of Cialis is tadalafil. So I use both of these on a regular basis. I do take breaks every once in a while to resensitize to them because I notice if I use them all the time, they do stop working. But just little short breaks once in a while help resensitize to me, and then they work great. And the Cialis benefit is that it lasts all day long, so I can take it once a day. Technically, you could take it once every other day. Or the Viagra lasts for like a third of a day. So if I have a shorter window of time I need to perform, it's the Viagra or the Cialis if it's all day. And for example, if I know I'm going to have to perform in the morning, I'll take Cialis the night before. Also, even if I can perform without it, it's just better with it. It just feels better to be harder. And the girls appreciate it as well. I mean, one
since the dawn of time. In 1877, Thomas Alva Edison invented the phonograph. For what reason? Let Thomas himself explain it to us.
The human voice fades, melodies vanish, but what if they didn't? This device, the phonograph,
Hey, my boyfriend is addicted to nitrous oxide and he hasn't used in days, but he's been super dizzy, has intense head pressure and body aches. He hasn't felt this bad this long before and is really worried about brain or nerve damage. Not much info online.
Go to a hospital, tell them what's going on, and they might be able to give you a proper treatment plan. You might want to go to an addiction center that maybe specializes in it. But I have no idea. I have no idea how to treat somebody who's being addicted to nitrous oxide. Thanks for the donation, though. No Zoozer.
it will capture sound itself. Imagine preserving the greatest voices, the most moving music, forever.
Thanks, Thomas. It's universally acknowledged that this device revolutionized the history of sound forever. But you know what? Even Edison's invention had its fair share of haters.
Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
No. It sounds like a frog with a sore throat. I'd rather pay for a real singer. At least they get the tune right.
Yes, dudes and dudettes. Haters have been around and will always be a part of the landscape. No one can deny the monumental contributions of the electric guitar to music. Yet when it was first introduced, traditionalists argued that a true guitar should be acoustic, its sound emanating directly from resonating wood. They viewed the electric guitar's reliance on electronic amplification as a form of cheating. The same occurred with the synthesizer. While we might all agree now that those artificial sounds facilitated the creation of musical masterpieces, initial reactions were far from positive. Upon its introduction, many were appalled, criticizing its sounds as alien and artificial, no match for the warmth of string instruments or the breathy sounds of horns. Critics decried it as producing soulless machine noises, lamenting that such devices would signal the demise of true musicianship. AI has the potential to make contemporary music far more intriguing, and we're here to demonstrate exactly that in the upcoming chapters.
Chapter 2, The Voice Unleashed.
Let's take a journey far back in time and ponder. What was the very first musical instrument? Was it a drum crafted from a hollow log? Perhaps a flute carved from a mastodon tusk? Or maybe a guitar fashioned from a turtle shell?
Hey VG, I cut my leg off with a chainsaw trying to cut down my Christmas tree and it's bleeding really bad. My balls are hanging real low and I can't get a boner when my girlfriend shows me her tits. What should I do? Got any medication recommendations? LOL.
Yeah, I'd say you probably want to go on Cialis with the generic name being Tadalafil. That'll probably help. Thanks for the donation, less is more.
No, none of those. The first instrument was the human voice. Yes, just as you hear it. Singing and chanting have been a part of human culture since prehistoric times, used in religious rituals, storytelling, communication, and entertainment. And you might be wondering what the human voice has to do with artificial intelligence. Well, it's all about voice cloning, but let's have an expert explain this to us.
Well, I'd emphasize that the human voice is uniquely ephemeral among musical instruments. Unlike a guitar or violin that persists independently of its player, the voice vanishes the moment the singing ceases. This impermanence, where a voice exists only so long as the singer can perform, marks a profound limitation. Each voice is a fleeting, irreplaceable treasure that cannot be preserved or inherited like other musical instruments.
Yeah. The distinctive vocal tones of a legendary singer like Enrico Caruso or Billie Holiday existed only in a particular time and place, never to be precisely recreated, or at least that was the case until very recently.
Yes, indeed. AI voice cloning technology allows us to digitally model a singer's voice, enabling the creation of new performances in their style, even posthumously. This means AI can essentially play a person's voice, extending its presence beyond the singer's lifespan.
Of course, this technology also raises important ethical and philosophical questions. Is an AI-generated vocal performance authentic? Does it disrespect the original artist's legacy or introduce their voice to new generations in a powerful way? These are complex issues without easy answers. But let's have our geek specialist explain how it works and give us a demonstration.
Well, to clone a voice with AI, we utilize what's known in machine learning as a dataset. This dataset is essentially a collection of audio samples from the
I just want to really have sex with beautiful Black P the police, that's fine. They love the police, love me, you question it all the time. I'm right here. Sounding square, waiting to build a family with my dumb F.
Well, that's nice. Thank you for sharing that with us. Appreciate the donation, nigga gains.
person whose voice we wish to replicate. To illustrate, I'll show you how we can clone the voice of one of my favorite singers, Nico, the iconic vocalist from the Velvet Underground's Banana album. So, we're going to train our model using Nico's voice.
Velvet Underground. Nana.
First thing you learn is that you down your sins of street life fancies.
Welcome back, Defenders.
This model will learn to recognize and mimic the unique characteristics of Nico's vocals chords, including her pitch, timbre, and accent. Once the training is complete, the model will be capable of generating synthetic singing that closely resembles the voice of our beloved Nico. To prepare the dataset, I sourced Nico's album, Chelsea Girl, from archive.org, downloaded it, and then utilized an AI tool to isolate just her voice. For our target voice, the voice we want Nico to sing with, I chose a beautiful track from Caetano Veloso's English album, from which I also isolated only Caetano's voice. Here I have the code ready. For those interested in a detailed walkthrough on how to clone a sung voice and how to prepare the datasets, I've covered this extensively for the Nobodies Collective in a video at the Nobodies Academy. There you'll find several videos explaining how to use generative AI creatively. To keep it brief here, I'll give a quick overview. First, I initialize the system and upload the dataset containing Nico's voice. Then I begin the training process on the model. Once training is completed, I upload Caetano's audio file and perform the inference. This produces an output of Nico's voice singing Caetano's song. Easy, like a Sunday morning. Like love. Now what to do with this a cappella? Using another AI tool, I apply more AI magic on Caetano's instrumental to convert it to MIDI. In my preferred digital audio workstation, I take some time to edit the MIDI since it often emerges a bit raw from the AI conversion. This involves refining the timing, adjusting the note velocities, and perhaps tweaking the arrangement to ensure that the piano accompaniment beautifully complements Nico's vocal track. Then I assign this MIDI to a beautifully organic sounding piano, where the hammers striking the notes are audible. Adding Nico's a cappella to this, we create a beautiful piece of music. I hope you enjoy it.
I'm wandering round and round, nowhere to go. I'm lonely London, London's lovely so.
This sounds terrible.
I know.
Chapter 3, The Return of the Wow.
When was the last time a song truly surprised you? When was the last time you heard a piece of music that made you stop what you were doing, sit up straight and say, wow, out loud? For many of us, those moments of pure, unadulterated...
Back up a few more streaming royalties. In this environment, there's little room for experimentation or risk-taking.
Before the advent of recording corpus of text, which includes substantial information on music theory, this deep learning approach allows them to generate complex and nuanced text outputs based on the patterns they've learned. But how do we translate this text-based capability into generating music that we can actually hear? Let's have our computer expert explain how this fascinating process is made possible.
Well, the concept is to generate text that can then be converted into MIDI for use in our digital audio workstation. MIDI, which stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface, is a protocol developed in the 1980s to facilitate communication between synthesizers. It specifies which note to play, when to play it, and with what intensity. MIDI itself doesn't produce sound. It functions like a digital musical score, directing the musical elements without creating the audio. But enough blah blah blah, and let's make music. We'll divide this task scene.
This was kind of a boring video.
Jake here. We've got to get through some election coverage first, but then I promise I've got some pretty interesting clips today. So up first is the UK. Their general election was back on Thursday, and Keir Starmer's Labour Party won big. Like historic landslide big. Like this was an extinction-level event for the Tories, the Conservative Party in the UK. They had been in charge of Parliament the last 14 years, but voters in the UK were pretty fed up with them, and they lost 251 seats in Parliament. The Liberal...
Cannot believe you vegan gains for supporting Israel. It was the people of Palestine's land they are taking. They bombed the shit out of them. Less than 1% of their people make up Hamas. Schools, hospitals, businesses, homes, all destroyed. And you support.
Yeah, they're assholes, so fuck them. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Democrats gained 64, and the Labour Party, the new majority, gained 211. So how does this impact Ukraine? And
no Oreos.
Thankfully it doesn't at all. The UK's Labour Party will continue supporting Ukraine in their war against Russia. Here's a statement from the incoming Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Ukraine's ongoing fight against Russian aggression matters to us all. The UK's support remains unshakable. I look forward to seeing President Zelensky soon. Fantastic. And here is Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on his way out, accepting defeat in the election.
Following this result, I will step down as party
This guy's a retarded fuckwit. Hate that jackass.
leader, not immediately, but once the formal arrangements for selecting my successor are in place. It is important that after 14 years in government, the Conservative Party rebuilds, but also that it takes up its crucial role in opposition professionally and effectively.
As an American, this is very bizarre to me. The guy who got fewer votes in the election conceded and accepted defeat. We don't really do that in America anymore, unfortunately. So let's now talk about France. Le Pen vows to stop Ukraine from using French weapons inside of Russia, and she also opposes potentially deploying French troops to help the Ukrainians. So Marine Le Pen has always been pro-Russian or sympathetic to Russia's views about their invasion of Ukraine, and her far-right party that she leads did really well in the first round of voting last weekend. So Macron called for these snap elections, hoping that he could stop Marine Le Pen from gaining an outright majority. Now, the elections are happening today. Results are still coming in. But based on exit polling and projections, this appears to be what France's new parliament will look like. Good news and bad news for Macron. The good news is he's right. And in the second round of voting, when the smaller parties are dropped off the ballot, more people switch their votes to both Macron's party, the Ensemble, and the left party, the New Front. Marine Le Pen's far-right party, they're going to have about 150 seats, nowhere near a majority, and there's nobody they can partner with to create a majority.
I've never played Lies of P, so I don't know. I don't know what that game is like.
So Macron was right. We stopped the far right parliament to take the majority in the French parliament to cut off support for Ukraine. And South Korea is going to be showing up. South Korea is not a part of NATO, but they're being invited to participate, used to transport ammunition from North Korea.
Can you debate these guys again or make a video? They seem to really think you're a massive retardo. Ricardo, prove them wrong, please.
Rights violations than a human? A lion doesn't build houses. A lion doesn't drive cars. A lion doesn't do all of the detrimental things that we do that kill animals all the time. Like, I drove.
Those aren't rights violations.
Because it had so many dead animals on it. Does that mean that I should die? Should I be killed?
Oh my god, these people are just dishonest fuckwits. We covered this in our last debate, and then they're making the same arguments they made in the debate that failed. I'm not debating them again, they're just fucking ideologues. Please check this website out. Pig's Dream created it. Build a thriving vegan pantry, essential staples and recipes. Yeah, that looks good. It's a nice website. Yeah, it looks cool. Veganpantry.com. Thanks for the donation, Pigs Blue Yardo. Loser, donate $2, react at 127.
say what you want, but situationships are fun. Okay, I said it. Like having a guy that does not like you that much, like he likes you, but he doesn't like you that much. That's, oh my God, bring that topic to happy hour. It's so fun seeing if he checked your stories, updating your friends when he does literally nothing, and you're like, it's tea.
She just gave you the...
Bro, what the fuck is this place he's living in? This is weird. It's like it's like an alleyway, but indoors. This is like the most depressing house or apartment I've ever fucking seen. You've got this gross brick wall that looks like it should be outside. There's nothing in this place, and then at the very end, there's a TV and a couch here. Is this guy like what the fuck? This looks like it's like government subsidized housing or something. It's really weird.
The blueprint on how to get a woman to desire you.
Okay, I don't care. Darius M's a fucking moron. Wait, did I already play that one?
Zionism is anti-Semitism. Zionism is racism. Zionism is specism. Zionism is sexism. Zionism is white supremacy. Zionism is patriarchy. Zionism is terrorism. We defeat Zionism, we defeat all discriminations around the world. Fuck Zionism. Fuck Israel.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. React at 12:20.
I did for actually I wanted to look at something. Let's go to Google. Maybe we can do it. Frankie. Strange. Ah, shit, I can't spell strange. Strange foods. Free range foods. Let's see if there's any vegan options in here. We got organic jarred russet potatoes. We can't add to the cart because there's none. Oh, there is.
Is he actually buying from Frank, or is this just kind of a joke?
Website. I don't know.
To continue.
I don't know. Pigs Blue Yardo donate tellers, please react at 12:20 for 2 minutes. Well, I already did that.
Right now, everything looks normal, man. Yeah. We got water Cuba. You showed some duck earlier. I feel bad. The fuck is this? 25 years. Aged balsamic vinegar. $150. As you know, Vegan Games is a catalog. That looks vegan. Let's look.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Pigs Blue.
So this took place in Yekaterinburg. And this is the Trans-Siberian Russia. In Russia is... So what is...
anything between.
And in addition to these horrifying broskies, many corporate office workers also count themselves as Zenthusiasts. And it's amongst these desk-hugging Excel monkeys that I first got hooked on the stuff. You see, a while back, I was working undercover as a vending machine operator in the offices of Charles Schwab. One day, some of the interns invited me to join them in ripping some upper-decky Zenicinos. I figured it was the perfect opportunity to develop these boys as sources. So to establish myself as an alpha, I immediately jammed a full tin into my mouth and started. Of course, other than the music of Sade, I've never the old lip pillow.
You've seen the memes, right? It's like what do you?
At the federal consulting company Booz Allen is in. But then
Buzzing with the boys.
But unlike Hunt,
what we're looking at doing is truly replacing.
Okay, the cameras are on. A part of the Marvel's.
This video is garbage. Vegan Irishman donators, you think this is a proper way to do lateral pull downs with that much weight? You mean lat pull downs? It's pointless to do lat pull downs with a super wide grip like that. Well, that wasn't funny. She has pretty ripped fucking abs, though. Jeez. Well, thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
A whistleblower will be risking everything on July 10th to testify about the surgical mutilation of dogs at Ridgeland Farms. The vivisection industry is known for going after its critics. Activists went to prison for merely running a website about one animal testing lab. But against all odds, a former employee is about to reveal one of the industry's darkest secrets. Surgery is performed on dogs without anesthesia. You see, when you have thousands of dogs in cages, a lot of them are going to have problems, like an infected eye gland. But it can cost thousands of dollars for a single surgery. Facilities like Ridgeland Farms will have untrained employees pin a dog down while they cut a piece of the dog's eye off. This is not just cruel, it's criminal. And for the first time, an insider will be testifying and showing the public the truth. If we prevail in court, it could mean freedom for 3,000 dogs.
Well, that's pretty good news.
In Germany.
Oh, god damn it.
Excuse me, boss. I'll give you $100 if you could beat me at bench press. I'm feeling strong.
Today's not the day, bro. I'm like 2 weeks out for my next show. I'm in prep.
Will you at least spot me? Elbow's killing me from last. Is that supposed to help?
Yep.
Elbow wrap.
Yes,
Change
sir.
your life.
So someone that's in their 30s and in that world that like I'm not in, is who mentioned to me like, have you looked into nicotine? Because I use these Zen. Is it Zen? Yeah. And I'm just like, what is this? Like this is like
it's an entire new universe
I'm
of
like,
stimulants.
I have got to look into all this because like eventually my son will be, of the age. And so that's kind of what started my interest in doing a deep dive on nicotine is like, okay, well, is there a negative effect? Like maybe there's a trade-off. There's always a trade-off. There's
Green Knight donated $2. Sneeko gets schooled by U.S. Marine.
Nico, you wouldn't make it a week through the USMC, bro.
Huh?
You would cry and shit your pants and go home to your fucking mom.
To the U.S. Embassy?
USMC, United States Marine Corps. You wouldn't make it a fucking week, bro.
Cool? Like, why would I die for Israel? I don't want to go to the fucking Marine Corps. You think you're cool because you signed up to go there to make fucking $30K a month to get a GT Charger?
You know what's wild, Sneak?
Great. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Have you played PS3 on PS5 yet? No, I have not. I haven't. All right, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm kind of tired. Probably do a long stream tomorrow where we'll play some games, but just not feeling it tonight. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.